What's up, guys? How we doing? Joe, we can get a muck stream. We'll get one, I promise you. What's up, gamer? What's up, just wandering? Hey, Kyler. I did get the patch. It's time for more Steins Gate. Right after we beat Steins Gate's vanilla, I guess, and My Darling's Embrace. Now we're gonna do some Zero, which has my favorite character, Trauma Okabe. Traumatized Okabe, I guess, would be more accurate. Hey guy, what's up? As per usual with my Steins Gate streams, we're gonna wait just a second here before we get started, let people join, because that's like the biggest part of the visual novel experience. I've got my budget Okabe cosplay. Mad Scientist is now a sad scientist. Hey, what's up, Ivan guy? Hey, glad you're doing better, guy. Could have bought the Steins Gate watch. It's true. I could have bought the Steins Gate watch. I'm trying to advertise my stream real quick while I wait for people to join. Shh. What's up, Joshu, by the way? Gotta get those plugs out there, you know what I mean? Need to finish Occult 9, Arby's moment. I heard Zero's story is more traumatic. Probably. I actually just watched the Steins Gate movie. That was pretty sad. I cried a little bit on that one. The Deja Vu repeats. What's it called, actually? I already kind of forgot its name. Zero's almost as good as the OG. Yeah, I mean, it's always really hard for sequels to live up in terms of actual quality. But a lot of times it just plays into being more part of the same universe, and being able to experience those characters again is always like more worth it than the story content being better, in my opinion. So I usually, and although most people tend to not like sequels as much, I usually stray on the side of like I like sequels better. Because if I'm actually bothered to go participate in a sequel, it means I really like the universe, and then I would rather see the characters again in any context. If that makes sense. Well, if you like Zero more, that's an unpopular opinion. Well, I mean, to be fair, I haven't started Zero yet, so I will hold reviews to the end. For, you know, I should actually experience what some of the story is like before I start saying it's better. I'm just saying, in general, I tend to like sequels better. Zero is good, but I dislike some stuff. Zero being better is not unpopular, though I do disagree. Alright. Keep in mind that this is a blind run, just like with my original Steins Gate playthrough. I have zero idea what happens in the story, other than that there is trauma for Okabe. Which I only really know because, I mean, look at this dude. Just look at this man. That art for him looks so depressing. Remember to not watch the anime? Yeah, I won't. Just like with Steins Gate OG, I didn't watch the anime until after. So I will be holding out and doing the same again. Is there any settings I need to change in the config? How does the music sound? Everything sound good? I assume all the basic settings are the same, yeah? Yeah, I want auto-saves. Okabe's gonna have a good time? Yeah, I believe it. You watched the OG as you played? That will not work with Zero. Oh, okay. Fair enough, then. But yeah, any settings I need to change? Or is it sounding good? I posted my memes on the Steins Gate subreddits. It took me so long to Photoshop that, this stupid meme I just posted. I posted it in the Discord as well. It took me an embarrassing long time to Photoshop that, because I had to pull all of the maid sprites for all the girls. That took forever to, like, get them in high quality. I could have gotten, like, fucking random-ass JPEGs or whatever, but I wanted my meme to be pristine HD quality. So I had to find fucking HD sprites. And then slap those all together. And then I wanted to make sure that the meme was spoiler-free. So then I did, like, a shitty job of photoshopping the spoiler out of the the meme. I mean, it isn't even really a spoiler, but, like, I just, you know, fucking slap some blur on that shit. You know, like a professional. But yeah, music sounds fine. Okay, cool. Nothing I need to change on the settings, right? Obviously, I want the highest resolution. Display notifications for tips, yeah. You think about it, Zero's a prequel. It's like a midquel, right? Because Zero is technically a branching path of the OG story, right? It's like the bad end. I guess not the bad end, it's the Kurisu end. Storyline, technically, yeah. It's not a sequel or a prequel, it's both. So it's not a midquel? I mean, I guess I should stop probing for spoilers before we get started, yeah. Message speed. You know, there's a website that is the HD PNGs. I didn't see that. Just start. Well, I like to wait a minute. I like to wait a little bit before we get started. Let the notifications go out. Because like I said before, I know YouTube sometimes takes like 30 minutes to get these notifications out there. I'm obviously not going to wait 30 minutes, but I'll let people get a little bit of a head start. God, speaking of sound effects, when I launched the patch for this game, the fan-made patch for this, it scared the absolute shit out of me. Because for whatever reason, the patch installer, like, blares part of the song and has, like, a pixelated, Okabe, like, picture that they post. Yeah, that's the site I pulled it from, Tyler. But then that's, like, it's literally all of the, like, expressions. So I had to sort through. There's, like, a couple hundred sprites for each character pose. Because it's, like, every expression is a different picture. Instead of the expressions being pictures themselves, I guess. So I went through every single maid to, like, find an appropriate expression for the meme. Which is dumb, but whatever. Alright, we can go ahead and get started now, yeah? Remember to subscribe and hit the bell button so you don't miss out on my full blind playthrough of the channel. And if you want to catch my OG Steins Gate playthrough and my blind reactions to that before you're watching this, it's on the playlist tab on the channel as well. I've actually put Steins Gate and Steins Gate 0 in the same playlist so you can watch them together. I have My Darling's Embrace in a separate playlist because I figure that has a niche audience. Also, like the stream if you want to. You know what I mean? Join the Discord, all the YouTuber plug stuff. Alright, let's get going. Oh, I like the little orange cursor. That's nice. Fancy. Oh. Oh, man. Sorry if you didn't play the original Steins Gate. We're going right into some spoilers. Ah. I see this is the game with budget. Because we've already spent more on the intro to this game than the entirety of the OG game. I see you're rocking the Okabe cosplay. I am indeed. I thought it would be fitting. Let me adjust the filter for my webcam ever so slightly. Yeah, because I get the feeling there's going to be a lot of black backgrounds. And I want to adjust my webcam positioning there too. Perfect. The hatch opened. So yeah, this must be right when Okabe realizes, oh shit, it was me! It was me! And he gets all sad. I also like that you can see this is a more traumatic story because the text box for this game is like is like rusting over and corroded and everything, so you know it's not as happy. Where was I? My eyes narrowed. Who needs Flash? Hey, what's up, man? Sorry it's a little too late for you, but yeah, the VOD will be here if you want to check out the stream later, man. I could barely make out the summer twilight sky. I didn't want to leave. I just wanted to disappear. Someone grabbed my arm and dragged me out. So I guess since this is the original take, not the Steins Gate world line, right? So Okabe must have not realized he needed more than one trip here. And so Suzuha doesn't have enough for a do-over or something. The routes aren't hard to get except the true end, which you can't get on the first playthrough anyway. Just play how you want and I'll tell you when to make a save. Okay, cool. Thank you. You're already back. It hasn't even been a minute. Okari? I didn't have the energy to respond to my own nickname. I fell to the ground and wrapped my arms around myself. Okari! This is actually the same writing, huh? I mean, I guess we are just kind of recapping where we're at. Mary rushed over to me. She looked at my face in concern. But even her concern was too much for me. Don't talk to me. Leave me alone. Get him a towel and water and some clothes. Hurry. Doesn't he also look... I mean, he looks like a bloody mess right now, too, right? So shouldn't they, be thinking about medical attention? Just go. Okay. How long did this come out after the original? Daru ran back inside. Are you okay? Hang in there. Don't die. He's okay. It's not his blood. Which is actually, in some cases, even worse. 2015, so like 5 years after the original? Wow. Stop. Get away. Leave me alone. I couldn't save her. Not only that, I took her life with my own hands. 3 weeks ago, in this spot, I killed her. I murdered her. They brought back the red text, which was only ever featured in the Suzuha ending in the original game. Cute. There's no way to save her. There never was. Everything's already been decided. It's the same as it was with Mayuri. The same. No matter how hard I struggle, the result will always be the same. Oh, webcam freaking out. Really gotta figure out how to fix this one of these days. Will I? Probably not. No matter how many times I try, the result will converge on Kurasu's death. The cause doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I time leap or if I time travel, going to the past can't change the result. I thought I understood that cruel truth, but now I was forced to realize it again in the worst possible way. There's nothing I can do. Nothing. I can't save her after all. It feels fitting to just kind of be like monotone for Okabe's dialogue now, yeah? Instead of being all eccentric like we were in the first game. I knew this would happen. It would turn out like this. I can't take this anymore. I'm so tired. I give up. What was that? What was that animation? Hey, I mean, it's more animations than we got in the entirety of the OG, though, so I might as well, right? 10-hour stream. We'll see. I don't think the first Steins Gate stream was 10 hours. I had to get hooked first. I'd be depressed if my Sundari waifu died. Yeah, same, I guess. What happened? I killed her. I'm an idiot. It's all my fault. He killed Makise. Why does Suzuha sound shocked? I mean, I guess that... Yeah, never mind. We're not in the normal world line. Or the true end world line. Killed? That can't be true. It can't. Don't worry, we've got enough for one more attempt. Leave me alone. No matter how many times I try, it'll all end up the same. So he really does need this pep talk from his future self to get him to retry it. I didn't realize she would still have enough to do it again. What are you saying? You're gonna give up? Billions of lives depend on you. Who cares if you fail once? There's no way to save her. You can't stop the world line convergence. Oh shit, we got a whole UI in this game now. Alright, what's the world line? A term referring to the infinite number of possible worlds. These worlds do not exist in parallel, only one exists at a given time. Everything that occurs along a world line from the past to the future has been predetermined. No matter how much you change the past along a single world line, the result will always converge to the same outcome. I really like this orange cursor, by the way. I wonder if I could mod my normal computer cursor to be like that. I think that's really cool. I did a 12-hour stream. I don't know if I've ever done a 12-hour stream. I think 10 is the longest stream I've ever done. 12 hours never shows up. He's been showing up to a lot of Pokemon streams. That's the reality of this world. I learned that a long time ago. I'll just have to slap sense into him. It's not right to force him to do this. I mean, I appreciate that Mayuri's sympathetic, but Suzuha's right. Like, if there's billions of lives on the line, you're already traumatized. You already had, like, the literal worst case scenario where you killed her. I mean, how bad could this second attempt go? Right? Final Fantasy VII was close. I think it was only like 10.5 for Final Fantasy VII, but yeah. That was my longest stream because I just wanted to fucking beat Final Fantasy VII Remake. I can't bear to see him like this. If he doesn't, the future won't change. Why does Ocarine have to change the future all by himself? That's too much for him. Because only Uncle Ocarine has the powers of an observer of the world. He didn't want that. And I think even if he tried, he'd just get hurt again. I mean, oh well. Hey, what's up, 12 hours? It's impossible for one person to change the world all by themselves. That's not true. And that's why Steins Gate is... I know how you feel, but I'm here for the sake of the future. I can't go back to 2036 either way, so I'm not going to give up. What year did they miss, Wander? Ocarine, I'll tell you one thing. This time machine has a finite amount of fuel. At first I told you that it could only be used to go there and back twice, but there's actually a little more than that. Even so, it can only travel about 344 days. Even if you do a one-way trip, less than a year from now, you won't be able to reach July 28th. Remember, when that day comes, I'll go by myself if I must. Someone was saying something to me, but I didn't understand. I didn't want to listen. I just wanted to sleep. Ah, the depression has hit full force. Indeed. Just let it end. Just let me go.
Okari? Okari? Ne. Okari?
You don't have to push yourself so hard anymore, okay? It's okay. Mayushi's here for you, okay? The morphinogenic fields is a concept from Zero Escape. It's like pivotal to the plot in that game. Another visual novel that I've streamed on this channel. Which you can also find on my playlist tab. Basically, to summarize, the morphogenetic fields is like a concept where every human collectively has access to all knowledge. It's just a matter of if you can actually pull the information from the morphogenetic field. I watched Zero Escape and couldn't tell you what happened at gunpoint. It's pretty thick, the plot in Zero Escape, that's for sure. It's hard to navigate. But that was my best, like, one-sentence explanation of the morphinogenic fields. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but... Might get Zero Escape this Christmas. I heard those were good. Yeah, it's really good. I enjoyed it. If you need a guide for how to do some of the puzzles, again, feel free to watch my stream, because I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat Zero Escape if I didn't have chat helping me with some of the puzzles. I don't know if Mayuri's words were the reason why, but tears started to flow. I decided to forget. Ever since that day, I stopped going to the Future Gadget Lab. Oh, so he, like, abandons it all after this. I like that this is a category. The lab is a name only. It's actually a group of students who make strange inventions. The lab's founder, Okabe Rintaro, describes it as a place where he can further his ambitions to rearrange the ruling structure of the world. So what does he do? So that's him fully casting aside his chuny personality there, huh? Which is good, because I prefer him traumatized and normal acting. What sort of puzzles does it have? It's hard to explain. I mean, the game has a lot of different puzzles, but basically it's kind of like similar to Danganronpa, where Danganronpa has like there's visual novel segments that build up to the class trial. Zero Escape has like visual novel segments that lead up to an escape room. I guess that's a good way to describe it. Zero Escape. It's like you get to an escape room and you have like obscure puzzles in the room that you have to like figure out to escape the room and like get to the next visual novel segment is kind of how Zero Escape plays out. So you get a bunch of story interactions with characters, and then you're in you're in the escape room. And then yeah, it's got stuff like trying to figure out like, oh, do I need to, unscrew this candle holder from the wall and use that as a key to open this drawer. And yeah. The anime has a special episode of this. 23B. Is that the Steins Gate Zero anime? I'm terrible at escape rooms. Yeah. I mean, there's, I think some of them have, like, if you ask other characters, they'll solve puzzles for you, but even then, they can still be kind of tricky. I definitely still needed chat's help. But if you are going to get it, get the Steam version of the game. The Steam version does have a thing that kind of makes a twist, like, less impactful, but the Steam version of the game's voice acted. So it's, I think, a worthy trade-off. Missing link of the Annihilator. Absolute Zero. Get it? That's the title. Zero. Steins Gate Zero. The Absolute Zero. Because he's at his lowest point. The 0 point. Oh man, we get all kinds of flashy backgrounds now. Yeah, this game has budget. Let's go. Was Steins Gate the first visual novel they made? Because this one definitely seems a lot smoother with like transitions and stuff, whereas the OG one actually kind of seemed pretty rough. UPX, the symbol of Akihabara, was located right in front of the station. In the hall of the 4th floor, preparations had been going on all morning for the ATF, the Akihabara Techno Forum Convention. Chaos Child was first. But with I take it Steins Gate was their first, like, breakout, like, oh shit. Like, people are gonna start now going back and buying all the other ones. I don't know enough about the lore of the sci-adventure universe. Universities and labs from both inside and outside the country would work together to put on special seminars and synopsisms at irregular intervals, I'm sure. My school, Tokyo Denki University, was participating as part of its industry collaboration efforts. Students are required to attend these seminars and submit reports to their instructors. Oh, so he stops going to the lab and becomes an actual student in the Zero timeline? Oh no! Okabe with an actual education. A protagonist too powerful to be happy. A university committed to cultivating students and engineers in order to promote healthy development of science and technology. It was founded around the educational maxim, respect for practical study, and its motto is, "In the technology breathes its creator." Because of the school's location, it was deeply involved in the development of Akihabara. But was it any more deeply involved than Ferris? I'm excited to see all the characters' new sprites. Because at least I'm assuming they get new sprites. That's what I like. Steins Gate's the most popular because it's the one with a good anime. I mean, that's true. Good animes will always save your title no matter what. It was the first to have Western popularity. That's where the money is, baby! That Western popularity. Get that money. The average player won't know about fan patches? Yeah. You're gonna have to go to like a more hardcore niche fan to figure out about fan patches. But then again, I mean, for more niche games like this, I feel like your concentration of hardcore fans is higher. If that makes sense. Otherwise, students wouldn't get credit for their related classes if they didn't attend the lectures. In addition, I was supposed to help one of the lecturers, Associate Professor Izaki. I had just gotten a list from the reception desks at the shared lobby, and I was waiting to check off the names of the students who were coming to the lectures. There was still some time before the seminar started, so the lobby was mostly empty. None of the students on the list were here yet. I was bored, but couldn't do anything but wait. That's kind of crazy. Do you ever think about, like, being bored nowadays? It's just kind of like... I don't know. It's kind of gone now, right? Like, there's always something to do. I remember when I was a kid and I didn't have as much ready access to technology, I could get bored all the time. But I feel like nowadays, I'm like, it's just so hard for me to get bored. Because, like, at any moment, I can get, like, you know, some, I can watch some stream or some show or play some game or to, like, buy a new game, like, if I need to play something. Yeah, it's my monkey brain is always stimulated, dude. I'm like, always. I don't even remember being bored anymore. I mean, sometimes for, like, brief stretches of time, I'll hit that streak of, like, oh, man, I guess I am bored. And then I'll find something to do. Like, I don't get as bored as I used to. So I always just start playing something. Like, there's just so much access to stuff now, I feel like. I mean, maybe I've just reached a critical point in my life where I'm older, so I just don't feel as bored as much, but maybe I'm just depressed. Same, bro. Same. But that's a different feeling. It's a much different feeling. The old me never could have imagined doing anything like this for a professor, but impressing Izaki was part of my new goal in life. I like Trauma Okabe, let's go! Victor Concordia University. That was my new goal. Isn't that... That's Kurisu's school, right? Izaki did a lot of joint research projects with them and knew a lot of people there. The best first step to getting there my brain could come up with was being his assistant. Almost too much to do? Yeah, I sometimes like feel overwhelmed in like with all of the options of things to do. Like, or sometimes I'll get like, I don't know, like stunned out of doing anything, where I'll just kind of like sit there and be like, there's so many different things I want to do right now. And like, I don't know. You've never heard the name be sort of butchered? Victor? Chondria? This is Victor, right? Chondria? Chondria? That's not Chondria? This convention was holding another seminar by the university after one held this summer. Of course, that interested me too. Summer. You said Concordia or something? Sometimes I feel like you hear stuff. An image of her was... Chondria, like mitochondria? Yeah, that's what I thought, but Kyler had me out there like double pronouncing the name. Chondria. Because it was spelled whatever. An image of her as she was then flashed through my mind. I was trying to get to Victor Chondria so that I could learn about the work that Makise Kurisu had been doing. I wanted to try to do it myself. Of course, I wasn't a genius like Kurisu. I knew there'd be no way I'd ever be able to do exactly what she did. I was going to say, do we ever, like, kind of reference the fact that it takes Okabe, like, another 20 years to do what Kurisu did in current year? Oops. But if I could do even 10% of it... Honestly, I'm amazed that I've recovered so well. I thought that to myself and chuckled, just as a voice called to me from across the lobby. Excuse me.
Huh?
I looked up and saw a young girl approaching me from the elevator hall. She has a sprite. She's relevant. A major character has been revealed. She, like, radiates mad gremlin energy to me. Like, absolute gremlin is the vibe I'm getting from this character. I like the green eyes, though. I always appreciate when characters have, like, matching aesthetic, so I like that the green matches her eyes there. What's up with her, like, pose there with her hand? How do you even do that? She's kind of like Power. I was not getting Power vibes. I guess is Power kind of a gremlin? I just picture her as like a little angry gremlin. But we'll see. She was short and petite. Everything about her was small. She's actually going to be like some 12-year-old that's brilliant enough to be in the university. Oh my god, this is going to be the character that we have do all of the Kurisu stuff, yeah? Like, he's going to bring her along to figure stuff out for him. I could kind of make out a few of the curves that don't appear until after puberty. So she at least wasn't in elementary school, but I'm not going to lie, sometimes the author of these, like, describes things in a way that I just don't need to say. Or, like, don't want to hear. I could kind of make out a few of her curves. Like, because I'm a degenerate, alright? But it's like... I don't know. Sometimes it feels like I'm getting out-degenerated. Hearing Gremlin, I think of someone on all fours running at me. Yeah, like, I picture, someone running around on all fours, making, like, little fucking expressions like this, being angry and having Cheeto dust all over their hands. That's how I picture this character, without knowing anything about her. That's just my initial judgment. Maybe she's in middle school? For someone with such a cute face, she clearly didn't care about her appearance. Her hair wasn't styled and it poured down her back. Her hair is exceptionally long. Even I could tell her clothes weren't fashionable. Excuse me, where's the staff room? Also, all the characters have, like, winter apparel on, but she does not. She just has, like, a dress kind of thing? I don't know what that's called, but that's not warm. This is the ATF seminar? Clearly not a place where a middle school girl belonged. She'd probably just come to the wrong place. I know. How many times am I gonna have to say that? This is the first time you've said it to me. And you're the first person I've said it to since I got here. Yeah, she is a little angry gremlin. Irritated, she pulled a card out of her jacket. It's a good Christmas game? Oh, that's perfect. 'Tis the season, after all. It is one of the IDs given out to invited guests. Her name and the name of her workplace were written on the front. Oh, she's employed?
Huh?
Maho Hayajo? Maho? That's probably just what I'm going to call her. Victor Condria University. Brain Science Institute. Brain science is such a weird way to phrase that. The scientific study of the brain. The field incorporates biology, genetics, medicine, psychology, and electrical engineering. I looked at the card, and then at her, and then back at the card, and then I looked at her again. You guys remember those Old Spice commercials? Anytime I hear stuff like this, I always think of those Old Spice commercials. I thought brain science studied the heart. Close. It is attached to that organ. I finally realized. Oh, so that's it. Does Okabe have a different voice actor in this game? Where'd you find this card? Thanks for bringing it back. I've done that 3 times already, too. This is it! This is the gremlin energy! Same actor? Ah, yeah, he's just more depressed now, huh? You can't tell me she's not a gremlin, let's go. This one was a photo ID. What? It was the same ID I'd seen Kurisu holding before on another world line. I don't remember Kurisu's ID. The photo on the card, that's definitely her. Hiajo Maho. Nailed it. First try. That's my name. I like that she puts such emphasis on her name. I'll say it to you now because no one's ever been able to read it right. Not in Japanese or English. Oh, thank God. Whew. It's normal. Guys, it's canon that no one can say her name. So every time I fuck up her name, it's totally fine. It's in the canon. It was just excused by the game. Like this video, please. And you're from the middle school? Stop messing around. Universities don't have middle schools. I swear I mispronounced it on purpose. Guys, I just act like an idiot on stream, okay? It's all pretend. That's true. So then you skipped a bunch of grades? Unlike Japan, it's not uncommon for Americans to skip grades. Kurisu had made it to university at age 17. I skipped a grade. I'm SMRT. I skipped the 6th grade. I didn't make it to university by the time I was like fucking a teenager, but... Well, I mean, I was a teenager, but still. It didn't push me ahead that much. I went from 5th grade to 7th grade because I was a smart boy. Where'd it go wrong? But still, a girl this young working in a lab. Can I ask you something? Wait, we haven't confirmed that she was actually young, right? But just that she looks young? She's a late bloomer, so what? Sure. You're feeling pretty shocked right now, right? Prank. Let me guess. A small child like this? I can't believe it! Right? Or are you one of the... She must be amazing to be able to do that at her age types? I'll have you know, I'm just a lolly. She got me. Look here, closely. She pointed to the part of her ID with her slender fingers. She was born in 1989, and it was 2010, so... You're 21? In other words, I'm an adult. I'm not in middle school, and of course, I'm not in elementary school or daycare either. I don't feel like she looks that young. Just, she's short or something. And then she puffed out her chest. There wasn't much to see, but I could imagine her saying, "They look bigger when I'm not wearing clothes. They're huge." Okay, so Trauma Okabe isn't fully traumatized. Ooh. What's that look supposed to mean? No. Sorry, I apologize. I couldn't believe it. She's older than me. If Daru was here, he'd be dancing around screaming legal lolly. Called that. Refers to female characters in anime who appear no older than elementary, but they're in fact over the legal age. Thank you, anime. Making it so I can't show anyone that I work with or am friends with in real life any of my streams. I'm gonna have to start fucking streaming Call of Duty after this game. It doesn't matter, I guess. I get the same thing all around the world, no matter where I go. Yeah, I'm sure. You say something? So, in real life, I would never make the assumption that she was too young to be somewhere. Because I would desperately want to avoid the awkward conversation of... like being like, "Oh, are you too young to be here? Well, I think you're lost." If someone came up to me like and they looked like a child and they were like, "Excuse me, where's the professor's room? Or where's the staff room?" I'd go, "Right this way, let's go, I'll show you." Like, I would be way too awkward to be like, "I think you're lost, little one." Like, I just wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? Like, I would lead them to the staff room and then I'd be like, "Okay, you're on your own, bye. This is where you wanted to be." Like, I would just never, like, call someone on it. No, I didn't say anything. Still, the Brain Science Institute? That's where Kurisu worked. Which means this person, might know a lot about Kurisu. I held back the impulse to start badgering her with questions. I looked at the pamphlet with the seminar schedules. The university's lecture was the last one for the day and was clearly intended to be the biggest. Was this girl going to have a lecture? Just like Kurusu had done at the summer convention. It's funny when they show screenshots from the previous game, because like the art style seems to be like... seems to have changed so much. No, wait, that's wrong. No, that's wrong! That never happened. Okabe just like Danganronpa'd himself. Makaze Kurusu never gave any lectures over the summer. That happened in the Alpha World Line. In the world line I inhabit now, before the summer convention, she'd already... Another thing I appreciate is it got rid of like those bleach stains on the characters' like hair and stuff. Like on that flashback to Kurusu, you just see those like random splashes all over her hair. I can see that that's not in her hair anymore, so I'm really glad they moved on from that, because I really didn't like the sprite art in Steins Gate. Are you giving the lecture today? No, I'm here as an assistant and translator. I looked at the pamphlet again and saw that the lecturer was a man named Alexis Lichtenstein? Lichtenstein? The art style is different. So far, I'm willing to say that it feels improved. Alexis, a professor and the chief researcher of the Brain Science Institute. I feel like Okabe's got to be careful, right? Because in this timeline, he is actually the one who committed murder. So, by asking too many questions about Kurusu, wouldn't that put him on a radar? The topic is the artificial intelligence revolution. Sounds interesting. If you got time, I'd love for you to come listen. Why would she love for him to come listen? I thought she seemed pretty annoyed by him. I will. The staff room, right? I led Maho over to the elevator hall and showed her where the staff room was. Thanks. I had no reason to hang around her any further. I said goodbye and was just about to turn around. And then... the elevator opened and a woman emerged. The instant I saw her face, every hair on my body stood on end. Hey! Hey, she got a new sprite too. I much like this sprite as well. Like, I'd see, yeah, they got rid of like the splashes in the hair and stuff. Honestly, I just kind of like this style better. She also certainly seems older in this style as well. Where you could kind of get the vibe that in the first game, Moeka was about the same age as everybody. This kind of shows that she's like 2-3 years older than everyone else in the group. No specific reasons as to why. And I got Stein from you making me self-conscious about how I'm pronouncing stuff this stream. Thank you, Kyler. Maho just plugging her stuff like I always plug my stuff. True. Did you guys know you should subscribe and like the video for more Steins Gate Zero content and my blind playthrough run? Moeka. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. She's not a murderer on this timeline, though. Spoilers. Calm down. This is the Beta World line. Mayuri is alive. Moeka's not going to kill her. Our eyes meet. The eyes on the other side of her glasses are as dead as ever. It's impossible to tell what she was thinking. Yeah, I like this sprite a lot better. And I also do, yeah, I like the creepy music gamer. But... I'm trying to remember. I guess, yeah, she's not like our friend on this line. Some of my emotions are conflicting where I'm remembering her, like, the happy endings with her, and realizing that we are not in the happy ending, we're living the bad end, the game. I frantically averted my gaze before she realized something was wrong. She tilted her head for a second, but quickly lost interest in me and turned toward Maho. What? We got back sprites in this game? Jesus, her hair really is long. You're with the magazine, right? I'm here about the interview. Even in this world line, Moeka still only spoke in faint whispers. But now that everyone's depressed, she fits in so much better. Like she could be a central character. The doctor isn't here yet. It may be a minute. Okay. If you want, I can go over the system until he gets here. Thank you. The two of them disappeared into the staff room. As I watched them leave, I took a deep breath. I tried to calm down, but it wasn't working.
Kiryu Moeka.
Is it going to be you again?
もしかしてまた
It was a terrible feeling, like a cold finger tracing the wounds in my heart. That night, when the terrorist threat shut down all the trains in Akihabara. That awful night when I knew something was going to happen.
ここでもまた
Sexy secret agent Moeka Sprite! Let's go! Are you going to do it again here? She does not look the type in this world line, though. She looks broken and malnourished in this world line. Am I just imagining things? Was she just a magazine reporter now, instead of a CERN rounder? An unofficial group that works for CERN. The Rounders, in theory, are an independent group that performs various activities, such as technical investigations. However, their real objective is to recover the IBN 5100, the only machines capable of hacking CERN's hidden database. In addition, they're to crush any attempts at time machine research around the world, while also kidnapping the scientists involved in order to force them to work for CERN. They are, in essence, mercenaries who are capable of using force if necessary. Rounders are deployed all over the world, and their exact numbers are unknown. Yet despite this, some of the numbers on the bottom rung do their work without ever meeting another Rounder face to face. Which is a really weird, whole concept, honestly. Did the stream just lag? I just got a notification that the speed wasn't where it needed to be. Official acronym for the Society Européenne pour la Recherche Nucléaire, or European Society for Nuclear Research. The world's largest elementary particle physics laboratory, located in the Franco-Swiss border near Geneva. It has a bank, a library, a post office, and a dormitory on the premises. I'm sure it has a lot more than that on the premises. Scientists from all around the world gather at CERN to research particle physics, and the number of people working there is in the thousands. Even if Moeka was a Rounder, we had nothing to do with CERN, so CERN wouldn't be watching us. Except they didn't detect Suzuha's time machine going off? I mean, I guess it's been a couple months. I took another deep breath, grabbed some of the anxiety meds in my pocket, and swallowed them down with some mineral water I brought ahead of time. Oh no. He's on anxiety meds. So I guess we're really getting the, glance into Okabe's psyche now. It would take 15 minutes or so for them to kick in. And those 15 minutes are always pretty rough. Really? I guess this is only 2015. Nowadays, most anxiety meds do not take 15 minutes. I laughed at myself a little and sat down on one of the reception desk chairs. Think CERN can only detect stuff like the D-mail message? I guess so. What is that? Oh, a new little text message notification. We don't see our cell battery or anything anymore. Ooh, he has a smartphone now. Really? In like just 4 months, he's upgraded his phone to a smartphone? What's Rhine? What are these wallpapers? Toot-a-roo. Oh, Kareem. I like that even in his own text you can see his, oh, just clicking immediately responses. I like that his own picture is the depressed sprite. Well, Kareem, are things going okay with Mr. Seminar? Yeah, no problem. That's great. Can't wait to see what kind of seminar it'll be. Mayushi wishes she could have seen it too. Maybe a little too hard for you to follow. Damn, out here calling her dumb. I do wish, like, actual text messages had, like, the little profile picture in them. I feel like they don't, and that's kind of boring, yeah? Did she make an emoji of herself? You're right. Okay, I don't want to get in your way. Bye. Where were we? The table was filled with leaflets, pamphlets, and other things for the attendees. You can click anywhere on the phone to advance the messages. Listen, I am trying to get a little bit of gameplay out of this, so I'm going to pixel perfect click on the portraits to advance the messages only. Probably an app out there with Steins Gate emojis. Let's just see. If I do a quick Google search for Steins Gate emojis, do I get any? Steins Gate emojis. Oh, yeah. There are a whole bunch. Okabe with drinking a coffee is now my go-to. Cute. Well, I guess I don't want to spoil the reveal of any in the game, so I will not go down further. You can change the message by clicking on the arrows left and right of the message. How do you do that? Wait, what? Maybe it's later for other messages that have other options. My eyes wandered to the pamphlets. Nakabachi, Theory and Genealogy of Pseudoscience. This pamphlet was for Professor Izaki's seminar. The Nakabachi Theory. The paper he'd announced in Russia. That paper held the key to creating a real time machine. I like that this is such a generic like logo that you would actually see on like a college lecture pamphlet. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've seen something similar since my college's colors were green and white. Also, what happened to my orange cursor? That's lame. On that day, July 28th, Nakabachi had stolen the paper from Kurisu, his own daughter, and left with it. I knew that. Only Nakabachi and I knew that. I flipped through the pamphlet. It was a brief introduction to the many forms of pseudoscience and fake scientific discoveries that had emerged since the start of the 20th century. On its own, it did make for interesting reading. And at the end of the pamphlet, the Nakabachi theory was introduced as nothing more than another entry into that long list of fakes. So his time machine theory had been completely ignored by the academic world. I mean, it obviously doesn't get ignored at some point if it causes World War III. All the glory, fame, and power he'd wanted so badly that he was willing to get rid of his own daughter, he didn't get any of it. So there's still some solace in this world line. and I'd heard rumors that after the announcement, he'd been imprisoned in a Russian lab. To make it funnier, he thought he was getting VIP treatment. For a short time, there were essays and interviews in bogus academic journals. Even there, it was obvious it had all gone to his head. The ironic thing was that the Nakabachi theory was completely correct and completely revolutionary. It's weird that Okabe doesn't call it a different theory name in his own head, right? Like Kurasu's theory. The Russian government was worried about it leaking, and the SVR was doing everything it could to keep it under wraps. The who? The what? Foreign Intelligence Service of the Russian Federation, abbreviated as CBP in Russian. Why do we call it SVR? Russia's External Intelligence Agency. After the dissolution of the KGB, the SVR was established, modeled after the KGB's first chief directorate, which was in charge of foreign intelligence. Their HQ is located in Moscow. There are other intelligence agencies in Russia, as well as the main directorate of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, and the Federal Security Service. Each of them has their own territory. Okay. Little lore history lessons for you there. But under the surface, there was a full-scale information war beginning over the paper. Russia and an information war? I don't believe it. This game truly is fiction. The time traveler from 2036, John Titor, had told me so, which meant it had to be true. What does the game do for this? A self-proclaimed time traveler from 2036 who appeared on the American Internet Message Board in November of 2000. The internet went into an uproar after Titor's appearance. Wait, so in this world line, Titor appeared in the 2000s. People were flooding the board with questions and debate. Titor went on to post pictures of his time machine and its operation manual, as well as diagrams illustrating the time machine mechanics. He also disclosed information on near-future events, time travel physics, history interference, the multiverse, timelines, and world lines. And then 4 months after his initial appearance, he left a comment saying, "I'll be leaving this world line shortly, and this is my final post," and then disappeared. There's so many world lines, I'm just getting them all jumbled up in my head. You know? Just like Okabe, wow! Sorry, I had to laugh at my own joke there. Was World War III really going to happen? There was no point in thinking about it. I mean, at some point World War III is going to happen, right? Just a little more before the drugs kicked in. I closed my eyes. He was getting anxious thinking about World War III and everything. Makes sense. Several hours later, the convention was going well. After Professor Izaki's seminar, most of the students from my university went home, but I killed some time and came back. Yeah, I know Suzuha's a reference to the real John Titor. It's pretty cool. After my killed time and came back, I wanted to hear the lecture. I headed to the hall with plenty of time to spare and saw Maho coming from the staff room. She was with a very tall foreigner. Was that Alexis? Why do all adult males in this game look the exact same? Alexis looks exactly like Luca's dad and Ferris's dad, but with now blonde hair. And his skin being that pale looks kind of weird. He's got like wrinkles in his head, face like it's like he's actually made out of paper. I mean, I'm not really one to talk being super pale myself, but good lord, man. Hey, I'm wearing a similar outfit to him. I guess all the adult males in this game kind of wear the same outfit too, right? Standard sport coat, gray undershirt. Although I think a gray undershirt does not match well with the black sports coat, but I mean, what do I know? That's just what Okabe wears, so I'm rocking it. Didn't seem like an American name, but maybe he was an immigrant like Kurisu, or at least descended from one. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the look on their faces were so serious I couldn't help but listen. Since they were both speaking in English, I could barely make out any of it, but I could tell from their voices it wasn't a pleasant chat. Did I just hear the word Makise? I hated I couldn't speak English. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have taken more English lessons. Wait, so Okabe's goal is to go to Kurisu's American University and he can't fucking speak English? What's he been doing? What does he think he's gonna do? He's gonna transfer to this school and then he's gonna be like, every time he gets to a class, he's gonna be like, damn, I wish I could read? What? The two of them walked into the waiting room for lecturers. It was located right next to the UPX theater. I put together the few fragments I was able to understand. Fire at Kurisu's house. Miss Makise is alright. Robbery. The police called off the investigation. Why was the FBI there? It doesn't make sense. I think that's what they were saying. Kurisu's house? Did they mean where she lived in America? Her mother should still live in America. Is that where the fire was? And words like robbery and investigation being called off. I want to know more. I stood there and worried until it was time for the lecture to begin. With nothing else to do, I went inside. I could tell earlier by looking at the size of the crowd going inside, but it was a very high-energy crowd. High energy? In a university lecture hall? I don't know about high energy. Plus, there's a lot of empty seats. Is our artist getting lazy? SMH. All the characters do have a unique hairstyle. I'd like peruse the crowd real quick to see if I could find any duplicates. And I guess these two are kind of similar, but that's about it. And these two-ish. Well, I just pointed out the two that are behind me on the webcam, so you can't see them anyway. The atmosphere was clearly different than the Izaki seminar, which was mostly students there for credit. Nothing like forcing kids to go to a lecture to really bring the enthusiasm and people paying attention to the lecture, I always say. The place was nearly full with a crowd of scientists and people who wanted to learn about the cutting-edge technology. Victor Condria, Jesus, Kyler, fuck you. Condria's researchers had published a slate of papers in Science recently, and had gotten a lot of media attention. Maybe that was why. Were there any empty seats? I found a single empty seat at the edge. I mean, there's a lot of empty seats, but sure. But when I looked at who was sitting next to it, I moaned. You? Moeka was there. She was speaking to no one, just typing endlessly into her phone. How come she doesn't have a smartphone? We do. Especially if she's a big texter. Why didn't she upgrade? I'd once named her Shining Finger because of her incredible typing speed, and she was as fast as ever. Who was she talking to? I didn't want to imagine. I quickly turned away and looked for another seat. The doctor reached the podium almost the exact instant I sat down. God, even in the CGs, he looks like there's something wrong with him. But also disturbing is that his coat is now, or his suit jacket is now another color. What? She's got a robe on now, or like a sciencey lab coat on. Oh, there's a banana on his banana product. That's funny. his MacBook. But when they saw the tiny girl come up next to him, the applause faded into confused murmurs. Maho must have expected this. Her expression didn't change in the slightest as she stood next to the professor. In fact, when she took the microphone from the professor and looked around the theater, she looked like she belonged.
Ladies and gentlemen.
First, he began to speak in English. When he made eye contact with Maho, she began to interpret. Banana replaces apple in this world line. Maybe it's not so bad.
Thank you for attending
皆
this
さん
seminar.
本日は私のセミナーに集まってくださって感謝します
I like that they very clearly had a Japanese man speaking English there for a second. Before just having Maho replace his voice entirely. But like they didn't even get an American to speak English there. Everyone, thank you for coming to the seminar.
I am Alexis
ビクトル・コンドリア大学脳科学研究所の
My name is Alexis, and I'm with the VCU Brain
脳
Science
信号処理
Institute.
システム
My specialty is brain signal processing systems and artificial intelligence theory.
そして私は
And
助手の
I'm
ヒ
his
アジョマホで
assistant,
す
Maho.
同
I'm
じく
also a
脳科学
researcher at the
研究所で
Institute.
教授の指導に沿って
Working
研
under the
究をしてい
professor,
ます
I'm glad to meet
よ
you
ろしく
all. Hi, Mohammed. Welcome to the stream, man. You're gonna enjoy him in this line? Oh, okay. Is he like a major character? I kind of was assuming he'd only be relevant for this lecture. The audience started murmuring again. The same way I responded when I met her. Well, that'll happen, yeah.
Now, without further ado,
では
I'd
早
like
速
to
ですが
introduce some of
私たちの
our
最先端
I'd
研
like to
究
get
の
right
裏を
into
ご
it by
紹介し
introducing
ます
some of the cutting-edge research we're doing.
I know today's theme
テーマ
is
は
revolution.
人工知能革命
The
としま
topic
して
we're
は
discussing today is
これ
the
からデモン
artificial
ストレーション
intelligence
するシステ
revolution,
ムは
but I think the
おそ
system
ら
we're
く
going to
皆さん
demonstrate
の
today
想像
goes
を超え
beyond
たもので
anything
は
you've
ないか
ever
と思ってい
imagined.
ます
It's also known as AI. AI appears in all sorts of ways, from control systems with self-learning abilities to programs processing human-like thinking routines. Due to all of these new advances, the definition has gradually moved away from its original form and sees a much wider use. Does it? How has the term AI evolved? I mean, I guess it just always kind of assumed it was like a human computer, right? FBI is an American police organization. 30,000 people work for the FBI. Wow. I already kind of know that one, so we'll skip that. It's not as interesting yet or funny. The doctor stood in front of the laptop that had been placed on the podium and started to type.
This terminal here is
この
connected
パソコン
to
です
one
が
of the supercomputers.
研
The
究
English
所の
voice
スーパー
actor
コン
said
ピュ
this
ーターの
terminal
一つ
here.
と接続されています
Man. He means this computer is linked to one of the supercomputers in our labs.
ああまだプロジェクターには映さないで
Oh, don't turn on the projector just yet. I have to change my wallpaper for a safe for work setting for this computer and make sure that all videos that were playing on my computer are no longer playing before we put this up on the big screen. Thank you. One of the staffers was about to display the laptop screen on the front projector. Some kind of important program must have been booting up, because Maho stopped them.
Sorry,
す
this
み
is
ま
all
せ
still in
んま
development.
だ開発途中な
We
んです
haven't had time to develop much
非
of
常に
mine.
美的センスのないプ
Technically,
ロ
the
グラム
opponent in
が
Pog isn't AI, and that's very different. I mean, it's Pong is AI is still the same thing. It's just not as intelligent. It's still a human computer trying to it's still a an intelligence trying to calculate things on the fly and react to stimuli. It's just very basic. I mean, obviously, yeah, it's not like the same level as like a Siri or something, but yeah. Sorry, this program isn't complete yet. The screen's filled with programs that aren't very pretty to look at.
Honestly,
こんなチープなプログ
I'd
ラム
rather
を見ら
let
れ
you
る
see
の
me
は恥ず
naked
か
than
し
let you
い
see these lousy
裸を見
programs.
られるよりもね
make it here. Any engineers out there?
この中にエンジニアの方がいるなら
If there are any engineers in the audience, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Yeah, guys. You You know what he's talking about, you engineers in the crowd. Right? Got him! It was a funny joke. In real life, like, all of my friends are engineers, so sometimes they'll start talking about shit like this, and I'll just be like... a lot of my best friends are all engineers. I have a degree in psychology, so... I don't know what he's talking about. Some of the audience got the professor's joke and laughed. Haha! We got him. Good jokes.
Anyway, what are the
起動するまでの間
While it's booting
こ
up,
の
I'll
シ
go
ス
over
テ
the
ム全
basic
体
idea
の
of the
概略を
system.
説明しましょう
Why wouldn't you have this preloaded, Professor? What were you doing? You should have been on the podium 15 minutes before the lecture, turning on your computer and getting everything set up. Unprofessional. Because that's the kind of stuff I would always do before my lectures or seminars. Or, I guess, not real seminars, but presentations or anything like that. Like at work, if I've ever had to do anything, I've always been like the first one there and already have my shit set up so people don't have to awkwardly wait while I load up everything. Because I'm a professional. There was another projector in the center of the stage. A diagram appeared on its screen. And at the top of the diagram was a Japanese translation for the general audience. I always like when this stuff is still in English. An analysis of memory-related nerve impulses in the temporal lobe. So this guy is basically going to be like, I'm going to guess here that he's like got a primitive version of the time leap thing that Kurosu is able to easily create herself. It takes a whole team to create the things that Kurosu could do, like normally. An electrical signal or stimulus that travels through the nerve cell of an organism has the ability to quickly transmit information between tissues. The patch translates the CGs. Oh, that's nice. A region of this cerebrum located on the side of the brain. It controls memory, judgment, emotion, restraint, hearing, and more. It's also used for accessing the hippocampus, which is located in the limbic system. This is outdated. We don't have one location in the brain that controls memory, but, you know, whatever. I knew that title well. In fact, I was sure I could never forget it. It was the title of an essay written by a 17-year-old genius and published in Science. Science. But she had completely analyzed the nerve impulse patterns that govern human memory and used that to digitize memories into data. She had used that to invent the time leap machine in front of my eyes. Though none of that actually happened anymore.
We've actually been
サイエンス誌に掲載
This
された
paper
ので
appeared in
ご存知
Science,
の方もいるで
which
しょ
I
う
assume is the title of the magazine Kurosu was published in. What a basic-ass title. So I'm sure some of you have seen this before.
It was proposed by a very
こ
talented
れは
Japanese member of
This theory
私た
was
ちのチームにい
proposed
た
and finalized by a
天才
brilliant
的な
Japanese
日本
member
人
of our
研究
team.
者によって提唱され完成
human memories are
人
stored
間
in
の
the
記憶は
cerebral
Ah, she paused there. So she must be friends
とり
with
わけ
Kurosu
即
then,
答
yeah.
用に記録されますいわゆるフラッシュメモリみたい
Cerebral cortex, the gray-colored external layer of the human brain. The cerebral cortex is only a few millimeters thick, but consists of over 10 billion neurons in countless layers. And it's the central core governing sensation, movement, and mental activity. Different parts of the cerebral cortex handle different functions.
なもの
Human memories are stored in the cerebral cortex, particularly the temporal lobe. It's a lot like flash memory.
The part of the temporal lobe
そのメモリに記憶を書
The
き
part
込
of the
んだり
brain that
読
reads
み
and
出し
writes
たり
this
するの
flash
が
memory is called
即答用にある
the
回路分解という
parahippocampal
部位になり
gyrus.
ます
Big science stuff. The region of the brain surrounding the hippocampus. The hippocampus is the part of the brain that controls memories and spatial recognition, while the parahippocampal gyrus is in charge of spatial reasoning and the sensation of familiarity. It also plays an important role in memory encoding and retrieval. The doctor pointed to the diagrams of the brain and hippocampus on the screen.
The brain works by
No,
transmitting electrical signals.
ニューロン
The
と呼ばれ
brain
る
functions
細胞
by
の
sending
間を
electrical
電
signals
気信
between
号が
cells
伝わ
called
っていくこと
neurons.
で働いてい
Actually,
ま
now
す
that I think about it, I wonder if the translations here are written differently than what, because the English voice actor is like always saying like a totally different script. So I wonder if the mod that I installed that changes the CG just changes the dialogue enough to like not like overlap with what the guy's saying.
What we call memories
記
are
憶と
just
いうの
those
も
Memories are actually just the transmission of these electrical
そういった
signals,
電
and
気
it's
信
the
号の伝わりの一つなのです。
parahippocampal gyrus
そ
that
の
controls them.
働きを制御しているのが海馬妨害と言ってもいいでしょう。
Neuron is a nerve cell. It transfers information in the brain. You're welcome.
In other words,
つまり
In other words,
電気信
memories
号
are
が
created
海
by
馬
passing
妨害で
electrical
出入り
signals
すること
in
で
and out of the
記憶
parahippocampal
は作
gyrus.
られていくんですね。
Say that 5 times fast. Jesus.
that was a foundation
そこ
for
で
Chris
マ
Marquez.
キセ・クリスは
So, Makise Kurisu,
この論文を書
the
いた日
Japanese
本
student
人
who
研
wrote
究者
this
です。
paper, wouldn't they all know? Like, wasn't this like a well-established article?
And excuse me, I mean, Ms. Marquez, one of
マ
our
キセ
researchers.
研
Miss
究
Makise
員
came
は
up
考
with an
えました。
idea. Yeah, Maho is getting very upset, like, that we keep talking about Kurisu. She must, the argument she was having with the doctor before the lecture must have been something about him, maybe he's trying to take credit for this, or that she just didn't want to, like, do the lecture on Makise's paper.
You see here, electrical signals, signal patterns,
The
海馬
electrical
妨害を
signals
通る
passing
電気
through
信
the
号が
gyrus
電気信号
determine
の
signal
パターンと
patterns
大脳皮
and
質
the
の
cerebral cortexes. Maho started to have trouble with her interpreting. She was getting confused. No matter how good you were with languages, interpreting for a long period of time had to be difficult. I'd once read an article on the internet that said even a professional can't do it for more than 20 minutes. International conferences and live broadcasts from overseas were actually handled by a team of people switching on and off. Or maybe, was she having trouble because Kurisu's name came up? The doctor saw she was having trouble and cut himself off.
すみません。
I'm sorry,
Ms. Marquez focused on the patterns
マキセ
entering
研
and
究員は
exiting the
Makise
海馬
focused on
妨
the
害
pattern
を
of
出入りす
electrical
る電気
signals
信
going
号
in
の
and
パ
out
ターン
of
に
the
着目
gyrus.
し
by analyzing those
そのパターン
By
が
analyzing the pattern, she was able to get complete data on which memory in the cerebral cortex it
解
corresponded
析
to.
を行って完全なデータを
this data allows her
これ
to
によって
predict the
I wish we kind of got to
記
see
憶という
more
曖昧で
of
アナログなものを
Makise being like
電気信号の
brilliant
パターンの
scientist
組み合
girl,
わせというデジタ
but
ル
I
なものに
understand that a
変
lot
換
of
する
that is also probably, since it's like fictional science, would be harder for them to like really elaborate on without the risk of like plot holes or anything. If they like really go into detail about it, but I do kind of wish we got to see more of her being like, yeah, like more of who she is as like a brain scientist and stuff. I mean, we briefly kind of see it when she's inventing the time leap machine, but that would have been cool to see her like studying this kind of stuff in like flashbacks or whatever. Hey, Demir. Nice to see you started playing Zero. I tried to watch, but you had to take a break. It became too sad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Will this be like the 19th game I cry on during stream? Who knows? There's been a few. But don't worry, Demir, we can be sad together if you stay tuned for all of my Steins Gate streams. This created the basic theory that lets us take the vague analog thing we call memories and turn them into a digital combination of electrical signals.
Ms. Marquez published her
これ
research
が
in several journals.
サイエンス誌
The
に掲
result
載
was
さ
her
れた
paper,
彼女の
which you
論
saw
文
in
で
the
す。
Science magazine. It's more sad than the OG. Well, I'm sure, yeah. It takes place in the traumatic timeline for trauma Okabe. Of course it'll be sadder. But I feel like that will make it more compelling. Sometimes you like to, sometimes you just gotta breathe in the depression and the sadness. Sometimes that makes for a good story.
And now, based on her theory,
そして現
our
在
team has
And right now, our
私たち
team
の
is
チーム
using
は
that theory to create a system
その
to
理
turn
論
a
をもと
person's
に
memories into
人
digital
間の
data.
記憶をデ
Yeah,
ジタル
see.
データとして取得するシステムを
It's like that the Tony Stark thing. Makise Kurisu made this with a microwave in an attic. You can't make this in our lab? A wave of whispers swept across the theater,
In other words,
それはすなわち
which means
this system allows human memories
人間
to
の
be
記憶
we
を
can
コン
store
ピュ
and
ーター
access a
に保存
human's
し
memories on a computer.
それを活用するシステムということになります
The whispers turned into a low roar. I see. So even after her death, Kurisu's research was being carried on. Of course, maybe it was natural that it would be. That was the basic theory for time leaping, which I had proved myself, even if I could never prove it to anyone else in the Alpha World line. My memories had been turned into data and stored on a computer, there was no doubt about that. What the doctor was talking about right now was the basic technology required for that process.
At present, we
現
are
在
attempting to apply
私
There are
たち
two
が行ってい
major
るプロ
projects
ジ
we're
ェク
working
ト
on
は
right now.
the first is
One
主に
uses
2つ
the
です
system for medical
一
applications.
つは医療分野への応用です
The slide on the projector changed. Data transfer, establishing connection, transferring, and writing a backup. This seems like it would be the most basic feature that feels like something we could actually easily do. The data transfer back from computer to person feels like what would be hard. Establishing a connection, transferring, implanting, and overriding seems like really dangerous, like territory. While in the game it's always kind of used, at least in Steins game, it's always kind of used in a normal fashion. This could be like easily lead to some like illegal level of brainwashing shit. So, but like just having your own backup of like your memories uploaded seems like something we could feasibly do within like our lifetimes. But this part seems like pretty fiction. I guess not fiction, but like it seems like there will be a lot of laws against this kind of stuff.
for this application.
こちらは
This project is a joint effort with the psychophysiology lab.
By passing data from
コンピューターに保
The
存し
idea
た記
is
憶
to
デ
use
ー
the
タを
pyrohippocampal gyrus to put memories stored on a
再び
computer
元
back
の
into
脳
the
に書
brain.
き戻すというもので
Incredible!
Someone who looked like a grad student in the front row shouted. The doctor didn't seem particularly put off by the interruption. Maho continued her interpretation.
You don't believe it? I know how
信
you
じ
feel.
がたいです
Incredible,
が
huh?
The same thing if
I
そ
understand
の
how
気
you
持ちは
feel.
理解でき
I
ま
feel the
す
same way in your
私
position.
も皆さんの
But I'm
立場
not
であ
an
れば
idiot.
そう言
I'm
って
out
ほしい
here making shit.
But let me just ask you.
しかし
But we feel this research is making real progress. How wonderful would it be if we could make this work?
これが実用化できれば
I mean, I guess it is. It's like it's different. It's kind of different than Time Leap. Although Time Leap, I definitely feel is the more impressive invention between the two. But I guess the Time Leap is kind of more of a fusion of Okabe's invention, and Kurisu's, which is why it's better. But still, are you gonna explore all the ends because they answer questions from other ends and routes? Yeah, I plan on doing all the ends. I plan on it'll be similar to my Steins Gate streams, if you were there for those.
We could treat
例え
memory
ば
loss in the Android.
One example would be memory problems caused by aging or
アルツハイ
Alzheimer's.
マーなど
This would be a form of
そうしたものへの
symptomatic
対処療法
therapy.
が期待
Treatment intended not to cure the cause of a disease, but to alleviate its symptoms and reduce pain. Painkillers and fever reducers are examples.
できます
You missed the Kurisu end in the OG game? I mean, I guess, but isn't... I was told that the Kurisu end in the OG game was literally just the true end, but, like, up to the credits. Right? I don't think I really missed anything from not doing the Kurisu end and just doing the true end.
anyone's memories could be
患者の記憶をデ
We
ー
could
タとして
automatically
自動
back
的
up a
にバックア
patient's
ップしてい
memories
く
as
のです
data.
even if a memory
記
is
憶が
lost.
失わ
Even
れ
if
た
the
とし
patient
ても
loses their memories, they
そ
can
の
just
都
go to
度
their
PC
PC
に
and
アクセス
reinstall
し
them.
We install
脳
data
内
in
に
the
デー
brain.
タを再インストールすることが可能です
Kurisu End does not have new content. Yeah, so I don't feel like I missed anything by not doing the Kurisu End. If I was playing on Xbox, or this was available through the Xbox app and I could have gotten an achievement, I would have done it. But I'm playing this on Steam, and who gives a fuck about Steam achievements? Literally nobody, because there's no real way to see where your Steam achievements are. Like, let's be real. You can't just, like, pull up your Steam achievements, even if you, like, go to your profile on Steam. Like, there's not even a tab on your profile for, like, your achievements. It's lame. I'm checking right now on my Steam profile. Oh man, I haven't updated my Steam profile in years. Still says I'm a senior at Michigan State University, Lamau. Would you try having your memories put on as data? Yeah, absolutely. I would immediately plug my brain into the Matrix, or the computer. Shift tab and you can see achievements in the game. Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, on Xbox, that's like a central thing. If you look at someone's gamer tag, you can see all their achievements and stuff. And, like, it's same thing with on PlayStation. You can see people's, trophies and things like that. Like, we're directly on their profile. But you kind of, like, gotta go out of your way on somebody's Steam profile to see, like, what their, like, where their achievements are. It's literally just, like, straight up not on the profile. Like, you can see someone's games, their screenshots, videos, the stuff they've uploaded to workshops, reviews, artwork they've submitted, but you, like, just can't see someone's achievements, except for, like, the stuff they've recently played. Which is lame. On the main profile page on the mobile app. Lamau. Using the mobile app for Steam. You only have 29 of 50 achievements for Darling. Is that true? Whoops. Don't care, baby. If it was on Xbox, though, I'd get those achievements. Did you hear that? Mages, port your game to Xbox. Put it on Game Pass. I'll get all the achievements. Easy. But yeah, now, back to Guy's question. Would I upload my brain to the computer? 100%. Almost immediately would I submit my, I would wait for, like, the first update, right? I'd wait for the first patch to come out. Like, I guess I would upload my memory on, like, Memory Uploader 1.1. I wouldn't do it on 1.0. Like, I would wait a little bit. Wait to kind of see what happens to other people. So, like, all the people that, like, get fucking, turned into a vegetable from, like, getting their brain sucked out of their head when they upload it into the computer. I'd let the bumps wear out, I guess, but then I would do it. So I would be a pretty early adopter, but I wouldn't be the earliest adopter of uploading my memories to a computer. But yeah, I would be about it pretty quickly. I just love the idea of, like, artificial intelligence and I mean, maybe it's because I'm too much of a fan of, like, sci-fi and stuff, but sci-fi is my favorite, like, genre, right? So I've always loved the idea of, like, that living computer that you can kind of, like, that is, like, almost like a friend and an assistant to you. You know, I think, like, I guess the kind of example that everyone would know is, like, Jarvis from the early Iron Man movies, where he's just, like, walking around his house and he's, like, telling Jarvis to do shit, and Jarvis, like, actually responds and has dialogue with him and stuff. I've always thought that is the coolest shit. my favorite archetype character in games is the like AI companion, right? Like Cortana in Halo, Iba in Somnium Files, Jarvis from Iron Man. I love the like AI companion characters, like the living computer that just kind of knows everything and like helps you out. My favorite archetype character. So I would love for that kind of shit to be real, and like to plug my brain into the computer to like get to that step would be awesome. I would do it right away. Anyway, my small tangent. Hey Magneta. First impressions, I like it so far. I think it's good. You're scared of having your data recorded on technology for private reasons? I don't really have too much privacy, I guess. Maybe because I stream so much, I feel like everyone kind of sees a lot about me anyway. So I'm not too worried about that kind of stuff. But yeah, the thing I would kind of be concerned about is like downloading my memories. How would that fuck me up? Because I feel like that's something we'd never really get right. I would definitely upload my memory right away, but I would definitely be a bit more hesitant about downloading it and overriding my current conscious. But I would upload my memory right away. But the receiving would be a bit more weird, because yeah, I would be wary of like brainwashing and like how is that going to change me as a person and stuff. Maho is the shortest character. Yeah, but she's a adorable little gremlin. Doctor, load my memory to the Steam cloud. Yeah. So I can be one with my game saves. So yeah, they could just go to their PC and reinstall their memories. Sure. I mean, yeah, if I had Alzheimer's, I mean, what do I have to lose? I would fucking... yeah. Do that. We think this would be a way to stop memory loss. Hey, it's that girl from Three Houses. Maho? Which girl from Three Houses? Do you think, like Scythia? Also, what's up, AK? Don't disrespect. I mean, there's no disrespect with a comparison to Three Houses. I fucking love Three Houses. 200 hours in Three Houses, baby. The god one that lets you rewind time. Sothis? Yeah. Alright, fair enough. Modify my brain so everything I eat goes to... okay. Anyway. Heritage she looks like sucks. How dare you? I like Sothis. She has also got that gremlin energy. Sothis is the creator god in Fire Emblem Three Houses. She's also like a... looks like a character's very similar to this, has like the super long hair and is very small. Imagine worshipping a god for centuries and when you see her, she's just this gremlin. Yeah. The game kind of implies, though, that she just looks like a gremlin because she doesn't have all of her powers, and that adult Byleth is kind of what Sothis actually looks like. Which is, again, why female Byleth is the superior choice. Because male Byleth does not make sense for that storyline, but whatever. In the end, we hope to make memory data stored on your PC constantly accessible via the parahippocampal gyrus, which would also be dope. God, I would love to be able to access my PC from my brain wirelessly. I mean, basically you can with your phones now, but how cool would it be to just be like... and pull up your files.
So if the blame were to
This would mean that if brain functionality was lost, for example, if the brain was badly damaged
脳
or
が激
atrophied.
しく損傷
The system of essentially
そのような状態でも
Brain
変
functionality
わ
could
らず
still
脳
be
機能を維
maintained.
持できます
Why did he say assistant of the century? Did the background dialogue just kind of spoil this for me? It says if the brain had atrophied a bit. If they didn't cremate Kurisu's body, we get some disturbing but cool results from that.
think of it like an
あたか
external
も
hard drive.
外部
It
ス
would
ト
be
レー
like
ジ
a
と同
form
じ
of
ように
external storage. A data storage unit that can be detached from a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device. Some examples include external hard drives and flash drives. A strange feeling gripped the hall. Part of it was shock and the feeling that they were witnessing the announcement of incredible technology. Part of it was skepticism that a system like this could ever actually work. Part of it was revulsion at the idea of playing around with a human brain like that. No way, that would be dope. Mess around with the human brain, scientists. Come on, this game takes place in like 2015. I should have had my fucking sci-fi computer brain uploader 7 years ago. An excitement born of all these things passed from one member of the crowd to another. The doctor raised his hand to encourage questionnaires.
I'm seeing some of you have questions.
どうやら2つ目の
Looks
プ
like I
ロ
need
ジ
to
ェ
take
クトをお
questions
話しす
before we
る
move
前
on
に
to the next project.
質問を受け付けないといけないようですね
I'll answer as many as I can.
Hey, Sash
でき
Gaming.
る範囲でお答えしますどうぞ
Welcome. I'll answer anything I can. Go ahead. We had all this, but Okabe changed the world. Bruh. The most depressing world line. Many hands were raised. I could tell there was a wide age range of people interested, both young and old, raising their hand. The doctor pointed to a questioner. This was the first question. Sampling would be required when digitalizing analog memories. Does that mean any information would get lost? Oh man, okay, what is this? The act of taking data at regular intervals. The professor nodded as he listened to the question in Japanese and began to respond in English when the speaker had finished. Maybe he was able to understand Japanese, but not speak it.
Let
そ
me
の
interpret
質
that.
問を言い
To
換
put
え
your
ると
question another way,
You're talking about attempting to
オーケストラの
you're
生
saying
演奏
that
を
when you're saving a live
生のデータ
recording
に
of
保
an
存する際
best
生演奏の全てを完璧に記録することはでき
orchestra
ない
as a WAV file, it's impossible to record everything. I don't know why I got so stumbled over that word.
That's certainly a concern.
確かに
That's a good
そ
question.
の懸念は
And
あ
it's
り
one
ま
of the
す
biggest problems facing our
現在
research.
の研究で
Addressing right now. Now, if the intercerebral network
脳
is
内の
simple,
ネット
If
ワ
the
ークが
network within the brain
Sync
consisted
data
simply of
transfers
neurotransmitters
on
turning on and off, that is, exchanging binary data,
二
the
進
problem
数
would be
的に
simple.
データのやり取りをしているので
The
あれば
the professor, the doctor speaking in English in the middle of this, like, throws off my, like, reading of the dialogue. Because, like, I'm trying to read the dialogue, because most of the time when the characters are speaking Japanese, I can just kind of, like, tune it out, because it's not like I know what the fuck the Japanese means. So, like, when I'm reading the subtitles or the text or whatever, it's fine. Like, they can be talking in the background and I can just not really listen. But when he starts talking in English and I'm reading, I, like, get caught up on random fucking words, because I'm hearing English words in my head. It's super weird. It's hard to explain, I guess. Hey, Freeman. How's it going, man? Welcome to the stream.
after all, that's
それ
how
は
our computer.
That would be the
Digital
exact same
data
thing as the
と同じことだ
computer's
からです
digital data.
Unfortunately, intercerebral
しかし
transmission
実
just
際
But
に
we
は
know that the
伝達物
neurotransmitters
質
and
や
electrical
電気信号
signals,
は
signals form an
脳内
analog
でア
network
ナロ
within
グ
the
的
brain.
に変化することが分かっています
So at present,
この
the
問
best
題に
solution
関
The
しては
only way we have to deal with this
今のと
problem
こ
right
ろ
now is to
よ
sample
り
at a
高
higher
い
rate.
サンプリングレートでデータをサンプルする方法しか手段を持っていません
By the way, I guess... I assume my audio sounds fine over the dialogue of this game, or do I need to mess with any of the settings?
In musical teams, you
音
could
楽の
say
話
To
で言え
continue
ば
our music example,
44.8
instead of sampling at 44.1 kilohertz,
kHz
kilohertz is
I don't know enough about
48
music,
kilohertz
we'd sample at 48
96
kilohertz. And
kilohertz
instead
で
of
サンプリング
48,
す
we'd
る
use
といっ
96.
た具合です
It's still digital data.
I'm not musically talented, I don't know what this
デジ
means.
タルでありな
This
がら
allows us to recreate something very close to the original analog data digitally. Little by little, the mood in the room was turning to disappointment. Uh-oh. Kurosu's not here to finish this research. People were beginning to wonder if this was just a pretty theory that wouldn't work. More questions came. All of the questioners were skeptical of the professor's theory, and many of them seemed to be outright challenging him. I started to get upset. This was the doctor's research, but it was also Kurosu's. I knew better than anyone that it worked, and the sight of so many people refusing to give it a chance infuriated me. Were these people really scientists? I tried to keep myself under control and look back toward the podium. This is also how you know he's traumatized, because not even too many months ago, Okabe would have stood up in the middle of the lecture hall and been like, "You fraud!" Was she mad? She certainly looked disappointed. We can't tell because I don't get to see her sprite change at all. The doctor was polite with the rude questioners, acknowledging the problems with her theory, but she was very different. Her anger was starting to seep into her interpreting, too. I felt kind of a kinship with her. The questions and answers session continued. Does he not, like, ask his own question? From a medical standpoint, this is reckless. It's absolutely impossible to rewrite digital data back into the brain. It's insane. I read this essay in Science, and I have to say, I don't believe it. Especially since the lead author was just some 17-year-old girl. Oh, here we go. This is where Okabe will say something. And she was 18? It was legal? That was something I couldn't ignore. Listen. Objection!
Huh?
Oh, that's cute. I like this art. That's pretty cool. Hey, see what a matchy looks. Except he's got like a sweater vest, but I don't own a sweater vest. So I don't have it. But I like her derpy look here. What? The two people on the stage and the entire audience all turned toward me at once. No pen? Well, you wouldn't even be able to see my pen anyway because of how I have the webcam cropped. How do you know it won't work when you haven't even tried? The world's full of technologies that people never thought would work. But they exist now because people overcame their problems. Criticism alone doesn't help. He should stay in line. Also, this would embarrass the hell out of me. What? Standing up and yelling in the middle of a lecture? That would be hard to do. Yeah. I could definitely, like, ask a question, like, with my vocal disapproval. Like, but I would have to, like, raise my hand and be called on. Like, I would... I would raise my hand and be like, I disagree with the previous questioner. Like, this absolutely could still work. Like, I would do something like that, but I wouldn't, like, stand up and be like, no! Like, I would still be professional about it. I wouldn't have the guts to, like, stand right up and be like, hey! Oh, no, you can actually ask a question? But that embarrassed me? What, dressing like a character from an anime visual novel? I can't relate. That doesn't embarrass me at all, because I have no shame. No saying objection? Oh. I think I could do that. But I guess I would have to phrase it differently. I would be like, I object to that, or something. But I think I would first default to I disagree, yeah. The whole theater is silent. I didn't regret standing up.
あなた
You. On the stage, Maho was staring at me in shock. And as for the doctor, I saw a flash of white teeth as our eyes met. He looks like a statue!
Awesome. He's very
Awesome. He's really something. He started to applaud. Why is he applauding? That just makes this embarrassing. Your deductions are fiction. What's that from? Is that also? Ace Attorney? Oh wait, no, yeah, that's Danganronpa. That's what I thought. That was like a counter statement. I've done No That's Wrong before. But that's about as like chuny as I get. Awesome, he's really something, the professor says. Maho translated the professor's words for me to hear. But a scientist must remain calm at all times.
The only time when it is
The only time you're allowed to yell is when your experiment succeeds and you say,
We did it!
We did it!
And that should be enough.
That's all you need, he says.
だそうですよ。
すみません。
I'm sorry. I bet you that "we did it" line is gonna pay off at some point in the game. I lowered my head and sat down. I thought I was calm, but I guess I let my emotions get away from me. I hadn't grown up at all in the past 6 months. If Kurisu was here, she'd make fun of me again. Oh no, there's gonna be a lot of sad reflections on that too, aren't there? I could feel the rest of the audience staring at me coldly. It hurt. If I could have left, I would have wanted to, but I was too interested in hearing what the rest of the doctors had to say.
And anyway, moving on.
Alright, moving on.
Oh, first.
Demo.
But first,
その前に勇敢な
how about a round of
彼に
applause
拍手を
for our
お願い
brave
します
audience member? Oh god. Oh no, please no.
Men like him are.
彼のような挑戦者
Challengers
こ
like
そが
him are the ones who
科
advance
学を進
science
歩
and
させ
come up with amazing
あっ
theories.
と驚くような理論を作り上
He may even become the
彼
third
ならきっと
Einstein.
He may be capable of
第
becoming
三
the
の
third
アインシュタインになれるかも
Einstein.
しれませんね
The second Einstein, of course,
ちなみに
demised rightly.
By the
第
way,
二のアイン
the
シュタ
second
インは
Einstein is my little
こ
assistant
こに
here.
いるちょっとこうるす変なこと言うのはやめて
Hey,
くださ
stop
い
messing around, Professor. The audience chuckled.
さて
Now,
こ
I'm
こ
going
で
to take
私
a
は
break
しば
from
らく
interpreting.
通訳をお休みさせていただきますこれから
The next
私よ
interpreter
りも
is far
優
better
秀
than
な
I
通
am.
訳が登場しますこれが
This
私
is our
たちの
second
チームが
project, and the one we're putting
今
most of our
最も
efforts
力を
towards.
入れている2つ目のプロジェクト
What were some of the things? Oh, Einstein, yeah. We all know who Einstein is.
アマデウスシステムです
The Amadeus system. Ooh. AI companion. When she finished speaking, Maho walked to the back of the stage. Me as a VTuber. As at the doctor's signal, the PC screen was displayed on the projector. And then I heard a voice.
皆さん初めて
Nice to meet you, everyone. Interesting she still has her normal outfit on the computer. Maho VTuber is real. Maho, excuse me. The murmuring got louder than before, but it felt more uncertain than surprised. On the screen, I could see a detailed 3D model of Maho, the girl who'd just been interpreting.
ちなみにこれは
By the way,
映画などで
this
有名な
model was made by the famous
DrinkWorks
DrinkWorks
スタジオに作
Studios.
成してもら
You've
ったモ
probably
デル
seen
で
their
す
movies. An American film production company that primarily produces CGI animated movies. I assume that's DreamWorks, yeah. Is DreamWorks still making stuff? I feel like they've kind of fallen off. Or maybe I've just grown up. Oh yeah, no, they shut up. They shut down. Oof. Yeah, back in 2015, they reported a loss of $263 million. Looks like they were acquired by, of course, Disney. Because what isn't owned by Disney? Oh, never mind. They're owned by NBC Universal. So they shut down in 2015, and the rights to all of their stuff was bought by NBC Universal, and now NBC Universal has them creating content under their original DreamWorks name. Random tangent. Maho chimed in from the back of the stage. The voice was done by a Japanese company, Yamana, using my voice samples. That's also an instrument, a real company, right? It starts with a Y. Yamaha, is it? Right? Yamaha, yeah. Japanese multinational corporation. That makes, like, music and stuff. This was CG. It sure looked real. The professor said something into the laptop's microphone. And then the model on the screen opened its mouth. I'm Maho. To be precise, I'm being based on the Maho who existed 78 hours and 22 minutes ago. If you listen carefully, you might be able to hear something slightly off. But it sounded far more human than any other artificial voice I'd ever heard. Some artificial voices are getting pretty good nowadays. Like, I think, other than inflection, which, I mean, obviously AIs can't really reproduce yet, they sound pretty accurate. Sorry about that. I've been listening to your questions, and I was wondering why the professor didn't introduce me earlier. I thought for a while that the professor has a bit of a mean streak in him. You got that right. The Maho on the screen spoke with a slightly irritated expression. See ya, Joshu. Thanks for stopping by, man. And the Maho by the wall nodded in agreement. I kind of wish they had some of these, like, being animated models. Like, it would actually be kind of funny if her introduction was like a VTuber and was, like, bouncing around off screen and stuff. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. That would actually be kind of cool. But then again, the game would also have to get, like, 100% louder for it to be an actual VTuber. I should just start screaming like a VTuber on all my streams. The doctor smiled. What was going on here? What part of this was their biggest project? The rest of the audience didn't seem to have any more of a clue than I did. Many of you are wondering whether it's possible to extract a human's memories as data, save them, and use them. You're wondering if that's really something we can do. So I'll put this question to you. If not, what am I?
私は
I'm based off data that was extracted from Maho's brain 78 hours and 23 minutes ago. What did she say? The professor said something else in rapid English and asked the Maho on the screen to translate. But if she was the right word, hesitated and went silent. I looked at the real Maho, and she was responding the exact same way.
教授、今のは
Professor, is it alright if...
教授、今の
Professor, is it alright if I report that sexual harassment to the university?
でもいいでしょうか
The doctor laughed cheerfully and responded to her. The conversation was quick in English, and over half the audience couldn't understand. The real Maho sighed and took back the microphone.
教授はです
Oh,
ね
the professor. He told the Amadeus system, which is based off my memories, to answer a question.
私
It was,
いつ頃までその
stuff like, how old was I when I stopped taking baths with my dad?
初恋はいつだ
Or
った
when did I
かと
first
か
fall in love?
何でも答えられ
He
る
said
だろう
any of those questions should be answerable.
ああもうそれ以上通訳しなくていい
Please, you don't have to translate anymore.
恥ずかしいからやめてくれない
Would you stop? It's embarrassing. I'm not answering any questions like that.
私はそういう質問には一切答えないわよ
The professor's face. He thought it was funny. Those are some dad level jokes. The professor said something else, and the Maho on the screen groaned and turned away.
クレジットカードの番号なんてもっと
I'm definitely not telling you my credit card number.
あと
I don't even remember what kind of pajamas I was wearing a week ago.
覚えてるわけないです
What was this? It was so natural I couldn't tell at first, but this was something unbelievable, wasn't it? It felt very different than a typical AI, I could tell that much. It wasn't answering the questions it was given? And because they were embarrassing? Was it programmed to respond like that to certain questions for the purposes of the demonstration? It's possible, but if that conversation wasn't programmed in advance, the rest of the crowd seemed to reach the same conclusion I did. The whispers started to turn into a surprised murmur.
ねえちょっといい加減
Listen,
こ
can
の
you do something about this little troublemaker?
してくれないかしら何をしたいのか理解
I know what he's trying to do, and it's
とに
embarrassing.
かく恥ずかしいわ
The copy of Maho was complaining to the original. It felt like I was watching a pair of twin sisters talking.
いたずらな子
Well,
供
since the little troublemaker, that is the doctor, is having too much fun to explain what's going on here, I
代
will.
わりに私がお話しします
Maho walked back to the professor.
皆さんもう
I
お
think
分かりだ
everyone's
と思い
figured
ま
this
す
out, but
アマデウスは
the Amadeus is deciding on its own what it can and can't talk about, and what it does and doesn't want to talk about.
話したいことと話した私たちは
We haven't programmed any of this info into her at all,
一切施していません
but basically it's making these decisions based off her personality, which has been uploaded to the computer, which is pretty cool. That would be sick. Real-time AI, based off human intelligence, which is actually how AI is made in Halo as well. Fun Halo lore tidbit for you. I knew
彼
it.
女は与えられた私の記憶からそれを独自に判断し
It's using the memories we gave it to make its own autonomous decisions. The Maho on screen suddenly took over.
そしてこれは
There's another thing, which is the exact opposite of the medical applications we discussed. The research team spends a lot of time arguing about this, but
私は
I eventually forget about the unnecessary information.
というか
Or rather, I become unable to access those memories, just like all of you.
皆さんと同じようにです
But I feel like the AI would forget unnecessary info like a lot faster, right?
例えば
For example, the color of the pajamas I wore a week ago. There's no reason I shouldn't know this, but right now I can't remember.
今は思いそのような情報は
That's because this information isn't necessary to survival. The same goes for all of you. That seems like a huge flaw in the AI, though. Like, the AI should be able to, like, be an improved human thinker, right? So it should recall that kind of data. because it should be able to access those types of files. Or memory files, right? Just making a computer clone isn't as useful as, like, a computer clone that's better. Basically, I want the robot master race. So as you can see, the Amadeus memory inputs and outputs are very similar to humans. Yeah, I love AI stories. But like I said, the AI companion character is my favorite character archetype. So I'm hoping we see more of the Amadeus Maho, because I really like that kind of thing. I want the Amadeus on Okabe's phone. This result surprised us too, and we're currently researching it, but we still don't know exactly how it works. As Maho finished up, the doctor took the microphone back, and she resumed interpreting as she continued the lecture.
However, what really surprised us was
Another thing that surprised us is the Amadeus is capable of deliberate lies. Isn't that like defying some robot rule or whatever? Robots can't lie? You got a big storm coming? See, that does sound ominous. By deliberate, I mean it lies of its own free will, not as the result of any programming error. Lies are one method humans use to communicate with one another. And just like humans, Amadeus can use its memories to decide if lying would be best. If so, it'll lie without hesitation. Big hurricane? Well, that's usually the pro of living in the Midwest where I do. You get snowstorms, but you never get anything like natural disaster level. It's very rare to get tornadoes or hurricanes or anything like that in the Midwest. It's not exactly designed to be a robot, to be more human, but that's what I mean. It needs to be the superior combination of the two. It should be human acting, but then also have access to all those irrational memories that most humans wouldn't access. That would be cool. Don't tell her that, Professor. I can't lie without hesitation. I have a conscience, you know.
I'm so sorry, and
The doctor cut off. He seemed to be hesitating. Yeah, because the AI just admitted it had a consciousness. It's time to shut the project down. Maho didn't seem especially surprised by this. Maybe she knew. But the moment passed, and the professor continued. And Maho translated his words like there was nothing shocking about them at all.
this has led us to some interesting conclusions.
As we continue our research, we eventually believe that
For one, we believe it's possible for
Amadeus
Amadeus to
it may be
eventually
possible to give the Amadeus a soul, just like a living human. What is a soul? Does the fact that she has a consciousness not the equivalent to a soul? What do we think? Does she need a soul? I don't think so. I was stunned. A soul? Should one of the leading brain scientists in the world really be using a word with such a vague definition?
In other words, through artificial intelligence.
This would mean the creation of artificial intelligence in its truest sense. The dream, baby. The whole call got very quiet. Amadeus Maho looking a bit sexier. I feel like this is the doing of the professor. It's always interesting in stories when people try to make an AI more human. Yeah, that is always cool. But I like the, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I like those super intelligent AI companion characters like Cortana, like Aiba, you know, those kinds of things. It was sheer chaos for a while as everyone tried to debate their own personal theories with the doctor at once. Hey, look at this guy. He's trying to make moves in the background here. Good for him. What is even the food that they're being served here? It just looks like a bunch of fruits. Doesn't look like actual food. There's like limes. Who just has slices of limes slayed out? And oranges and stuff, I guess. It was thanks to Izaki that I was able to get into the reception held after the ATF was over. Are we not going to see Izaki? We're just going to keep mentioning him? They told me there was a dress code, so I went all the way back to my parents' house to get a suit to change into. He was wearing a suit during the thing, though. I mean, I guess he wasn't formal, though. At first, all that effort paid off as Izaki introduced me to some of the country's top researchers. Raiken, Jaxa, Emis. But before long, Izaki ran off and suck up to some university professor, and I was left completely abandoned. That's him in the background right there. He's sucking up to the hot redhead professor. Not that, we can blame him. A laboratory at the High Energy Accelerator Research Organization, also known as KEC. It primarily conducts research using particle accelerators in order to investigate the structure and properties of matter. This is short for the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency. So the Japanese equivalent of NASA. Raiken is short for the Institute of Physical and Chemical Research. Boring. An instrument manufacturer that was founded in the 19th century. It began to develop text-to-speech software. Microsoft SAM is still my favorite text-to-speech software, though. I know it doesn't sound as realistic as some of the newer ones, but still. Who's texted me? Oh, we have a group chat. I can't believe you get to go to a fancy party. Die in a fire, Mr. Fancy Pants. I'm gonna say all the food looks good. Bring me back a doggy bag? Hell no. You can do what you set your mind to. There's no limit but the vast blue sky. I can come get it right now if you want. Are you that hungry? Fine, I'll get you something. I feel like this Okabe actually has a job and real money. But I refuse. Like a boss. What the fuck? He sent back a Suzaha emoji? That's funny. Oh, do these little pictures show who the text was read by? How come I can't pick what emojis to send? I feel like the text messages in this game are a lot better. It was obviously kind of convoluted in the first game. I mean, I guess it had to be because it was like D-mail or whatever, but these are way better. My own personal target, the doctor, was surrounded by a bunch of famous scientists. It didn't feel like a mere student would be welcome. So all I did was stand around and eat from the buffet by the wall. To be honest, I couldn't tell if the food was good or not. Oh man, Okabe is so depressed he can't even taste food anymore. Yikes. Although anxiety medication like that does kind of dull your senses to that kind of shit. So I guess if he was taking some, it would be rough. Whenever my glass was empty, a smiling waiter always was around to fill it up again. So I found myself drinking more than I intended. That's another thing that's dangerous at parties like this. When you, when someone just keeps giving you beverages, especially if they taste good. My stomach was already so full it hurt. The whole place felt like it was another world.
やっぱり
I'm really not cut out for this. The exact moment I spoke, I heard a girl next to me say the same thing. Surprised, I looked over at her. Our eyes met.
あら、あなた
Oh, you. I thought, wait, how come Okabe had to go back and change, but she's still just wearing her lab coat? What was a middle school girl doing here? And then a moment later, I realized it was Maho. She was wearing the exact same outfit she had been wearing during the lecture. A lab coat in a place like this? That's just what old me would have done. I like that we've established old Okabe as a whole separate character, too. Is she gonna be the new Chuni? Now that Okabe has grown up past it, will that be her? I feel like it would suit her character better.
えっと
Let
あ
me
なた
see.
は
Your Maho was clearly out of place. Why? Because she was still wearing her lab coat.
なんで白衣
Why are you wearing a lab coat? I couldn't help but ask.
ちゃんとした服も持
I
って
was
きた
sure
つ
I
もりだ
brought
った
some
の
real
よ
clothes. She was sure she had, but she hadn't. I like this sprite a lot. This sprite gives me some like Danganronpa vibes, but mostly Gremlin mode. And that's why she was standing in the corner, trying not to attract attention.
あなた昼
You're
間
the guy who was
受
at
付
the
にいた
desk
人
this
だよ
afternoon.
岡部倫太郎です
I'm Okabe Rintaro.
東京
I'm
電
a
機大
student
学
at
の
the
学生で
Tokyo Denki
伊崎ゼ
University,
ミで勉強してます
Professor Izaki's class. I handed her one of the business cards that I'd thrown together after Izaki told me I needed them. She grabbed one of her own out of a stack and carelessly put it in my hands.
いいわ無理に丁寧
That's
に
fine.
話さ
No
な
need
く
to
て
be
も
so polite. That was a huge help.
珍しい名前でしょ私
I love the sarcasm that this Okabe has as well. Yeah, thanks. You really helped me. My name's pretty rare, isn't it? Hang on one second. How are my meme posts doing? Is it driving activity to the stream? Ironically, my meme is much better, is doing much better on the actual subreddit than the meme subreddit. Lamau. Oh well.
えああ
I like Zero Okabe more despite how dry he is. I mean, yeah, so far I like him better as well. But I already established during the original Steins Gate I like Traumatized Okabe better. Oh yeah, you said nobody could read it? I looked at the card and saw that the pronunciation of her name was written in unusually large letters. I'm so glad I don't have a name that's like hard to pronounce, man. My name is so fucking basic. I do have to spell my last name a lot, but like, no one ever has issues pronouncing Sam. Although technically my full name is really Samuel. I do. The only issue I ever have, and it's not even really that big of a deal because I just roll with it, is like native Spanish speakers always call me Samuel instead of Samuel, which is funny. I just kind of ignore it. I don't correct them. I just go, okay, yeah, I'm Samuel. That was probably because of how people kept screwing her name up.
沖縄ではよくある名字
It's a common name in Okinawa, though.
沖縄出身なのか
I'm from Okinawa.
曽祖父と曽祖母がね
You spelled it wrong.
私はアメリカ生まれのアメリカ育ち
My great-grandmother and great-grandfather were immigrants. I was born and raised in America.
ハーフ
You don't look half Japanese. Are you quarter Japanese?
外れ
Nope.
祖父
My
祖
grandpa,
父父
grandma,
母
mom, and dad are all Japanese. My DNA is purely Japanese. That feels like a loophole that they created, so,
のジャパニーズ
they could include her in the visual novel without making her American.
へえ
Huh. And then the conversation stopped. The only thing she's got to talk about is her name, but I guess Okabe is not helping because he's not really driving any conversation either. I'm a terrible conversationalist, honestly. That's new for Trauma Okabe. Other Okabe could talk all the time. The old me would have gone full chuny and started ranting about conspiracies and magic powers, whether the other person cared or not, but you can't really call that a conversation. That's fair enough, I guess. Ocarine is a textbook example. But he's not anymore. I had no idea what to say to somebody I had never met. I've been working at becoming a real adult, even buying and studying men's magazines. But none of it helped. Yeah, you can't learn how to become an adult from a magazine. Without anything to talk about, I looked over to the doctor. Okabe didn't go full chuny to help himself talk to people. I mean, he would go full chuny at moments that could have potentially been awkward, which is like silences in conversation, yeah? I also like that, unlike My Darling's Embrace, you can tab out of this game and it doesn't immediately stop the audio, which was really annoying in Darling's Embrace. Trauma Okabe listens to Andrew Tate. No, because he wouldn't have started talking to our little friend, gremlin friend here, if that was true. I just had the moment where you have the that like hangnail on your finger, and then you pull it, and instead of like it just ripping off, it like comes down the whole side of your finger. You're welcome for that image. Oh. He seemed to be giving a lecture on neurons to a bunch of scientists. Does he really need to give a lecture to scientists? It seems like the scientists would know. I'm sorry about today. Huh? Sorry for what?
Yeah.
Oh, for interrupting your lecture. See, this would be something to talk about. Why doesn't he mention, like, I used to be friends with Kurosu or something? But again, I guess him being her murderer probably makes him not want to talk about it too much. But also, I mean, it would draw too much attention if he knew her. Oh, don't worry about it. If you hadn't spoken up, I probably would have. I can't stand people like that. You sure that would have been a good idea? You heard what the professor said. Scientists should remain calm at all times. I'm not speaking as a scientist, so it's fine. It must have really ticked her off, because she grabbed a cocktail from a passing waiter and gulped it down. Now I want a beer. Her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink for an instant, but no longer. She might have had a higher alcohol tolerance than me. But you're right, really. Sorry. Criticisms like that, they're not very nice, but they're true. A lot of our research still has a long ways to go. Anytime I hear that phrase, a long ways to go, I think of the dude from Danganronpa, the tennis player. I still got a long way to go. Really? There's a lot of problems we still have to deal with, more than we discussed in the lecture. Again, I feel like this is another meme that I can make. Kurosu built this with a microwave in an attic! You can't do it at your university? Here's an example. We can write memory data back to the brain, but if the brain can't use it, it's useless. The memories are there, but you can't get to them. It's basically the same as amnesia. A sad Mahi emote? Do you want me to make that? I can Photoshop that. Easy. It's mostly just about resizing the image, but I could do it. I would need the sprite, though, because I don't want to look up the sprite for fear of spoilers. But, yeah, if someone posts her, like, PNG sprite in the Discord, I can make that an emoji. No prob. Just add the emotes from the games. Does she have a sad emote? Maybe. As she spoke, I remembered. I remembered all the lectures and theories that Kurisu had given me when she was making the time leap machine. If I remember right, when people try to access their memories, the signal goes from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe, right? Oh my god, is he about to, like, complete the answer to this by, using Kurisu's own lecture? That'd be nice, though. Yeah, top-down memory search signals. Feels Maho, man. Nerve impulses in the cerebrum that are sent from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe during memory retrieval. So then I started to talk, remembering what Kurisu had told me about her theories as I went. When I used specialized terminology whose meanings I barely remembered, Maho would tell me what they were. So finally, in the process of writing these memories back to the temporal lobe, you send the pseudo-pulse you copied along with them to the frontal lobe. The memory search signal will function properly. I think. I like the I think to save face when he's just kind of like recalling the lectures of the person who figured it out. That's funny. And I like how she's got the sprite of, like, she's listening so intently. She's like, oh my god, you get it? And the ominous music, now where people are going to be like, wait a minute. How does he get that? Yeah, Okabe's about to start falling upwards in the scientific world. Thanks to Kurisu. But, I mean, if we think about it, he does, you know, play the part and steal her research to save her life. So, I mean, you know, whatever. Did you figure that out yourself? What? No. Maho looked back at the business card I'd given her. Your major is in brain science. So someone told you this? Or did you read it in a paper? That's impossible. She wouldn't have put it to a paper yet. Did I say something wrong? No, that's not it. One of the researchers at our lab said the exact same thing. None of the other staff believed her, but she said she was sure she could prove it. Oh, there's another reason this timeline feels sad is because she doesn't get a chance to prove these, like, doubters wrong. Ugh. In the end, she left us before she got to the test stage. That's... Should I tell her? Should I tell her about me and Kurisu? In this world line, there's almost no connection between us. What is it? I made up my mind. If I wanted to follow my dreams, I needed to act. Actually, it was Kurisu who told me about this theory. What? What'd you say? In another timeline, I dated your coworker. What'd you say? Makise Kurisu told me about it. Kurisu told you? When? Why? When she was over here as an exchange student, we became friends, and she talked to me about this stuff. Of course, that was a lie. Kurisu and I became friends in the Alpha World line, not this one. But a lie like this was probably okay. And I mean, also technically not a lie. They were friends, and romantically entangled. Just, you know, it was a different timeline. She goes to a different school, you wouldn't know her, you know what I mean? I see. So Kurisu,
ありがとう。
thank you. I mean it.
感謝するわ。
Her words surprised me. That was the one thing I didn't expect to hear.
何が
For what?
彼女と友達になって
For
くれ
being
て
your
よ。
friend. She came to Japan
日
all
本
alone.
に来て。たった一人で勉強していて
I
も、
mean, I'm sure she would
き
have
っ
been
と
bored
つまら
studying
なか
by
ったと思
herself.
うから。
The author of Steins Gate fucking loves tsundere girls and putting in tsundere moments.
口喧嘩ばっかりだった
All
け
we
ど
ever did was fight, though.
あの子らしいわね。
That sounds like her.
絶対に負
She
けを
never
認
gave
めなか
in,
ったで
did
しょ
she?。
ああ
Never.
ヘ
She'd
リクツ
argue
ば
for
っかり
hours.
こねていた
The Iron Man meme has potential. I know. Don't steal it. Copyright. My OC. No steal. I gotta end the stream now and Photoshop it. Pretty based author. Where is the Yandere GF? She'd tell me all the time about how she was gonna give me a lobotomy and rip out my frontal lobe. I'm gonna use that meme to plug the stream. I am. That'll be my plug for tomorrow's stream of this game. Did you know I'll be streaming this game again tomorrow? That's why you should subscribe and hit the bell button for my full blind playthrough of Steins Gate Zero on this channel. Wow. Drop a like on the video too, considering this video is going to get a copyright strike, and I will make none of the money that the 2 cents the advertising potential revenue could have been for this stream. I'm going to lose all of it due to the copyright music.
Eh? まさかそんなことクリスなら
Yeah, I can see you're saying that.
だろ
Right?
ちゃんと後輩の教育をし
You
て
need to discipline your researchers better. What sort of copyright do you get? Is it from music? Yeah, I get a copyright strike on the video, or on every Steins Gate stream for every music the song that plays. So I usually get like 16 or 17 copyrights per Steins Gate stream. But I mean, I don't make much money as a streamer anyway, so it's not a big deal. But if you subscribe by smashing that subscribe, Jesus, I hate fucking saying that. If you subscribe, though, I don't care.
その点に関しては認
I'll
める
admit that
わ。
much. Sorry.
陳謝します。
Aww. Huh? She smiled, or so I thought, and then all of a sudden she started to cry.
どうした
What's wrong? I didn't have any better ideas, so I grabbed my handkerchief.
え
Huh? She didn't seem to know why she started crying herself. And neither did I. Had I said something during the conversation that set her off? I mean, recalling nostalgic memories of a friend who has died is usually a pretty big trigger for crying or being sad. I don't know why that's like such a shock. Are you
大丈
okay?
夫か
平気よ。ごめんな
I'm
さい。
fine. Sorry. She didn't take my handkerchief, and instead she took a tissue out of her pocket and wiped her eyes.
You can now Daisano Einstein.
What? What was that dialogue? My brave third Einstein.
Eh?
I like how the text box pops in and out in this game too. That's another good example of where the budget came from. I know some people turn the OST a bit lower to avoid copyright. I'm sure they do, yeah. It'd probably be easier to like reduce the audio of this, or like mute the audio in this game and then like play like a fan remix over the stream, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like you would lose the potential moments where the game starts like playing a dramatic song for a dramatic moment. It's not really worth it. Like I said, it's not like I really make any money streaming. I just do this for fun and to like talk with people and to have chats with people about the story that's going on. I turned around and saw the doctor smiling and quickly striding towards me. Cool. He grabbed my hand as he got closer. The handshake was incredibly forceful. Ah, the classic American handshake. His hands were as big as a bear's paws. Not just his hands. Staying in front of me, he looked even bigger than during the lecture. I'm pretty tall, but he's at least a head taller than me. Yeah, but Okabe's tall for a Japanese man. Professor, Uh-oh. It was all so sudden I couldn't even think of an introduction. Did he just speak Japanese? Still, I don't approve of you making my assistant cry. No, this is... No, Professor, it wasn't his fault. He had nothing to do with it. Maho and I both denied it as much as we could. But I didn't know why Maho was crying, so I couldn't come up with any excuses. I just started to panic. Classic Okabe response. But seriously, what's so hard to deduce about her crying? Like, no dramatic, or nostalgic recollection of dead friends? It feels like a pretty reasonable response to cry. So basically, Kurisu. I was talking with him about Kurisu and I started crying. Kurisu? You're a friend of hers? Yes. Aww. That's sad. Just a simple yes. Too much time to truly explain what he is. This is Okabe. He's a student. Maho introduced me. The doctor had a gentle expression on his face as he gave me a hug. I felt like I was going to be suffocated in his massive arms. Somehow I could tell that it was his way of remembering Kurisu. I see. If that's the case, then Maho... Yeah?
Mr. Okabe.
Why not introduce her to Mr. Okabe? You can't mean Amadeus. It was good luck that brought him here to us, right? While we're in Japan, you can have him be a tester. You serious? You can't just let an outsider. If he's a friend of hers, he's no outsider, correct? I still can't get over how pale his sprite is. It's actually kind of crazy. But sir, what are they talking about? I had no idea, but this was my chance to build a relationship with the doctor. I didn't want to blow it. I'd love to help.
Nice.
He patted me on the shoulder and smiled. It was an innocent smile, like a child's. Okay. Then ask Maho for the details. Thanks. Another scientist was calling him, so he wandered away. She was shaking her head in disbelief. What's he talking about? Meeting Amadeus? Being a tester? The demonstration of Amadeus we did during the convention used my memories, but... Amadeus also has another researcher's memories saved as data. Another researcher? What did that mean? When I finally figured it out from the doctor and Maho's conversation, my heart started pounding. You can't mean... Her? Yeah. Makise Kurisu's memories are stored in Amadeus. They're 8 months old, though. So just before she came to Japan. Several days passed after the ATF party. 10 minutes from Ikebukuro, via the express train, and then 10 minutes by bus from a station called the Wako City in Saitama. I don't. What's up with Japanese games and always explaining like any like travel? And I feel like visual novels and JRPGs like always over-explain travel. The office I was looking for was on the second floor of a building right next to Riken. The Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization, Japanese Office Prep Room. That was what the plate on the door said. To get in, you needed 3 types of keys plus a security card.
ここは
What is this place?
各国の脳科学研究者が連
It
携
seems
して
like we're kind of ignoring the rest of the
新しい機構を作る
Steins
予
Gate
定なの。
cast here.
私たちの研究所が主導して
The
ね。
plan is for brain scientists from all around the world to work together and make a new organization. Our lab is leading the way. She led me inside. The Austin must have been newly rented. Most of the desks were empty, showing no signs of it ever being used. The mysterious Suketos have last appeared in Akihabara. What? You haven't heard of the ancient urban legends of Akihabara, yeah? Oh, Ferris. I know about a few of them, but the Suketos are new to me. If a group of 3 people sit in the back of a certain maid cafe, they appear. Or so they say, nya. This emoji. Danger. 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 No one ever knew which maid cafe it was. Until now, nya. It's May Queen, nya. Danger. Is everything okay? Everything's fine. They just joined your game in the middle of a raid and kill-steal all the mobs. Nah. Brutal. The World of Warcraft expansion just came out. You can't do that. Hang on. Danger. I like that Okabe just says hang on and then, like, doesn't respond anymore. He's like, yeah, I don't have time for this. There wasn't even a whiteboard, which made the room look empty. Do you really need a whiteboard when you could just have a projector and make the stuff on your computer? There wasn't a lot of natural light. Maybe the windows were on the north side? The only illumination was from the overhead fluorescent lights. The room felt cold. Ah, welcome to the standard corporate office.
ここは
This is
あく
just
ま
the
でも
prep room.
準備室だから。
No one was sitting here, but 2 of them had stuff. One of them was a mess filled with notes, calculators, coffee cups, and supplement bottles. That was the one Maho sat at, which meant that the one that was neatly organized must belong to the doctor.
教授は
Where's the professor? They also translated the sticker messages? Wow, this patch... What all does this patch fix, man? That's kind of crazy. They really go in depth.
今日はオフ。
Professor's off today. It is a Sunday.
君も
Hey, Okabe said it. We're on the same wavelength. Are you off today too?
ええ、
Yeah.
そうじゃなかったら。
Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to
昼過
sleep
ぎま
past
で寝てい
noon.
られるわけないでしょ。
That's true. When I'd gone to pick her up from her hotel, she'd come out of the room half asleep. This was the day I met Amadeus Kurusu. Maho had gone over the basics of being a tester on the way here. Essentially, Amadeus needed a sample data for conversations. They were going to give me an environment where I could talk to it any time, 24 hours a day. She didn't give me any details beyond that, though. So I'll be able to talk to Amadeus Kurusu 24 hours a day, huh?
あいつは
Is
クリスのアマデウス
Kurisu's
は
Amadeus
こ
here?
こにいるのか
ええ、
They rewrite a third of the script from one of the other entries because the original was so bad? Jesus. Yeah. Maho nodded and gave me a glance.
あいつと呼んだわよね。
You just said she, didn't you? Yeah.
あ
私が思っているより
You
も
two were a lot closer
ず
than
っ
I
と
thought,
親しかっ
weren't
た
you?
のね。あなたたち。
Maybe my silence was an answer. Maho's response was uncharacteristically hesitant.
だとしたら
That maybe you shouldn't meet her
Ah.
after all.
やめた方がいいかもしれない。
That's cruel.
どうしてだ
Why?
相手が親しい
The more-
人であればあるほ
The
ど
closer you are to someone,
Ano
the
system
cooler
wa-
the system is.
残酷だ。
大丈夫だ
I'm okay.
わかった。もう言わない。
I won't bring it up, but just remember one thing.
ロードする記憶
The
は
memories are from
クリ
March,
スが
the
最後に
last
更
time
新をし
Kurosu
た
did
3
an
月のデ
update.
ータをベースに。だから3
So
月以
anything
降
you say about what happened after
例えば
March, for example,
彼
when she
女が
was in
日本
Japan,
に
she
留
won't
学していた
remember.
時のことを聞いても全く通じない。
That's right, isn't it?
それに
The professor and I have her run her program a lot
私や
lot
教
more
授が
times
何度も
between
起動
March
し
and
てしまってい
today.
るから
And the professor and I have run her program a lot of times between March and today.
その度にクリスは
Each time Kurosu, I mean
Amadeus no
Amadeus
方の
Kurosu, has created memories the original never
彼女は
had.
元の私たちが聞かせた
Stories
話
we've told her, information she's found on the internet, new people she's talked to,
新し
things
く
like
会話
that.
を交わした人たちそういったものをね
That's fine. Okabe had to reintroduce himself to Kurosu like 100 times, so and like reestablish the relationship every time. So it's not like something new to him.
つまり
In other words,
これから会うの
what you're
は
about to meet isn't
あなた
Makise
の友
Kurosu,
人だ
your
った
friend.
マキセ・クリスではないこのシステムの
It's one
問
of the
題点の
problems with
一
the
つなんだ
system.
けれど
It causes a lot of confusion with people on this side. I mean, the human side.
人間の方が混乱しまるで
Because you'll think you're talking to the real Kurosu.
今この瞬間にチャット
So
でも
don't
してい
get
るような
reality
錯
and
覚に
fantasy
陥る
mixed
から
up, I guess.
共有できていない
Our
記憶
brains
の
have
層
trouble
に
keeping
関
up with
し
the
て
fact our memories
こ
aren't
ちら
shared
の
with
脳
them.
がついていけなくなってしまうのね
Memories that aren't shared. Now there's a feeling I know well. Reading Steiner. It was a power only I possessed, which made my memories different than those of the people around me.
案内してくれ
Take me to her. Who's texting me? Jesus, my phone's getting blown up. Oh! Whoops, if you don't respond, they message you back sad. Okabe, may I have a moment of your time? Sorry. Oh, and then you can't respond. I'm sorry, Luca. Also, but don't they not like Moeka? It shouldn't be a Moeka emoji. They're not friends in this world line. But it's, you know, in my defense, it didn't seem like an appropriate time to message her back. Take me to her. Maho gave me a slight nod.
こっちよ
This way. She led me to the back of the room. There was a booth separated by a thick partition. To get inside the booth, you needed a different card key than the one used to get in, as well as a security code.
ずいぶん厳重なんだな
Pretty strict about security.
今の時代産業スパイが一番
Industrial
恐ろし
spies
い
are
の
our biggest threat these days. Uh-oh, Moeka's about to fucking come hunting. She entered the security code and unlocked the door.
どうぞ
Go in. The room was about 2.5 meters per side. This looks so lonely. At one end was a white desk, and above it was a PC with a built-in 30-inch screen monitor. That's it? That's it? How am I supposed to use this? Disgusting.
少しだけ後ろに座ってい
Sit
て
just behind me. There was a small sofa that let you sit behind the user and see what was happening on the screen. I sat there. It'll actually be interesting. Would Kurosu still like Trauma Okabe? Like, she's secretly all tsundere liked the fact that he was Chuni. and was willing to do that kind of stuff herself, and she was secretly pretty into it because she was a weeb. But Trauma Okabe bore her. How big are your monitors? Gamer monitors. Look, there's only even one monitor here. Disgusting. Maho powered on the PC and began to type. User ID Sally Airy. How many monitors do you have? I've got the gamer set up. Did you guys not watch my apartment tour video? You telling me you don't watch all my videos I post? I have 3 monitors in my for my streaming setup. I also appreciate that this reminds me of the Assassin's Creed thing. Fuck, what's it called? The computer in Assassin's Creed. It's similar. You post more than one video every 3 months? I don't. Which is why you should watch them all. Animus, yeah, there we go. It feels very similar to the Animus. This hallway image is looking weird, though. My fucking sleep paralysis demon right here. I saw her put her ID in. What is that? An Italian composer who lived at the same time as Mozart. They were a court composer at Vienna for many years and taught many famous composers, such as Beethoven, Schubert, and Liszt. I don't know who that is. Man, I didn't realize lobotomies weren't banned until the 70s, though. Crazy that lobotomies were ever allowed. Kind of crazy. Like, just bizarre. Salari and Amadeus, huh? Latin for beloved of God, the middle name of the Austrian composer Mozart. There's also a play about Mozart that shares the name. Was there some meaning to that? It looks like he's Chuni, but for Latin and Italian or whatever. Come to think of it, in the famous movie Amadeus, there was a character who was spiteful and jealous of Mozart's incredible talents, but who, in the bottom of his heart, admired him more than anyone else. That character's name was Salari. Salami? Don't look at the password. Maho moved her body to hide her hands. Looks all gremlin over the keyboard. Don't look. Don't look. She finished logging in, and a simple bare command prompt appeared on screen. Are you ready?
Ah,
Yeah.
頼む.
Maho entered several commands at the prompt. Sorry, I can't show you this. Oh my god, that's my webcam! That's my webcam! That I use for streaming. That is hilarious, dude. That's the exact same one I use. It even has the logo in the same spot. What the fuck? Well, I wouldn't be able to make any sense of it. Still, you know how it is. He buys living in 2010. It came off in 2015 or whatever. But yeah, my webcam is pretty busted. I often think about getting a better, show us your webcam. Well, I can't really. Actually, no. I can post a picture of it later. I'll take a screenshot from my apartment tour video and post it in the Discord. You can join my Discord, link in the description below. And you can see it. Need to upgrade it to 4K? I don't know about that. I would take a picture with my iPhone, but when I take a picture with my iPhone, the picture's too big to upload to Discord. It surpasses the size limit. We need to see your pores. I think my webcam's labeled as a 1080p, but like anytime I stream data from the webcam, it always comes up as a 720, so I don't fucking know. Pores are the little holes on your skin, vibin' guy. Like if you look at your skin and you see those little holes, that's how your skin breathes. No Nitro? I do not have Discord Nitro. No interest. I'm already paying for enough subscription services as it is. I have YouTube Premium. She turned off the monitor, then spun around to face me. I suddenly realized I was clenching my fists. How long have I been doing that? My hands were sweaty, and there was a red spot at the base of my thumb where my nails had dug in. Was I more nervous than I realized? What is it? Oh, I'm just starting to get a little scared. There's still time. You can just leave now. You're mean. Really? I'm worried about you. Getting my cereal preparations? Oh my god. Then act like it. Seriously, you, Kurisu, you experiment-loving girls. For a second, the old joking me was about to come back. I quickly changed the subject. People who spend all their time doing experiments can be so rude. Oh, he's vulnerable about to see Kurisu again. He almost slipped back into the old persona. That's a clear case of slander. I can sue you for defamation if I want. Stop, you're scaring me. I know a good lawyer. Want me to introduce you? How about you stop suing me first? If you want to talk about a settlement, you're gonna need a lot of cash. I'll buy you a Dr. Pepper later. An abbreviation for a type of carbonated beverage first served in America. At present, it's only available in Eastern Japan. It has a very unique taste, and its secret recipe is a combination of 20 flavors. You're cheap. I heard a small sound from the back of her throat. I guess she was laughing. Normally I'd find that irritating, but strangely, coming from the girl in front of me... No, she was a grown woman. Maho was very strong-willed, with the prickliness of and short-tempered unique to scientists. She always seemed a little upset about something. But maybe she wasn't that bad. I see. She's a lot like Kurisu. When I first met Kurisu, she was like that. Arrogant, rude, never willing to change her mind, stubborn, hard-headed, and always ready to confront you with raised eyebrows whenever you said something she didn't like. Not a very positive, not a very glowing review. I truly thought I'd never seen a more unlikable woman. But despite my first impression, on the inside she turned out to be fragile, easily hurt, and so kind and lovable. What's so funny, senpai? I suddenly heard a girl's voice from the speaker. I guess it is weird to think about that Maho is Kurasu's senior, considering we just know Kurasu so much better. I found myself jumping off the sofa. I knew this voice. I couldn't forget. I could never. Maho turned on the monitor. Ah. The girl I'd never forgotten appeared on the screen. The girl I'd never forgotten. That's weird. I liked the subtle move of the webcam over to look at Okabe as well. PC Kurasu also much cuter than real Kurasu. Maybe it was based off her appearance at the brain science lab, because she was wearing a white lab coat, but she always wears a white lab coat. The PC's camera turned toward me on its own. Who's this? Maho was introducing me, but I didn't hear anything she was saying. I simply stared, entranced. I wanted to reach out with my hands. I wanted to touch her. She was right there. Nice to meet you, Okabe. I'm Makase Kurasu. It's weird to see her use, like, san. I look forward to working with you. He just starts crying. Oh, we've made it to the intro. It's time for the copyright. Oh yeah, this game is way more budget. Hey, it's the train station from the movie. Oh, we're spoiling everyone's new outfits, I guess. Suzuha stays as her, like, military self. Is that baby Kurasu? Mayuri will get cucked by a machine. Oh god. Hey, it's Suzuha's mom. Is she gonna be in this game? It's kind of a bop. I like that. That was much better than the OG Steins OP, I think. But that's the wonders of what budget will do for you. Epigraph of the Closed Curve. Who comes up with the titles for these? Psychologist. Alright. Wow, what, did he have a mental break after talking to Kurasu? Alright, Okabe, try to relax. My voice is a bridge, guiding you down into the past. Weird they used the anime designs in the OP. Well, the game doesn't really have, like, designs for the characters, right? Like, they just have a couple of sprites. Ooh! I just got a... Oh, this is the first time I've ever seen this. Warning. Heads up, we've detected copyrighted audio and video in your stream. Your stream will be temporarily blocked if you do not stop. Alright, I guess we'll just sit here and no audio for a second. That's the first time I've ever gotten that warning. The YouTube police! They're gonna get me, boys! I knew the OP would get us busted, but I've actually, I've never had it, like, live copyright me. Maybe because it's anime featured. Usually I get the like I'll get usually after the stream is done. It usually takes like an hour or two after the stream for me to get the copyright. So this is the first time I've ever gotten the live copyright on my stream. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna wait till the warning message goes away. Should we wait like a few minutes? Yeah, I'm just gonna wait a second. I don't know, cause like I don't want to keep advancing and then have it like take down the stream. But yeah, I mean, anime has a higher budget than like a visual novel with just a couple sprites for characters. So for them to really like truly show you the characters in the OP, they got to like show you the anime versions. So yeah, that's weird. But yeah, usually it waits till like the HD VODs process, because if you've ever tried to watch a VOD like shortly after I've streamed, it's not in HD yet. It's like in standard definition still. So usually I don't get the copyright on the Steins Gate streams until like the HD video has yeah, the HD version is processed, then the copyright comes through. I've never gotten live copyright. Or at least not in recent memory, anyway. Because I definitely don't remember ever getting that message before. But I think the PS3 version of OG Steins Gate uses some OP. I mean, Steins Gate Elite just has a whole bunch of the OP, or a whole bunch of the anime in it, right? Isn't Steins Gate Elite basically the anime? But I'm excited about this next part here because I have a degree in psychology, so I'm actually interested in like a psychologist character. I think that'll be fun. Much like I liked Maruki in Persona a lot because he was a like counselor. That's something I would love to do as a career at some point in my life. But right now I'm in business management because of all the money. Just kidding. I'm gonna grab a beverage real quick, and hopefully this thing is done by then. Yes, I didn't tuck in my business shirt for this stream. Oh wait, fuck, where's my bottle opener? Alright, we're good now. It looks like the warning message has gone away. They're adding Star Wars Battlefront for the PSP to the Plus catalog? How is that any different than the normal Star Wars Battlefront? Cosmic Looper is a bop? The Steins Gate Zero stream not popping off in views as much as the OG Steins Gate stream did. But I assume Zero is just not as popular yet. Tangled my headphones when I took them off. Alright. Let us resume. The YouTube, we've ducked in the corner building long enough. The YouTube police have continued walking, checking another hallway. My voice is a bridge guiding you down to the past. You're going down and down and down. Then you see a gentle colored light. I was dreaming. Daydreaming. Well, we don't get to talk to Kurisu? What is this? I was aware that I was lying on a big sofa, undergoing counseling. Hey, at least after all of his trauma, Okabe does go and seek out a counselor. That's good, rather than just repressing all that shit. It's nice that they normalize that in this game. I tried my best to stay calm and imagine what the psychologist was telling me. What color is the light?
Aka.
Red. Red. I see. The person you care about is standing in the light. Are they your family? No. Then your friend? Or perhaps a lover? Lover. No, not my lover. Not even my friend. Then what are they? She and I are... The red light is so bright, it's fucking with my green screen. Memories came flooding back into my mind like a geyser. Would you come with me? These flashy transitions, bro. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense that he was, that he needs a counselor, right? How many times, he's seen his friends die? That shit's nuts. But weird, in the Steins Gate timeline, I guess he's just alright. I mean, I guess everyone lives, so it's kind of one of those, like, all's well that ends well scenarios. But in this timeline, since not everyone makes it out, he's more traumatized. Seeing flashbacks to Mayuri's death. Superhero Kurisu. This is one of my favorite CGs. Tell me what happened. I know you used the time leap. Save Mayuri. Go to the beta world line where Mayuri doesn't die. Not just for your sake, but mine. Will you remember me? Am I gonna die? I don't want to die.
Okabe-san!
Oh, he's actually screaming in the in his counseling session. Alright, shut up, Okabe! I stabbed her. It was me. It was me. Listen to me. I'm gonna pat you on the shoulders, and when I do, you'll be fully awake. What, is this he undergoing, like, hypnotherapy? That's kind of bogus. There was a loud sound, and I felt an impact on my shoulders. Kurisu's suffering face disappeared, and I could feel my consciousness awakening. Yeah, that would be a tough thing to see for someone who is, like, as empathetic as Okabe is. Like, the suffering face of your loved one dying, the life leaving their eyes, all of that would be epic levels of traumatizing. I stood up on the sofa. I felt dizzy and almost fell. You alright? Rest a bit and I'll bring you a towel. The psychologist laughed. I realized I was soaked in sweat. The air conditioner was working, so I could tell it wasn't from heat. It was the first time I tried hypnotherapy at a mental health clinic. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. A method of therapy in which the patient is placed in a hypnotic state and the therapist acts directly on their subconscious mind in order to soothe psychological traumas that led to their mental illness. In Japan, there's no official government certification system for hypnotherapy. Therapeutic associations do offer their own certifications. Certified hypnotherapists are sometimes called hypnosis technicians in Japan. I would only ever recommend hypnotherapy for trying to break out of a habit. Something like trying to like stop smoking or something. I wouldn't recommend it for actual trauma. My body felt heavy. Do we not see Okabe and CGs much in this game either? Which is kind of sad. Because I guess we've already seen more of them in this game than we did in the first game. This is the new Night CG. This is cool. I like the little penguin up here. It's almost December and the wind is cold. How was it, Okarin? Oh, so he went to therapy after talking to Mayuri? Or not Mayuri. She's right here. He went to therapy after talking to Robot Kurisu? Is this, She looks so big with this scarf, but I mean, I guess it is cold, right? But why? She's not wearing an actual jacket, just like a massive scarf. How cold is Japan in the winter? Is it like the Midwest? I'd imagine there'd have to be something similar because it's like an island, right? So it'd have to get pretty fucking cold, yeah? From like... Actually, do you get ocean effect? Like how you would get lake effect, like winds and snow? Do you get ocean effect? Like being close to the ocean? Would that make you... Would that make it very cold there? I actually don't know because most places with ocean are fairly tropical. Mayuri asked me gently. Mayuri was a high school student and my childhood friend. She'd come with me to counseling today. I told her I didn't need her to, but she'd left school early to come. All I ever did was make her worry. Around 3 months ago, my one obsession had been saving her. To me, she'd always been someone I had to protect. And now she was worried about me. It was only because of Mayuri's recommendation that I tried counseling. I now feel like I have to check all these text messages like right away. Got a sec, Uncle Okarin? I do. Hi, Suzuha. What do you think I should do about Mom and Dad? What do you mean? I just can't see them getting together like this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's the My Darling's Embrace. Don't worry. My Darling's Embrace has prepared me for this eventuality. Well, you're right. Uncle, is there anything you can do? You know there's nothing I can do to help with that. What? Why? You're right. It kind of hurts you just gave up that easily. It doesn't seem to be your kind of thing, Uncle. That's not even the right emoji to respond to that with. Yeah, I'm romantically deprived, like a boss. Okay. Sorry, Suzuha, I can't give you romantic advice. I killed my girlfriend. So just don't do what I would do. No, we can't use the Amadeus app yet. I lost my train of thought because of the Suzuha conversation. I was talking about Mayuri in some way, though. Oh well. It was only because of Mayuri's recommendation I tried counseling. They said it's not that bad. I told her a small lie to make her feel better. How do you know Suzuha hasn't killed a boyfriend or two? Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about matchmaking. She probably has killed a boyfriend or two in the future, but I'm talking about matchmaking Daru and her mother. But don't worry, we just have to go to a cosplay convention and get Suzuha to dress up, and we'll be fine. They'll get back together, no problem. In actuality, my therapist had told me I had suffered serious trauma. They stopped the hypnotherapy and gave me a course of counseling and drugs. Now they want to wait to see the results. I thought he was already on drugs. Basically, they decided there was nothing to do but to treat my symptoms and wait for it to heal naturally. What the fuck kind of shitty counseling place is Okabe going to? Some fucking back alley, therapist? What is this? You're just gonna have to get over you killing your ex. You know, here's some drugs. See ya. What the fuck? I couldn't tell if what Maho had shown me yesterday was having an effect. I underwent treatment without telling the psychologist about the time machine or the world lines or most of the things that had happened, so maybe there was no way for them to make a proper diagnosis. In any event, I decided not to think too much about the results. This is the one form of science in this game I can actually comment on. With my psychology degree. I can actually be like, okay, what the fuck are you doing? Get over it, bro. I'm sure you stabbing someone will heal naturally. It's hard to treat someone who doesn't actually discuss what's wrong. Well, yeah, but they still were able to diagnose that he underwent serious trauma. So he must have told at least enough of what happened for them to be like, yeah, you're fucking traumatized. And their response to trauma is, it'll heal naturally. Regardless if, like, serious trauma was their conclusion, even if it's hard to make a proper diagnosis. If you've still reached the serious trauma diagnosis, you don't say, you'll get over it. It'll heal. Like, he got diagnosed as seriously traumatized. Sure, if he, like, went over everything, he would be, like, an extremely traumatized. But, like, you know. See you, Wandering. Have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. The thing that traumatized him can't actually be proven either. I mean, but still, right? Like, let's say he half-assed his explanation to the therapist and was like, I watched my best friend die. You know, like, that's something that wouldn't get him in trouble. And they just say, yeah, that'll heal. Time heals all wounds. The fuck? Anywho. Hey, Mayuri. You haven't eaten yet, right? Want to get some food? I'll treat you. Can we go to Akihabara, though? Luca and Ferris say they haven't seen you in forever, and they want to meet up. Akihabara, huh? The clinic was within walking distance of my house. Akihabara was much farther away. But even so, I couldn't turn down Mayuri's request. I recognize this CG. I've seen it 1,000 times. Until the events of this summer, I'd gone there almost every day. In fact, I practically lived there. Lately, I only went 3 times a week at the most. And then only to go shopping on the way home from school. We went out to the plaza in front of the station. Just like in Ikebukuro. Even though it was only a month until Christmas, there were barely any decorations. I was sure the whole place would be covered in them the minute it was December. Eventually, I was sure to see maids in Santa outfits. Maids in Santa outfits passing out flyers in Akihabara, huh? I feel like that's for the aesthetic of, like, the whole world being depressed, and, like, this being the darker timeline. But I feel like by November 29th, every place is fucking fully decked out in Christmas decorations. Especially in a place that doesn't even have to pretend to be celebrating Thanksgiving. Jesus. Super windy out. Akihabara could be really weird. Oh, it's Ferris and Luca.
てってれーふにゃー
What is that Ferris sprite? It looks so goofy. She just has an actual fursuit now? Kyoma! What is that? Ferris needs her Nya winter suit. How does she use her hands? And it has a tail.
Okabe-san, Mayuri-chan.
Oh my god, I just noticed the mouths move while speaking in this game. That's crazy. Has that been happening the whole time? Or is it just for Luca? Also, I noticed she calls him Okabe now, instead of Kyoma. Ferris and Luca must have been waiting. They ran over as soon as they saw us. I missed you, Nya. Ferris Nyan Nyan jumped at me without the slightest hesitation. Oh yeah, that's right, Nyan Nyan is her Ferris last name. She was a maid, and Ferris wasn't her real name. I knew her real name, but if I didn't call her Ferris, even when she wasn't working, she'd get mad at me. She was wearing the same outfit she always wore, her work clothes from her job at the Maid Cafe, the May Queen. Was May Queen going to switch to Santa outfits soon? Stop, everyone's looking at us. I tried to pull Ferris off me, but it wasn't working. Maybe I should just steal the cat ears off her head. Who cares, Nya? All that matters right meow is Ferris and Kyoma. I care. Stop calling me Kyoma. Oh, real traumatized Okabe. Aw, why? I've consigned that name to my dark past. Net slang, an embarrassing part of your history you would rather not talk about, that you wish was forgotten. Its origin can be found in a certain famous mecha anime. Mecha anime? Dark past anime. I don't see it. I also disagree with your take. Milk is my favorite beverage, of which I consume about a gallon of milk a week, and I still put in the cereal before the milk. You see, the reason you put in the cereal before the milk is so you can have a proper proportioned cereal. Because you can put in as much cereal as you want, and then have the appropriate amount of milk. And then, what does that mean? Because if you put in the milk first, you limit the amount of which you can control your proportions. Can't you do the inverse? No. Because if you pour the milk on top of the cereal, it'll splash, you'll lose some of the milk, you lose some of that precious milk, which is too much. And also, some of the cereal won't sink right away, especially if you have like a cereal with like marshmallows or anything like that in it. It's not going to sink in the milk. So now it's going to float and take up space. And it's no. Never had a splashing issue. For shame. Ferris looked upset, but I decided to ignore her. Classic. Kyoma was a part of a past I'd sealed away. I decided to pretend he never existed. He had meddled with a forbidden invention called the Time Machine, and as a result, the systems that ruled the world punished him. He dashed the hopes of many, lost the life of someone he cared for, and his heart had suffered grievous wounds. He must never be awakened again. I didn't need him anymore. Aw. Okabe is fully given up. Then what should I call you, nya? Okabe or something. I think Okarine's a cute name. Don't you, Ferris? By the way, Ferris was what Mayuri calls Ferris. She claimed it was easier to pronounce or something. I cannot see the difference. Well, if you say so. It still doesn't sound right, though. She looked unsatisfied, but backed away. Luca, it's been a while. Yes. Luca smiled. They always looked beautiful. They were a classmate of Mayuri and could be seen helping at the shrine, where their family lived. I probably shouldn't call them Lukako. Just like I told Ferris not to call me Kyoba. What? They had their own name. Luca. But calling Lukako Luca after all this time, that would be embarrassing. I always get this confused, because the anime, their name is Ruka. So, the game, there's like a big, like, there's so many names for this character. Kubai got his dream of having trauma Okabe, but what did we lose? If he lost his virginity like he did in the Ferris World line, he'd be fine. Same. Feels like it's been a very long time. L and R are similar, and it's a mistranslation. Interesting. I sometimes go to the lab, but you haven't been there much, have you? No, I haven't. What, is Daru still rented out or something? I've been busy with school. I had to get ready for the ATF, too. Even after that was done, I had been busy with Maho and the doctor and then the Amadeus, so I hadn't really had a chance to rest. But I avoided mentioning that to him. Oh, and I'm in a club now. You joined a club? What kind of club, nya? UFO? Umas? What is an Uma? Unidentified mysterious animal. Creatures whose existence had not been confirmed by science, like the Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti. Okay, despite the term being English, it was invented by the Japanese, therefore no one outside of Japan will recognize it. Okay. We know what UFO is. We know what the shrine is. Who do you guys think I am? I guess I hadn't told them. Mayuri, I'm pretty sure I told her. As the two of them looked at me with wide eyes, I cracked a knowing smile and puffed out my chest. The tennis club. The people around us all turned to stare at Ferris and Luca. Why the tennis club? Yeah. Wait, what? Why did he join the tennis club? Okabe, have you ever played tennis? Of course not. I may not look it, but I'm terrible at sports. Wait, why wouldn't the guy running around in a lab coat not look terrible at sports? I'm confident I'd lose to Mayuri at distance running. Then why, yeah? That's a long story, but the associate professor who's my teacher at school is the tennis club advisor, and they asked me to join. It's not long at all, yeah. I'm not done yet. The teacher's done a lot for me, so I decided to stop by.
はあ
Turns out I have a talent for tennis. Despite the fact I'm a beginner, I beat every single one of them. How bad are they? What? Is it just pure size advantage that Okabe has over everybody? That's amazing, huh?
は
Ferris doesn't care.
あ岡部さんって
You are amazing, Okabe. Luca does. If I had known, I would have been a pro tennis player. I like that the ha-has are not as, chubby either. There's no...
目指せ
You could win Wimbledon.
だね
Ferris still doesn't care.
どうしたフェイリス
What's wrong, Ferris? Do you have a
頭にも
headache?
痛いのか
どこからどう突っ込
Not
めば
even
いい
sure
の
where
や
to
ら
begin. That's the most obvious ploy to get new members that I've ever heard,
サークルの会員数を増や
yeah?
すための罠じゃないか
Oh.
にゃ
はっきり言うなよ
Don't say that.
俺も
I kind of noticed, but I'm trying to avoid thinking about it.
考えないようにしてるんだからでも
But they're all really good people.
じゃあサー
So
ク
you've
ル
been
の
busy
練習が
practicing with the
忙しい
club?
んですね
Never mind, they just all let him win. Okay.
んいや
No, actually, I
練習は
barely
あんま
go.
りしてないかな
はい
Eh?
じゃあ一体何
And
し
just
て
what
る
are
の
you doing? Also, why did you bother mentioning it?
合コンとか
Matchmaking parties and stuff. Their shouts filled the whole street. Once again, people turned around to stare.
そんなに驚くことないだろ
It's not that surprising. I'm a normal college kid. What the fuck is a matchmaking party? Am I just not cool? Group date, it's group dating? Weird. I never went to parties like that.
そうですよね
That's true.
すみません
I'm sorry.
でも
But
うーん
Luca was fidgeting like they wanted to say something.
フェイリスというものがありなが
How
ら
could you go after other women when you've got beautiful Ferris? It's unforgivable,
許
yeah.
せないにゃ
勘違いするなよ俺は女
Don't
の
get
子
the
だ
wrong idea. I'm not really interested in girls. In fact, I went along with the rest of the club, but there really wasn't any place for a wannabe normie like myself. There was no way I could keep up with the conversations that the, well, normies had. While the other men and women were having fun, I'd just kind of sit there. Oh. A matchmaking party was a challenge far beyond my capabilities. I wasn't going to tell them that, though.
いいなあマユシーもオカリンと合コンしたいのです
That's funny, though, because we know that Ferris is actually hardcore crushing on Okabe. That's nice. Mayushi wants to go to a matchmaking party with Okarin, too. Mayuri actually screaming on the inside. Because we know she likes Okabe as well. What do you mean, matchmaking party? How is the meme doing? The meme is doing great on the actual Steins Gate Reddit, but not on the Steins Gate meme Reddit, which is funny. Mary wanted to do what? Is she old enough to be interested in that sort of thing?
だってみんなで楽しく
Because that's when everyone gets together and has a fun party, right? Evidently not.
間違ってはいないけど
Well, that's not wrong, but the nuance is a little different,
ニュアンス
yeah.
が違う気がするにゃ
We can hold it at the lab. Of course, Luca and Ferris will come. Oh, but Daru and Nai and Suza?
あとダルくんやナエちゃんや
Mayuri turned to me with a guilty look. Suzu-san, huh? Amane Suzuha. Oh, what, is he, like, scared to talk to her in this timeline? Because every time he talks to her, she's, like, trying to slap him up to reality. Also known as John Titor. A time traveler from 2036. I like that she's got the Terminator music playing now. A true warrior, not even part-time, who was still fighting even as I was trying my best to give up. I had barely seen her since summer. I was avoiding her. Part of the reason I'd stopped going to the lab was she spent all her time there now. Until a month ago or so, just hearing her name was enough to cause flashbacks. It was all I could do to endure them. Flashbacks are a symptom of post-traumatic stress disorder. After 3 months, I could finally stand to hear her name. But I didn't think I could keep it together if I met her in person again. So he really hasn't seen her again. I forget how much Beta Suzuha looks like she beats up Okabe on a regular basis. Beta Suzuha, or this Suzuha actually looks like this is Alpha World, right? Yeah. This Suzuha actually looks like she fucks people up. The more casual Suzuha with her braids down, not the case. Of course, it wasn't her fault, and I wasn't blaming her, so I didn't want her to blame me. She'd never come out and said it, but when she looked at me with that razor-sharp glint in her eyes, I felt something like guilt.
あのね
Everyone?
みんなマユシーね
Mayushi's been planning an operation with Daru.
オペレーションがあるんだ
So, do they all kind of, like, get Okabe's trauma? Like, has he explained it to anyone? I kind of get the vibe that he's just, like, bottling that shit up and keeping it down, repressing it all. Like, do they know he killed Kurusu? Mayuri might. Suzuha definitely does. But does, like, Daru, Ferris, Luca, do they know? Like, the depth of his trauma? Mayuri and Daru, at minimum, have a good, big feeling. Well, yeah, the first thing he said when he fell out of the time machine was like, I killed her! So, like, they kind of know. But did he ever explain to them, like, the full extent of the time travel? Or have they, like, gotten some of their memories back from the other world lines? Like, does Mayuri have those dreams of, like, Okabe saving her? I'm just wondering how much they know about... Now that I've seen so much Steins Gate media, I'm confused as to what level of, what level of understanding they have.
Operation?
An operation? It sounded like something old me would have done.
っていうと
What kind of operation, yeah?
ね すずさんを笑顔にしよう大作戦
Operation Make Suzu-san Smile. Huh? I was Mayuri talking about this out of the blue. Well, maybe it wasn't out of the blue. She might have been thinking about it for a while. So I decided to respond as cheerfully as I could.
聞かせてくれよ
Tell me about it, Mayuri. Oh. Okay.
ね
Mayushi thinks that Suzu is normally kind of scary, but she's actually a nice person.
普段は怖いけどラボにいる時にね
Sometimes when I'm in the lab, I'll start to fall asleep on the sofa.
ソファーでう
And when I wake up, there's a blanket over me. When I ask Suzuha about it, she says she has no idea, but I had a similar experience. My dad once asked me to go shopping for him, and I was having trouble on the way back because I had to carry so much. And then Amane came by, and without saying anything, took some of the bags from me and carried them for me. Huh. I had no idea. She said it wasn't a big deal, so I shouldn't tell anybody. Oh, I guess I did. Yeah. In the Alpha World line, she was a cheerful girl who smiled at everyone, and who loved to go mountain biking. Hey, it's the picture from, like, my favorite ending. But in this one, she wasn't the type who smiled a lot. In her Terminator fit. I like that she's got the leather jacket over her jumpsuit in this. When she's not a military girl. It's kind of hotter, if, you know what I mean? I like this fit a lot better for her. But the braids look really weird as just, like, I don't know, earrings. Makes her hair kind of look like a helmet that's been, like, not, like, buckled together. This was partially due to the way she'd grown up. I had heard about it third hand from Daru, but because of the universal conscription program that started after World War III broke out, she'd been forced to undergo military training ever since she was in middle school. Mind break Okabe ending. I like that route though. I think that's a pretty cool take on the time leap. After that, she joined up with anti-government forces and gotten caught in a terrible struggle. After that, he said she never really smiled. So I want her to smile. So basically, Okabe's kind of like tossing to the wind her trauma so he can hide from his issues. Yeah? Rough. Is Okabe a little bit of a coward, yeah? What's up with my webcam blurring out? I do enjoy exploring a protagonist who goes through darker points. Yeah, no, I agree. I thought it was really cool. I see. You just keep saying, I see. So what's your plan, yeah? A Christmas party.
Christmas party?
Is that really that shocking? Aren't Christmas parties fairly common? We all spoke in unison. It's almost Christmas, right? Suzuha says she's never been to a Christmas party. So I want to give her one. Ferris and Luca nodded at almost the exact same time. I'm in, yeah? Me too. Thanks. Ocarine, will you come too? Well, you don't want to? It's not that, it's just I don't think she'd really want me there, do you? I was never going back to the past. I still couldn't forget the look on her face when I told her that. It was an expression filled with both anger and despair. She must have felt like her last, most desperate hope was crumbling right away in front of her eyes. The words she said to me then were still sharp thorns lodged in my heart. She doesn't like me, you know. But she just texted me earlier, like, can I have a moment of your time? So, like, this text conflicts with that conversation. I don't think so. I think she regrets the fact that she got mad at you. I don't. I think she just can't say it. Or is it because everyone's a tsundere? Really? Yeah, I'm sure of it. I couldn't turn her down after Mayuri said that. Fine, I'll think about it. By the way, Okabe, there was a bit of hesitation in their voice. How'd the doctor's appointment go? Evidently, Luca had heard about my counseling from Mayuri. Maybe they wanted to see me because they were worried about how it went. I guess I'm making them worry too. In this world line, they hadn't joined the lab, but even so, they were still dear friends. I never tried it before. It was interesting. Never thought it would work for me, so that was a big surprise. It worked? Perfectly. I bet Luca wouldn't last a second. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm sure. Luca would believe anything you told them. Anyway, there's no point standing around. I was getting hungry, and it was time to find someplace to eat. Hey, what do you want to eat? My treat. Oh, he's gonna buy food for everybody. This Okabe actually has their shit together and money for everybody, huh? We decided to head towards Yodobashi. There were a lot of restaurants there, so it was perfect. Way to go, Okuri, you're the best. Mayuri has a pretty big job. Does she really need someone to buy her food? Yeah, but he wants to die. Yeah, but so does anyone who has their shit together and a job. Oh, sorry. Gotta get a stretch in. Okay, just wants to live a quiet life, yeah. What should I eat? Chicken? Juicy chicken? That's all Mayushi ever eats, yeah. I walked behind the three of them, and I thought to myself, what would it be like if Kurisu was here? I tried my hardest for the past few months to not think about her, but was it because of my experience yesterday I did anyway? The expressions and little mannerisms I had seen, the voice, the way she walked, I remembered it. I remembered my conversation with her, quote, unquote. Nice to meet you, Okabe. I'm Makise. I look forward to working with you. I couldn't respond. Something felt slightly off about the way she moved on screen. But it was really slight. I'd get used to it. More importantly, the voice and the way she spoke were exactly like the real Kurisu. I almost cried. It was all I could do to stop from breaking down. Senpai? It's not the middle of the night, is it? Ah, I like this picture as well. Definitely a more, like, anime appearance with the Amadeus outfit. The camera on the PC switched from me to Maho. No, why? I was wondering if the two of you were sleepy. Was she talking about the fact that I didn't respond to her introduction? I was asleep until a bit ago, but now I'm 100% awake. I see you're as lazy as ever, huh? Don't be rude. Anyway, can I ask you a question? Sure. What's your relationship to Okabe here? I think this is a good thumbnail. Live making thumbnails. Just kidding, I'm not gonna do that, but... I have a good idea for one. He's a student who participated in the last ATF seminar. He seemed really interested in the research, so I brought him here. Maho decided not to tell Amadeus that I was a friend of Kurisu before she died. Why, I wonder? Did she not want the Amadeus to find out? Or was I supposed to tell her myself? He must be pretty impressive if you're saying that. The first time Kurisu has ever complimented Okabe on this world line. The Kurisu on the screen turned to me and smiled. Calm down. So, Okabe, what's your major? Brain science, I assume? It's... The words got stuck in my throat. I said calm down. You know this is just a program. Her words, her appearance, and even the conversation she's having with you right now is all artificial. But even though I knew that, I couldn't speak. I had no idea what to say. And more than that, the words "nice to meet you" hit me harder than I thought. This wasn't the Kurisu I'd spent those 3 weeks with. But none of the Kurisus that he'd spoken to were the Kurisus that he'd spent 3 weeks with. Technically more than that, because of all the time looping and stuff. But like, you know, he's always had to reintroduce himself to Kurisu. Maho had told me this ahead of time, and I thought I'd understood, but hearing it for myself hurt more than I thought. I regretted not taking my anxiety meds, but it was too late now. My heart rate soared, and my breathing became irregular. My head was spinning, and the corners of my vision were beginning to dim. At some point, my lips had gone totally dry. This is a pretty good description of a panic attack, for sure. Is something wrong, Okabe? I like the quotation marks, or the brackets for Kurisu. Kurisu sounded worried. That voice software must be pretty good if it can handle nuances like that. His major isn't brain science, but he's very interested in the research. Is he? The doctor likes him too. At some point, I plan to make him my assistant. What? My head snapped up in surprise at Maho's bizarre statement. Me? Maho's assistant? Then I'd go to the university? The VCU? You don't like the idea? It's not whether I like it or not. Well, it was a joke anyway. Oh, rude. A joke? Did you take it seriously? No. I wasn't gonna tell her I did. But if you study really hard, it might not be a joke after all. Even if it wasn't, I'd rather be the doctor's assistant. That was my way of getting back at her. It's harder to be his assistant than you might think. He's really just a big kid. As she spoke, she quietly came over next to me and tapped me on the arm a few times. I see. She was making a joke to try and calm me down. Sorry. Thanks. What are you talking about? I didn't think subtlety was her thing. Maybe I was wrong. Senpai? Excuse me. Kurisu beckoned to Maho from within the screen in a very human manner. What is it? Come a little closer towards the speaker. Maho moved her ear close to the speaker. I was just thinking about how weird it was when...
Huh?
Maho suddenly turned bright red and shouted at the screen.
そんなわけないでしょ。
Of course not! What are you talking about?
そんなに照れなくても。
You don't need to be so embarrassed.
照れてるわけじゃないわ。
I'm not embarrassed. Stop being
お
weird.
かしなことを言うのは
Oh,
や
did
め
she
て。
just ask if she was falling for Okabe? Does every girl that talks to Okabe fall for him? Can he, like, not help himself? Good lord.
そうですか？
You're sure?
そうです。
I'm sure.
と、
What are you talking about?
一体何の話を？
It was obvious that what Kurisu had whispered something to Maho. But what did she say? She glanced at me. Oh. And for some reason, she blushed and turned away. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's going to be a lover's quarrel. But another, she's gonna get cucked by Kurisu AI, though, isn't she? Whoops. Or I guess in this world line, she could, Okabe and Maho could work. Because Kurisu doesn't, you know, exist. If he ever gets over her, though, which we know he doesn't. I see. From the way Maho was acting, and what I knew about Kurisu, there was only one possibility. Goddamn mainstream women. A derogatory term used to describe women who subscribe to a way of thinking incomprehensible to men. Such women are supposedly influenced by the mainstream culture as promoted in women's magazines. Some claim this is a term used by men to justify their lack of success with women. Imagine having a love triangle from a girl with a phone or computer. Listen, I would just be straight up with the AI girl. That sounds way better. I whispered a name I'd often teased Kurisu with, and suddenly felt better. She must have said something stupid like, "You two make a good couple, or you finally found a man, huh?" The way she looked at a boy and girl holding a friendly conversation and immediately assumed they were dating was just like the Kurisu I knew. What a system. It didn't need to be that true to her personality, did it? I chuckled. I wonder if this Kurisu also browses @channel when Maho and the professor aren't looking. Japan's popular anonymous message board. Knowing her, definitely. She's probably commenting on threads, too. I remember Kurisu once browsed @channel on the Future Gadget Laboratory's computer when she knew nobody else was around. Hey, knock before you come in. And this is updated Kurisu sprite. Let's go. She doesn't have the bleached hair anymore. Also, I like this, like, retro, goofy themed song much better. Hey, knock before you come in. Christina? What were you looking at just now? I'm shocked they didn't just show the CG of her, like, panicked in front of the computer. Oh, wait, stay back! Why did I lull? Quit wasting our time with achievements. You think this is a fucking game? War. The Committee of 300? Isn't that just some bullshit conspiracy theorists made up? It's a different story if they had some evidence. But all they did was lump every conspiracy together. This is such chuny bullshit, it's unreal. This is not canon, though, because this doesn't have her, her actual anonymous nickname. I want FES to drool into my eye until I faint. Is this the Wandering Man's post? Did we just find his ID? Serious reply, 9/11 truther here. Look, the media released some of the culprits' photo portraits. About half of them are confirmed to be living normal lives in other countries. Meaning the culprits were using fake passports. So just who were the people on the planes? Hey, what's with that yeah sure buddy Rafflemao laughter? Never forget Rafflemao. They have to explain Raffle, but not Lamau. Also, never forget Rafflecopter. Oh man, the good early days of the internet. Fear not, Christina, or should I call you @Chandler Chris? Please don't call me that. Again, updated Kurisu sprite. I already knew. That's right. I realized long ago you were an @Chandler. You reek of @Chan corruption. How rude. I make sure to apply light perfume every day. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about your soul's power level. But it's cute how you try to hide it. Don't call me that. Your soul's power level, huh? My silly remarks seem to have much deeper meaning now. Was the girl in front of me one day as Dr. This is the Dr. Lichtenstein had said? Likening, whatever. Leskening? Become an artificial soul? When that happens, what are we supposed to call a soul that has existed in this world after the body was gone? It's not dead or alive, but something in between. This wasn't science anymore. It was philosophy, or maybe even religion. Enough messing around. Okabe didn't come here to waste his time with this stuff. That's not true. That's exactly what he's here for. Is to waste time and talk to Kurisu. The way you're trying to change the subject makes me even more suspicious. I'm gonna infect you with the virus. I was kidding. I won't bring it up again. She bowed her head. I bet back when Kurisu was still alive, she had conversations like this with Maho every day. I'm sure the doctor had a lot of fun watching them. It was actually kind of cute. Sorry about that, Okabe. You want to try talking to her? Oh. Maho offered me the seat in front of the PC. Kurisu's face was on the monitor in front of me. Beautiful girls here. It's another AI. Indeed. But that one truly does not have a soul. Because there are no beautiful girls here. I didn't know this was how she treated people when she first met them. But then I remembered my first meeting with Kurisu in the Alpha World line went about as badly as it possibly could have. I realized her prickly attitude towards me could have been unusual for her. Ask me whatever you want. I'll answer anything I can. Alright. This wasn't good. I was remembering every moment I'd ever spent with Kurisu and I couldn't think of what to say. And then the next words that came out of my mouth were, is it possible to create a time machine? That was what I'd once argued with Kurisu about on another world line. In the end, I'd lost the argument. Huh? Huh? A time machine, you say? Where did this come from? Doesn't this Okabe want to, never time travel, though? He has a time machine that he could use and is willingly not using it, so this seems like a weird conversation starter. It's just a test. I just wanted to see if she was capable of thought experiments. Well, Kurisu? Let me see. My conclusion is that it's not possible. But I suppose we don't know for sure that it's impossible. Huh? That wasn't what she had said before. The very idea of a time machine is absurd. That's what Kurisu had said in the Alpha World line. I remember that well. I think the very idea of a time machine is absurd. I remembered our old debate and decided to repeat what Kurisu had said then. It's too early to assume that. You think? It's true that scientists all around the world have proposed time travel theories. There are 11 major ones, and countless minor ones, but none of them are anything more than hypotheses. And some of them directly contradict one another. Correct. For example, there's the cosmic string theory, wormhole theory, time travel is possible as a thought experiment, but no one has a clue where you can get a cosmic strings or exotic matter. In other words, it's not realistic. It seems weird to hear this coming from Okabe. This was also something that Kurisu had told me in the Alpha World line. But the Kurisu on screen was unmoved. That's probably because scientists haven't discovered something important yet. Then you think it's possible? Hey, it's that wink. Don't you remember what I said? We don't know for sure that it's impossible. Her opinion was slightly different. Was this because I was in the Beta World line? Or perhaps... Hey, Yajo. She knows she's made from a copy of the original's memories, right? Of course. Then, I can't think of a good example, but... Is it like identical twins? You can't tell them apart at birth, but as they grow, differences start to form, or something like that? We're still investigating, but... if the memories they build are different, I think that of course they become something different from the original. The professor agrees. I see. It was then I heard the door on the other side of the partition shut. Is that the professor? From the loud sounds of the footsteps, I'd assume so. I could definitely hear someone stomping around. And then after a heavy knock, the door to the booth flung open. So he was like eavesdropping on our conversation. Linthalo. The professor opened his arms wide as he came inside. He grabbed my hand and began to wave it around. I hadn't realized he was this friendly. He seemed to think he was giving me a handshake, but it felt like I was being worked over by a pro wrestler.
Hey boy, what's up?
I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you. And you?
And you? Okabe, your English is terrible. Shut up, Christina. Oh no. I was so focused on the professor, I used my old nickname for her. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I am worried about it. Why'd you call me Christina? I told you, it's nothing. You're freaking out a lot over nothing. I told you to shut up, Christine and Kurisu. Kurisu and Maho both seemed lost in thought. You called her Christina? You too? Just drop it. I didn't want any more questions about this since the professor was here, so I decided to ask more about how Amadeus' memories worked. Is it possible for the Amadeus' memories to be externally modified? But the professor wasn't listening. He seemed to be frantically searching his pockets. Come to think of it, I didn't see a translator device in his ear. He must have been looking for it, which meant odds were good he didn't even understand what I had told him. Modifying my memories? It's theoretically possible. Kurisu herself answered in the professor's place. For example, it'd be possible to make me think that my name was Christina. But memory data isn't like normal data, it's much more complex. I'm aware of no successful attempts to modify it. But even if the attempt succeeded, I would notice it and repair. I keep logs in an area only I can access. In other words, it's a secret diary. If there was this discrepancy between my current memories and my diary, there's a very high probability I'd become suspicious. What's more, my memory is backed up at regular intervals. Even if they were altered beyond the point where I could self-repair, I'd be able to restore them. I would lose any memories that had formed between then and the last backup, though. I wonder if this is another example of, like, Chekhov's gun in this game, where we're explaining her modifying memory process to, like, understand some later point in the story. Kind of like some things that happened in the original game as well. Oops. I see. Regardless of the topic of discussion, it felt strange. What Maho had said before she loaded Kurisu was true. I was starting to feel like I was chatting with the real Kurisu. The way she wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise when she started talking about science was exactly like the real one. It's interesting, though. I turned towards Kurisu and spoke. You're able to consider yourself objectively as a machine. From what I see in books and comics, I'd expect you to say, I'm not a machine, I'm human. That's nonsense. Even humans speak of themselves as a combination of hardware and software, right? They just call it biology and psychology. What's the difference? I see. She's better with comebacks than anyone I know, isn't she? When she heard this, Kurisu turned towards Maho. Her CG eyes big and round, though it was really just the camera sensor moving. You know, Senpai, it's not any of my business, but you should watch what you say. You finally got your chance. What if he stops liking you? Hey, don't bring that up. But that's what I find most interesting right now. That's what I find most meaningless right now. What if this is the last chance you'll ever get? You're the one who needs to learn to watch what you say. I like that most of Maho's comebacks are like, no you! Okabe is like, The doctor was clapping his hands together and laughing. I had to chuckle a little too. Afterwards, the three of us, including the professor, talked to Kurisu, discussing technical subjects and making small talk. The next thing I knew had been an hour. I actually felt a little sad when Maho told me it was time to stop. In just a single hour, the strangeness I felt about Amadeus had disappeared, and it felt like I was really talking to Kurisu. The doctor stopped me before I left. Interested in being a tester? I tilted my head when I heard him speak through the translator. Amadeus doesn't have a lot of conversation samples. I've got all the kids in my lab helping as much as I can, but it's not enough. Amadeus is still in the research stage, and we can't just let anyone talk to it. So I want you, Lintalo, to help us since you were her friend. Is this him butchering how to say Rintaro? I remember they'd mentioned something about being a tester at the party, so this is what they were talking about. The professor and I will be staying in Japan for a while, and we'd like you to be a tester while we're here. Your job will just be talking to her. There's no real quota, just talk to her whenever you feel like it. But twice a month, I want you to report on your testing to me and the professor. I'm sorry, but we can't pay you. I want you to keep that in mind. Okabe would talk to her for free. What?
てみてほしい。俺は
I'm aware it's cruel to ask you to talk to an AI that's perfectly identical to your dead friend.
それは乗り気でないの
If you're not interested, you can feel free to turn us down.
いいからね。
I remember what it felt like to talk to Kurisu, when the monitor was just about to turn off. This is what Kurisu said. Let's talk again sometime, Okabe. That's what I'd hoped for when I came here, wasn't it?
やり
I'll
ます
do it. Please let me do
やら
it.
せてください。
Getting all misty-eyed here. I thought I was ready when I accepted the job, but I never expected this. Call from Kurisu?
はい。
I like this little image of her on the phone. That's cute. I'm gonna save this as well. This isn't sad compared to later. I mean, I'm not getting misty-eyed from it being sad. It's Makise. Kurisu was displayed on the screen. Yes, it was Amadeus. The app the professor had given me allowed me to access the servers at the VCU from anywhere 24 hours a day. Of course, you'll be able to contact Kurisu. But Kurisu will also sometimes contact you. When that happens, you should talk to her. This I hadn't predicted. I never thought she'd call me. Or that her face would display on the screen. Or should I have introduced myself with it's Christina? She looked really mad. I could guess why. I had gotten 8 calls from Kurisu and I ignored all of them. Senpai and the doctor explained things, so I thought I'd call once to make a proper introduction. I didn't expect you to refuse to pick up 8 times. Kubai is gonna have a fun, sad ride. That's what I'm waiting for. Why aren't you saying anything? Talking to a realistic girl on my smartphone with so many people around was pretty embarrassing. Well, if you don't want to talk, that's fine, but... What's with you? I was sure this was my chance to talk more than usual. I feel like an idiot. Just know, during the test period, I'm always connected with you. Contact me whenever you feel like it. I'm busy, so I don't know if I'll always be able to answer your calls. How is she busy? What? What's she doing? What is this? This is more than that strangely polite and friendly Kurisu from yesterday. Angry, stubborn, more curious. The way she seemed to be constantly challenging you. Anyway, goodbye. I realized this really was Makise Kurisu. That the girl I'd spent those 3 weeks with, lab member 4, my assistant, Christina, aka Kurisu. It's weird to me that he keeps phrasing it like 3 weeks, even though with the time loop it was way more than 3 weeks. If you count the days he repeated. Like, I know in real time it was 3 weeks, but he should know that it wasn't 3 weeks. Her movements were a little more jerky than I'd seen on the computer, but evidently that was because of the phone. This alone was enough to make me feel like my heart was being squeezed dry. I hope he explains to the AI, like, what's happened. Like, hey, I fell in love with real Kurisu. Real Kurisu is dead. I kind of want to see that interaction. I stood still, holding my smartphone. Oh, Karine, what's wrong? Yeah? Sorry, I'm coming. I thought to myself as I ran to catch up with the others. Maybe the doctor was right, and this test would be a very cruel thing for me. But even so, in my mind, I was already starting to think about what I would talk about with Kurisu. What's happening here? This is a new kind of segment. I think Amadeus Kurisu saying she was doing work is just her being tsundere. Maho was remembering. She was remembering the last night she'd spoken to Kurisu in person. Oh, there's perspective swaps? That's interesting. Why do I have to do this now of all times? That night, Kurisu was whispering to herself a lot. VCU's Brain Science Institute. Maho and Kurisu worked in the same room at the lab. Thus, Maho was first forced to hear Kurisu's angry mumblings whether she wanted to or not. A little was fine, but she'd been acting like this all day, and it was keeping Maho from concentrating. She finally snapped and turned away from the paper she was writing. Hey, Kurisu. English was the language most commonly used at VCU. I like perspective swaps in stories. I think that's really cool. Thank you, Vibin. I was thinking, should I stop now that we've swapped perspectives, or should I keep going till the end of the chapter? How much is left of the chapter? When the other staff and professors were around, they'd always speak in English, but when it was just Maho and Kurisu, Maho would often speak in Japanese. Would you stop? Huh? Stop what? Interesting that these flashbacks with Maho used the Amadeus Kurisu sprite, but Okabe's flashbacks used the Steins sprites that are modified a little bit. You can even see like the scan lines a little bit from the computer here. So that's interesting. Because Okabe's used the... Maybe that's to help you differentiate whose flashback you're experiencing. Kurisu stopped messing with her luggage and turned around. You're so loud I can't concentrate. I need to turn this paper in by tomorrow. Was I talking to myself? Want me to sue you for violating the local noise ordinance? Sorry. Weird to hear her apologize. Also, Maho's thing is threatening to sue anybody. Kurisu apologized and started to scratch the back of her head. What, a Suzuha movement? Interesting. My theory is the old sprite's supposed to represent the alpha, the newer represents beta. Fair enough, I guess. Because the alpha world line was still touched up to fit in better with the art style of this game. Like, it didn't look... It wasn't, like, straight ripped from Steins Gate. Maho decided to calm down by standing up and going to the shelf where the research notes were kept. There were several books she needed for her paper. But they were all on the top shelf. This must be someone's idea of a prank, she said as she stared up at a heavy book. So this is also weird, that even though the perspective has shifted, we don't get Maho's internal thoughts like we do Okabe. We're getting like an external narrator. So like we're supposed to be Okabe, but we're not supposed to be Maho. So like there's still a different narrator narrating Maho's internal thoughts instead of just like the text box like Okabe would be like, where he would think to himself, this must be a prank or something, right? So that's interesting. She decided to try and reach for it, but no matter how she stood on her toes, she came nowhere close. Her tiny little arms seemed like dead branches waving in the wind. She was biting her lip. After she'd skipped grades to go to college and then came to work for this lab, she'd have more chances than ever to hate her small stature. Whenever she walked outside after dark, cops would stop her. Even with her ID, she couldn't get into bars, and buying medicine and alcohol at drugstores was a pain. The most humiliating part was that no matter where she went, everyone thought she was in middle school. Nobody believed her when she said she was in her 20s. It's so weird, though, because I feel like women are fairly commonly short. Especially in Japan, right? Everything in America... Oh, I guess she's in America. Everything in America was just too big. Should I get that for you? Kurusu noticed the trouble Maho was having and came over. But Maho was stubborn and decided to pretend nothing was wrong. It's fine. I'm not having any problems. Sure you are. I'm not. You sure? I'm sure. But there's a book on this shelf I want too, so... Kurusu easily reached up to the highest shelf and grabbed the book Maho wanted. Isn't Kurusu also not even that tall? Kurusu's also like 5'2" or some shit, right? She is 160 centimeters, so she's 5'3". I almost got it right. So not like she's tall herself either. It must be nice to be tall. The world in which 5'3" is tall. Hysterical. No, I'm really not that. Oh. Kurusu covered her mouth when she realized she'd said something she shouldn't have. Thanks, that was a big help. If you need something in Japan, tell me, I'll send it. I will, thank you. Kurusu handed over the book as she spoke. And suddenly, her eyes went wide and began to sparkle. Hey, senpai, about what we were just talking about. It's so weird to hear Kurusu call anybody senpai, either. What we were just talking about? Talking to yourself. It looked like Kurusu had come up with an idea. This was a regular occurrence for Kurusu, and Maho was used to it. Wouldn't that be proof of a self? For Amadeus? Yeah. Yeah, if she started talking to herself, I'd be surprised. No matter how advanced AI was, it wouldn't talk to itself unless you programmed it to do that. And there was no need or even a point to a feature like that. If an AI started talking to itself, that might be a good indication that there was a self to talk to. Did the stream just break? But Maho hesitated to agree. You should watch what you say here. Don't forget, there are many people who believe that the soul is God's gift to mankind. I suppose you're right. Is like Japan not as religious or something? Kurusu's expression dimmed. Kurusu and Maho were both treated as heretics in the lab, especially since they were both Japanese and women. Kurusu was simply too talented. Nobody ever actually did anything, but a lot of the older scientists were definitely avoiding her. doctor was the chief scientist, and the fact that he liked the two of them was all that let them The fact that he liked the two of them was all that let them do their research in peace. If other scientists heard what Kurisu had just said, who knows what they'd do. Maho patted Kurisu on the shoulder. Well, go have a good time in Japan and refresh yourself. I'm still not happy about that. Why? I think you'll have fun. If I'm doing an exchange, it should be to a graduate school. Why a high school? Also, Maho couldn't be any more wrong. Is that why she feels bad about this last conversation? I think you'll have fun. You'll just die shortly after getting there. It has to be high school, right? By Japanese standards, you'd still be in high school. Can you not skip grades in Japan like you can in the States? Which, reminder, I skipped a grade. A singular grade. Just accept that the professor is doing something nice for you. Maho remembered what the doctor had said. Kurisu has a fragile personality. All the bickering in the lab is putting her under a lot of stress, and she's at her limit. It might ruin her as a researcher. That's what the professor had said. He was really worried about her. And you have to go to Japan in July anyway, right? It's perfect timing. I'm actually kind of down about that, too. The ATF? Was that it? I'm still not used to giving lectures. I don't know what to do. Now that you're published in Science, expect a lot more. You need practice. I'd rather not. Kurisu whispered to herself. Maho didn't like being around lots of other people either, so she knew how Kurisu felt. But there were a lot of scientists who wanted to be published in a major journal and then to go on to give public lectures. She'd beaten out many of them to win that honor, and people were jealous. She needed to fulfill her responsibilities, even if it was just to shut them up. Maybe I'm not much better. Maho silently laughed a little, and hated herself for doing that. Maybe I'm just as jealous as they are. That feeling, which was a little like fear, was something she always felt. The girl in front of her was just that different. Someone she could never reach, no matter how hard she tried. Someone who'd surpassed everything she'd ever done almost instantly.
Senpai?
Kurisu was peering into her face, confused. Maho felt flustered. Are you meeting your dad? She heard that Kurisu's parents weren't divorced, but they were separated. Her mom's still in America, and her dad's in Japan. After Maho said it, she'd wonder if that was too personal of a question. But Kurisu smiled. Actually, I got an invite from him. Oh yeah? Oh no. He's announcing a new theory this summer. I'm thinking of going to see the announcement. A new theory? Kurisu's smile changed into an expression of consternation. What? I haven't heard the details, but I know it's got something to do with the theory of relativity. Yeah? Maho felt like she was hiding something, but didn't question her. Anyway, take care. I'll be expecting presents. Oh no. What do you want? Since you're going to Akihabara, why not something rare? You know a lot about Akihabara, right? Why do you say that? You're always reading those sites during breaks. Kurisu exposed by a weeb, the least kept secret in Steins Gate. Yeah. Did Amadeus tell you that? She wouldn't do that. Sometimes I'm right behind you and you're so busy watching videos you don't notice. I can't believe you found out. Damn my carelessness. It's funny because this is not how she would react to Okabe either. Kurisu actually seemed upset. This really surprised Maho. Don't tell the others.
別に
I
隠
don't
す
think
こ
it's
とは
really
ない
something
と
you
思
need
う
to
けど
hide, but the idea of sharing a secret with Kurisu made Maho happy.
分かった
Got it.
言わ
I
ないで
won't
おく
tell
わ
anyone.
助かり
Thanks so
ま
much.
す
Kurisu seemed genuinely relieved, so Maho continued.
ね
Hey,
えあなたが日本から戻ってきたら
once you get back from Japan,
Amadeus
let's find out if
独り言を
Amadeus can
つぶやけるか
talk to
どうか
herself.
二人はい
Kurisu had a very happy look on her face. It was the face of a born scientist who loved to explore the unknown more than anything in the world. Her smile was as innocent as that of a child who'd just been given a new toy. It was beautiful. And it was one of the reasons that Maho liked the younger researcher quite a bit. But the promise the two of them made would never be fulfilled. In fact, they would never meet again. It felt like she was thinking about Kurisu more and more since she'd come back to Japan. Maho didn't know if it was because she was in Japan, or if it was because she was talking with Amadeus Kurisu more often. Or maybe it was because she met the young man named Okabe.
私の知らないクリスを知っている人
He knows things about Kurisu that I don't, huh? Thinking back, the first day they'd met, she'd broken down and cried right in front of him. It was something she really didn't want to remember. She chased the memories away out of embarrassment. See, this is like just straight up a novel that we're reading now with this Maho segment, which is interesting. You were thinking of Okabe, weren't you? She snapped her head towards the PC monitor. Weird also to hear Kurisu laugh like that. Amadeus Kurisu is much different. Maho was in the middle of a conversation with Kurisu. Yeah, that's right. She shrugged her shoulders and tried to ignore Kurisu's mischievous smile.
不思議だと思わない
Don't you think it's strange that the doctor's got such a high
岡部さん
opinion
の
of
こ
him?
とをあそこまでか2度しか会ったことのない
He
相手
handed
なの
over
に
your access rights to
あ
a
な
guy
た
he'd
の
only
アク
met
セス権も
twice.
渡してしまったしあそこまで信用してい
Really
いのか
wise
し
to
ら
trust him so much?
誠実そうな人
He
でした
looked like a nice person.
そう
I can't tell if he's got ambitions or
向上心があるのかないのか
not. I feel like I don't really understand him.
少しつかみどころがない人だったわ
好きなんですか
Do you like him?
あなたね
Would you cut that out? Maho brought her face close to the monitor and glared. But Kurisu seemed unconcerned.
別に取り繕う必要は
There's
な
no
いで
real
しょ
need to hide it, is there?
昨日は本人
I can understand why you didn't want to say anything yesterday when he was in front of you, but now it's just the two of us. Kurisu may not have looked like someone who would, but she really enjoyed gossip. Maybe girl talk was the right word. Maho sighed and sat back in her chair. The creaking sound echoed throughout the office.
本当にそんな感情はないわ
I really don't feel that way
岡部
about
さん
him.
が
I
どん
still
な
don't
人
even
な
know
のか
who he
さ
is.
まだよくわかっ
なるほど
Ah, well, that makes sense. Kurisu let the matter drop. This bothered Maho a little.
ただ気になるの
But
は
what does interest me?
何です
Does that bother Maho because normal Kurisu wouldn't drop that?
いえ
It's nothing.
なんでもないわ
Maho had been spending a lot of time thinking about something since yesterday, to the point where she'd even put off research. What kind of relationship was there between Kurisu and Okabe? What was Kurisu feeling in the day before she died? She would have liked to ask Okabe if she could.
先輩私の
Did my
オリジナル
original and
と
Okabe know
岡部
each
さんは
other?
知り合いだったんですか
Maho shivered. It was as if Kurisu had been reading her mind. How could
ど
you
うして
tell?
わかった
岡部さんの話
I
や
came to that conclusion
先輩の
after
反応
listening
な
to
どを聞い
Okabe
て
and
判
hearing
断
your
しました
response.
状況証拠を積み上げた
It's all just circumstantial evidence, but do you want me to show my proof anyway?
別にいいわ
Knowing you, the
あなたの
conclusion's
ことだから
perfect, so it's fine.
反証の余地もないでしょ
They used words like proof and normal conversation, showed that both Maho and Kurisu were scientists at heart. If he has memories of me that I don't possess, that's likely to cause problems in our conversation. I'll leave that up to you how to deal with it. He might bring it up, and if you want, you can ask him. Maho still didn't know if Okabe would even access Amadeus at all. They weren't forcing him to. Feigning ignorance is the same as lying, isn't it? I should be able to get good data, I think. Was interesting, but that was her opinion as a researcher working on Amadeus. How would Okabe feel? Wouldn't this be rubbing salt on the wounds in his heart? Maho realized she was getting too sentimental. Maybe it's because I'm in Japan. It's been a week since she arrived, and the first thing she planned to do was offer flowers. But she still couldn't bring herself to visit the Akihabara radio Kaikon. I haven't seen it pronounced as Raikon in a while. The place where Kurisu had died. Who is this? Chie? The sun was setting earlier now that December had arrived. Nakaze Katsumi was surprised by how quickly it had gotten dark while she was out rummaging through cosplay shops. The wheeled suitcase on the ground next to her felt heavy. She'd done her best to jam everything she bought today inside, but it was bursting at the seams. Still, spending a whole day shopping with her cosplay friends was fun. She felt tired, but a good tired. Her footsteps were light as she walked to the station. Fubuki, you look like you're about to start skipping around. You can tell. There was so much fun doing all that shopping, and I'm satisfied with what we got. I had a lot of fun shopping too, thanks to Fubuki. Thanks for coming. I'd do anything for you, Mayushi. Fubuki tried to grab her friend for a hug, but Mayuri dodged out of the way. Mayuri may have looked like an airhead, but she was quite athletic. Fubuki was Nakaze Katsumi's cosplay name. Katsumi was in her second year of high school. Both she and Mayuri were the same age, but total opposites. Katsumi was boyish and athletic, and when she cosplayed as a male character, she attracted more female kamiko than male ones. Now we don't have to worry about winter Kamiya, do we? I don't... Who is this? But this is, Yuki. The four friends had gone to cosplay shops along Yugawaye, Otome Road, and Tokyo Hands in Ikebukuro, and moved to Akihabara and visited several more. This is all part of their final preparations for Winter Kamiya. Sure, but Mayuri's doing most of the work. This is Kaede, okay. Don't push yourself too hard, okay, Mayuri? Kaede sounded worried. Her real name was Kurishima Kaede, and she used her real name as her cosplay pseudonym. She was 3 years older than Katsumi and in college. Chie and Yukiko. Classic Steins Gate characters, yeah. Kaede was extremely feminine, and her measurements were just like the ones magazine models claimed to have, but she was shy. People had tried many times to persuade her to enter the pageant at her college, but she always refused, saying normal events are scary. But even so, cosplaying with the rest of them was something she looked forward to. Why don't we all help Mayuri and make outfits together? Amayuki proposed. She had a very noble and elegant features, but the rest of her was easygoing and laid back. Though Katsumi was a fellow girl, she still thought Amayuki was beautiful. Why do you need a... was a fellow girl? What does that mean? They were roommates. Even her light blue penetrating eyes lacked the arrogance that beautiful woman possessed. They were filled with a friendly light. I wonder what she is like with Suzuha. Her real name was Amane Yuki. She was a senior at Miji University, and in the same club as Kaede. She was the oldest. She'd once tried to give up cosplay and focus on job hunting. After just 6 months, she'd given up on work and gone back to costuming. Since then, she's been spending more time with the others. Oh, you don't have to help me. Daru has luck 10, yeah. Pretty good catch for Daru. Everyone smiled, but Mayuri quickly shook her head. You guys paid for more than half the cost of the supplies. That's enough to make me happy. You're making our outfits, so we'd feel bad if we didn't pay. And you know, I've always wanted to make really neat outfits like you do. Yep. Mayushi's outfits are always really high quality. I'm super grateful. You see, we really want to help. See, we do kind of, from Fubuki, we have these kind of... Well, no, it's just her dialogue, actually. Still no internal thoughts. I feel like the art style for Steins Gate Zero is just more polished. I like these sprites a lot better. Okay. Let's all make them together. Yuki's into some degenerate stuff. Oh boy. My favorite. Degenerates. Degeneracy. Katsumi knew that it made Mayuri really happy when someone praised her cosplay outfits. There's actually a favor I wanted to ask. A favor? You see, Mary told them about an event that had quickly become a mainstay of the Japanese holiday. She got with Daru, so no duh. True. We're having a Christmas party, so I was hoping that Yuki and Kaede and Fubuki could all come. Yuki doesn't seem about it. A Christmas party, huh? Yeah. Can you come? I want to go. Anime must have cut out all that, all the degeneracy. Hopefully the visual novels got the degeneracy, baby. That's what we're here for. Katsumi's only plans for Christmas was dinner with her family, so she raised her hand. None of her friends at school wanted to do anything that night. She'd been a little put out at that, since it meant they all had boyfriends. I can go. Kaede also nodded, but Yuki seemed hesitant. I don't know if I should go. Do you have plans? Of course, a girl as pretty as Yuki's gotta have a ton of guys asking her for a Christmas date. That's not true. Then I'll take you for myself. I'd rather go on a Christmas date with you than do anything else in the world, Fubuki. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Daru. I love you, Yuki. They're about to be more than roommates. I thought you only cared about Mayuri. I love Mayushi, and I love you too. Katsumi quickly jumped over to Kaede and gave her a big hug. Kaede was soft and smelled good. Enduring this sort of sexual harassment was nothing new for her. Yuki? Feels kind of bad that, we get to see, like, the slice of life stuff with, Mayuri, while Okabe is traumatized. But he did become traumatized, so Mayuri could have this, like, normal slice of life adventure here. Reports of an epidemic outbreak. New type of virus. It's probably nothing. When has that ever been a big deal? I wouldn't worry about it. Can you show me how to make a yummy quiche? I fucking love quiche. Yuki was an excellent chef who has been teaching Mayuri a lot lately. Both Katsumi and Kaede would occasionally participate in what they called Amane Yuki's cooking lessons. An anime girl that can cook?
What? Excuse me? That's illegal. But then how can they make funny haha anime girl can't cook and forces the boys to eat a bad meal? They can't make that joke with her. No! That's half the humor!
Ugh. Ridiculous. What kind of quiche, she says. Spinach and mushroom sounds good. What? Ham, tomato, and bacon is good. Yes. Just thinking about this food makes me drool. I'm not sure. I'll teach you how to make both. Quiche is super easy to make. But god damn it, now I want quiche. Ah! Everyone would be happier if there were lots of different ones, right? Is this for the party? There's less than a month left, so I want to learn it in time. Never made quiche? Might try to make one later? I mean, there's a couple. It's super easy. The basics is some eggs, whatever ingredients you want to, like, put in the thing. And then you bake it in the oven. It takes a lot of eggs, but yeah. Basically, yeah, you'd crack some eggs, pour some creamer. Better make that tuna sandwich if you're hungry. I actually am out of bread. I gotta go grocery shopping tomorrow, so I couldn't make a sandwich. But yeah, eggs, some milk and creamer, then whatever you want in the ingredients. That's the basics of it. I mean, you can add a bunch of other little stuff, like some nutmeg and things like that, but quiche is super easy to make. You shouldn't really need to be taught how to make quiche. You should be able to just fucking look at the recipe. Not complex in any way. Then we'll have to train extra hard. When do you want to do it? Tomorrow? Yeah, I'm okay with that. I never tried. You haven't even tried quiche? Oh, man. It's pretty good. I mean, it's kind of like a scrambled egg, really, that you have ingredients in. But like a fluffier scrambled egg is really a good way to describe it, I think. Katsumi went over her schedule. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to meet a friend. I've got work. Katsumi really wanted to go, so she was pretty disappointed. Your joke reminded me, Magneta, that the last part of JoJo Part 6 just got released, so I gotta marathon that tomorrow. Oh shit. Yeah, I gotta watch that. She would have loved the chance to eat one of Yuki's good quiches. As she thought about the quiche, her stomach began to rumble. Oh my god. Now I'm super hungry. Fuck. It was about time for dinner. Yuki and Mayuri worked out the time and place for their meetup. The place I'm staying is kind of far from here, so... Sound effect made my belly empty? Yeah, dude. We're gonna probably wrap up the stream pretty soon here. I don't know when this chapter ends, but soonish, probably. The final episode's ED is a good fit. Yeah, I've read the manga already, so I know what happens, but... DoorDash quiche? I mean... I doubt anyone's making quiche this late at night. Let's check, shall we? quiche is usually more of a breakfast meal. Yeah, nobody's serving quiche. If you search it in DoorDash, there's nothing. Not a bad idea, though, guy. Give it a shot. Right, AK. You actually did get spoiled about the Part 6 ending? That's unfortunate. How did you get spoiled? Like, by reading the manga? Or just, like, got spoiled? I think the adaptation helps. Yeah, I mean, anime adaptation is always fun to watch. The Part 6 third release released recently, yeah, it's all available online now. You can watch it on Netflix, but I'm sure there's other ways to watch it besides Netflix. But yeah, all episodes are now released. Gotta binge it now. But how can you binge it when you're so busy watching my Steins Gate Zero streams? Like the one I'm gonna have tomorrow as well. For the end gamer, it's still a good watch though. JoJo Part 6 is my favorite part. How about you stay at the lab? Yeah, that's fine. I'll work hard and learn your recipe. I hope it's a fun party. We don't get a date thing up here when we're not Okabe either. You also can't pull up a phone as his character either. Which parts have you seen, Vibin? Mayushi's gonna make Santa outfits. Will you all wear them? You're making even more outfits than the ones we need? You're really excited. I'm raring to go. Mayuri posed like she was cheering. If you're making Santa outfits, I'd like one with a cute miniskirt and then some white knee socks and red boots. It would look good on you, but do you think it would look good on me? Katsumi spoke to Mayuri and Yuki without any confidence in her voice. I know you like the cute outfits best. There was nothing Katsumi could say. She was right. It bothered Katsumi a lot that she looked like a boy, and she knew that sort of clothing didn't look right on her. But still at heart, she was a young girl and wanted to wear cute clothes. Not loving this art style. I still like this art style so far of Steins Gate Zero better, but I will admit, it definitely seems like the budget was kind of like... the Mayuri's friends did not get as much of a passover as, like, Maho did, or the new Kurisu sprite. I will say. Leave it to Mayushi. I'll make clothes that look great on you. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's nice to see this is like the future that Okabe kind of fought for, right? Not entirely. I mean, it's not the Steins Gate future that he wanted, but still. That's my bride. Marry me. You're so silly, Fubuki. Don't talk like Daru does. Getting compared to that perverted gentleman hurts. Uh-oh. Yuki has nothing to say about Daru. She skips the subject. Suzuha, fading from existence as we speak. By the way, you're gonna wear the Santa outfit too, right, Mayuri? Eh?
じゃなくて
Don't
可愛い
me.
んだ
You're
からもっ
cute.
とコスしよ
You
う
should
よ
cosplay more.
でも
But I just make the clothes. I don't wear them.
だから意義あり
Objection! That's a waste. We already used that objection joke.
ちゃんまで
Not you too, Fubuki.
それに
And what's more,
岡部さんも
I bet
マユリちゃ
Okabe
んの
wants to
素
see
敵
you
な
in a
姿
cute outfit.
見たいんじゃないかな
No. Okabe does not. He does not have time for silliness, silly little things like happiness. He is too depressed. Ocarine? Mayuri made a weird noise as soon as she heard that name. Never forget that she gets cucked in this timeline.
オカリンさん
Ocarine? Oh, Mayuri's
マユリ
boyfriend,
の彼
right?
氏ね
Okabe Sprite! Okabe Sprite! It's here! Okabe!
I didn't have a sweater vest that I could wear, and like the way my webcam is, my actual like suit vest doesn't like go up high enough for you to see this, but I've got my sport coat on. And I wore a lighter colored shirt because a black undershirt doesn't look too good with a black sports coat, but I know he's, you know, being emo or whatever. Look at the bags under those eyes, goddamn. Katsumi has met him many times. He was tall and always looked pale and thin, but whenever he laughed, he seemed kind of sad. But from what Mayuri said, until just half a year ago, he was a totally different person. She said he was haughty and arrogant, but also kind and a leader. Mayuri was known to let her emotions influence her judgment, so Katsumi didn't know how much of that description was accurate. Mary started to freak out even more after hearing the word boyfriend.
あのね
Fubuki, Ocarine and Mayuri aren't like that, okay?
私はそういうまたまた
Oh, this is just rubbing salt into Mayuri wounds. Yuki and Kaede weren't buying it either. Honestly, Ocarina and Mayuri seemed more like an old wedded couple that had been together for years than boyfriend and girlfriend.
本当だよ
It's true. Hey, what's up, .com? Welcome to the stream, man. It's true.
だって
Ocarina has somebody else he likes.
他に好きな人がいるのです
Mayuri sounded totally unconcerned, which made Katsumi even more surprised.
そう
Is
なの
that true?
本当
Really? Yeah? Who could have guessed? It was Yuki, the eldest, who spoke first.
にごめんね
Sorry, should we not have said
なんか
anything?
余計なこと言っちゃった
Nah.
マユ
Mayuri
シ
and
とオカリ
Ocarina
ン
are
は
childhood friends and we
幼
get
馴
along
染
great,
で
so
仲
that's
良しさん
okay.
っていうだけだから
Pain.
大丈夫だよ
Mayuri, hang on. I also need to screenshot this for a meme. This is literally the meme of like where the guy's wearing the like normal mask, but then like behind it he's crying.
So
I see. Mary's smile seemed sad. There it is. Okay. She felt the sudden impulse to give her schoolmate a hug.
それより
Anyway, Mary smiled and walked over to Yuki as if to blow away the awkwardness.
ね
What about you, Yuki?
私
Me?
さ
Are you
っきの
spending
話
Christmas with
や
your
っ
boyfriend?
ぱりクリスマスは
I really don't have
本当にいない
one.
ってば
Daru sneezing in the background.
そう
Really?
みんな誤解してるよ
You guys all have the wrong idea. I'm not that popular.
ここだけの話
Between you and me, I've
年
never
齢
even
と
had a
彼氏い
boyfriend.
ない歴が一緒だもの
Oh no, her first and last is Daru. This poor woman. First Mayuri, then Yuki? Katsumi was stunned.
そうなんですか
Is that true?
そこ
I
まで
didn't think it'd
驚
be
かれ
that
る
much
なん
of a
て
surprise.
じゃあ
Then Yuki,
ゆきさん
Mayuri started to fidget.
ダルくんなんて
How about Daru, maybe?
橋田さん
Ashida-san. Yep.
何を言い出
Where's
すの
this coming from? Hashida's a pervert.
変態紳士なんだよ
Mayuri just trying her best to wing woman. Suzuha explained that Daru was her dad. And that Yuki's the mother. And little simple Mayuri is like, I better hook them up. Because I like Suzuha. And them being together would make me happy, or her happy.
ゆきさんがどこかにかけ
Who
られ
knows
た
what he'll do to Yuki? Oh my god, what happened to Daru's sprite? Oh god. The man that Katsumi and Kaede were insulting was Hashida Itaru, a college student and a member of Mayuri's club. He's a hardcore otaku, one of the hybrid types. One who said he enjoyed both 2D and 3D girls. Daru got beefier. Yeah, he's starting to get a little bit of muscles. Remember, Suzuha said he's buff in the future. So he's got to start working into that physique at some point. And like Katsumi said, he was a perverted gentleman. He would say perverse things all day without the slightest shame. Whenever you told him he was a pervert, he would say, "No, I'm a perverted gentleman." He was dangerous. But Yuki didn't seem bothered. She actually looked sad.
橋田さんはいい人だけど
Hashida's a nice guy, but, you
なんていうか
know... Hey, welcome back, Wandering.
私みたいな子
I don't think he
あ
likes
んまり
girls
好
like
きじゃ
me.
ないんだと思う
Oh my god, she's shy because she actually does like him? Mayuri was shocked far above beyond her usual limit. She was so surprised, she let go of her suitcase and let it fall to the ground. Instead of picking it up, she started talking frantically.
そんなことないよ
That's not true. Daru is, he
ゆきさんに
really likes you. I'm sure of it. I guarantee it.
だよ夏コミまで初めて会った時も
Remember how he acted when we met him at Summer Komiya? Oh, it's not showing the My Darling Embrace background. No. Yuki had met Mayuri 4 months ago at Summer Komiya. Katsumi and Kaede had come wearing the outfits that Mayuri had made. Kaede found Yuki at the convention hall all by herself and they met up. It's funny, old Daru does not get an updated sprite, but old Kurisu does. Actually, maybe it does look a little bit more updated, but not to the same extent that Kurisu's was. Afterward, they'd all gone to a party where Mayuri's friend met Daru. Katsumi had definitely witnessed Yuki and Utaru having a friendly conversation. Ever since then, Yuki and Mayuri and Daru had been friends. Yuki had started going to Mayuri's club, the Future Gadget Lab. Oh, it's Mayuri's club now, and Okabe left it. In other words, Yuki and Itaru had been talking ever since the summer. But still, Yuki chuckled sadly and shook her head. No, I can tell he's avoiding me. He's bashful now that he knows at some point he's gonna have to hook up with her. Have there been any Daru moments? No, we haven't actually talked to Daru yet this game. Other than the opening, where it was just a recap of Steins Gate. So I'm thinking it's probably best if I don't go. I think Hashida likes girls who are more like a little sister? A sister who's really strong-willed and bosses her big brother around. Oh my god, she's thinking of Suzuha. Oh no. Oh no, it is the My Darling's Embrace storyline. Oh no. Like maybe Suzuha. That's... For some reason, Mayuri looked like she was about to cry. Mayuri goes, "That's fucking disgusting!" She seemed to want to say something, but couldn't bring herself to, her lips quivering. Yuki, I didn't know you were so degenerate, Mayuri's gonna say. It's nothing. You're just about to wipe my friend's existence out of, you know, reality. It certainly didn't look like nothing. Katsumi couldn't bear to watch, so she gave in to her impulse. Mayushi, don't make that face. You look cute when you smile. If you don't smile, I'll tickle you. Stop! Mayuri experiencing her slice of life here still. Katsumi snuck behind Mayuri and started to tickle her. You give up? Fubuki, you're so mean. You're too cute, Mayushi. Oh? Mayuri's laughing so hard she's crying, and this time Katsumi succeeded in giving her a hug. Even though they were in public, she started rubbing her cheeks against her. This seems irresponsible. I like you. I love you. Hey, guy, you returned at the right time. Fubuki, I want to take you home and lick you forever. This is the Chie we know. But that would be bad. Hey, you know what she means by lick though, am I right? Am I right? Ayo. I don't care if it's bad, and marry me. I can't do that. Japan has a repressed culture in this day and age. It won't be for a few years before that's okay. Mayuri tried to run away, but Fubuki grabbed her and started to kiss her. What? I'm kinda tired. That's my line. In the end, Katsumi kept clinging to Mayuri until they reached the station. She felt a lot better, but catching Mayuri when she tried to escape used up a lot of energy. Either way, now she was satisfied. She turned back towards Mayuri as an image came into her mind from out of nowhere. Why does Fubuki have that memory? Was she a witness? Mayushi? What is it?
冬コミマ
Let's cosplay together this winter, okay? I told you before, right? For Winter Kamiya, Mayushi's just going to make things.
は作る方に専念しますそれでもいいからさとにかく
That's
冬コ
fine.
ミマ
Just
も
make sure you come to Winter Kamiya with the three of us, okay?
当たり前だよ
That's what we did all the shopping for, right? That's
みんな
weird.
で買い物したんだよ
Why does she have that flashback?
だよねでも
Yeah,
約
but
束だよ
still, it's a promise, okay? That's like Okabe's memory. Not even if she's got her own version of reading Steiner, that's Okabe's memory, so unless she was a witness to it originally.
約束
Yeah, it's a promise. Mayuri and Yuki split up with them in front of the station since they were taking a different train.
それじゃあね
Bye!
おやすみなさいまゆりちゃんゆきさん
I'm hungry. What should I make? Quiche. Fuck, everyone keeps talking about how hungry they were. I thought I was going to stream longer tonight, but as soon as the chapter's over, I think we got to wrap up. I'm fucking starving now, too. Anytime the game starts talking about food is always like fucking Pavlov's bell. Because I'm always like, oh shit, now I'm hungry.
またねてってるーバイバーイ
We got back sprites of everybody's in this game. You won't make quiche wandering? Kitsumi stood still and watched the two of them until they were out of sight. She felt like she was about to cry and looked up to stop the tears from falling.
ふぶきちゃん
Fubuki? Kaede was standing next to her, looking worried.
どうしたの
What's wrong?
ごめんなんでもない
Sorry, it's nothing. It's something. Talk about it.
なんでもなくないよ
It's not nothing.
もしかして
Is there something going
ま
on
ゆり
with
ちゃんが
Mayuri?
どうかしたのお願い
Tell
話して
me. Even after Kaede asked, Katsumi wasn't sure she should tell her. There was no way she'd believe it.
今日のふぶきちゃん
You were more hyper than
いつもよ
usual
り
and felt
テンション
forced.
高かった気づいてたん
You
だ
noticed.
気づくよ
Of course. Katsumi and Kaede had known each other for 2 years. Since their ages were so different, they treated each other like an older and younger sister. So at times like this, Kaede was really sharp. Kaede didn't talk much, but that meant she paid a lot of attention to people around her. Part of it was also that Katsumi wasn't good at hiding things. She just couldn't lie to Kaede no matter what. She gave up and decided to say it.
まゆしがねうん死んじゃうんだ
Mayushi's going to die. I mean, everybody dies. She's not going to die in this world line. Wait a minute.
何どういうこと
What do you mean? Oh, another stretch. Right in time for the dramatic reveal. Hey, what's up, Sash? Welcome back. Katsumi remembered the nightmares and the things she kept seeing no matter how much she didn't want to.
夢を
I have these dreams.
夢
Dreams?
夏ぐらいからかな
They started in summer,
毎
I
日
think.
毎日
Every night I
夢の
have
中で
dreams
マユ
about
シが
Mayuri
死んで
dying. Each time you and I are there crying, but there's nothing we can do.
泣いて泣いて
So she's got the,
でもどうすることもできなくて
So she also has a version of reading Steiner, but how is she just conveniently there every time? Because Okabe did a lot of different fucking things to try and save Mayuri. Including taking taxis out of town and shit. Sorry, I left. Hey, you don't have to apologize. If you subscribe, even if you leave the stream, you'll be notified of future streams or other notifications on my channel. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Subscribe, like the video. Join my Discord channel, so you can talk about all things anime and sci-fi adventure and other stuff that I play on this channel.
夕べ見た夢なんか最悪
The
だ
one
っ
I
た
had last night was the worst dream.
私たちの目の前で
Mayushi just collapses in front of us and stops moving.
そのマユシーをね
Ocarine is screaming and holding
オ
her.
カリン大きな声で
He's screaming so loud.
ど
What
うしちゃった
happened?
んだろう
Why do I
私
keep having these dreams?
なんでこんな落ち着いて吹雪ちゃん多分
Calm
疲
down,
れたりせい
Fubuki.
や
It's probably just because you're
そう
tired.
かな
Is it? Is it really?
だってまゆりちゃん
You saw Mayuri today. She's fine, right? We're also way past the August convergence point, so she's super fine. Kaede gave Katsumi a gentle hug.
だから
So it's
大
okay.
丈夫私やだ
I
よ
don't want Mayuri
マ
to
ユシ
die.
ーが死んだりそんなことありえないわ
It's impossible. Won't happen. Not on this world line.
絶対に
Ever?
絶対よ
Ever. Well, okay, let's not get carried away. I mean, World War III is just around the corner. Okay. Kaede's words made Katsumi calm down a bit. She was glad to have an older friend like this.
とにかく気のせい
Anyway,
や
that's just your imagination. There's no way something that awful could happen. Yup. No way. Her hand squeezed Katsumi's shoulder tightly. Being held like this made her feel better.
ごめんね
Sorry
変な
for
こと
being
言っ
weird.
て
But that night, she had the nightmares again. Ooh. I like that we suddenly went back from, like, weird, obnoxious cosplay friend to, oh shit, traumatizing dreams and stuff. So Suzuha stays at the lab. I mean, I guess if, Okabe is not staying here, someone might. Certainly not a part-time employee. Suzuha was about to run out of patience. The cause was the young man in the room with her, her father. Daru, his massively obese body, was leaning forward over a monitor, and he had a dopey grin on his face. He'd finally gotten up around 11, gulped down 3 cups of ramen, and was now surfing the web. Wait, normies must die, P and Partheon are husband and wife? Nobody told me. His handles normie must die, but he's a normie? A wife? That's not fair. I thought he was on the side of us loners. This means war. It's trolling time. Uh-oh, did Daru get caricatured in Steins Gate Zero? Ad channel and Twitpo are already pissed off. Name of a microblog application. The posts, known as tweeps, are limited to 140 full-width characters, or 280 half-width characters, such as English letters. Following a user will cause the user's tweets to appear on your timeline. Users can send private messages as well. And probably not for much longer, though. I missed the boat. I need to go back and look at this timeline again.
父さん
Dad? Yeah? It's so weird that she's just open about calling Daru dad in this timeline. We're all normies in this chat. Well, I haven't been a normie for a couple of years, I guess. Not since college. That's what Suzuha called her father. Yes, most people call their fathers dad. What? That's a very weird statement, but sure. It's who he was, after all, so there was nothing else to call him. Suzuha was a time traveler 7 years from now. Daru's a father.
いい加減にしなよ。
Stop screwing around.
一日中
All you ever do is lie
食
around,
べる
eat,
か
or
ネ
look
ッ
at
トを
the
見るか
internet
ゲ
and
ー
play
ムをして
video
るかばっ
games.
かり。
Yeah. What a loser. Who would do that? Yeah. Daru's a big loser, guys. I just don't like this character because he's so unrelatable.
即席麺やお菓子ばかり食べてると
I told you nothing but
体に
eating
病変を
nothing
生
but
じるって
instant
警
noodles and
告したの
snacks
を
will make
直
you
そうと
sick,
し
but
な
that's all you ever eat. In fact, his PC desk was covered with snacks. Mine's not, thank God. She cleaned it regularly for him, but it never seemed to make a difference.
運動だって
I keep telling you to exercise, but you never do. That's funny, because I stopped exercising because of the depression. I mean, what? At this rate, in the future... Then she realized that Daru wasn't even listening. His eyes were fixed on the computer monitor. He moved his mouse out of sight, but she could still hear him clicking it.
話を聞きなさい
Listen to me. What's she holding to his head? A gun? Suzuha approached her father and put the hairspray can she'd been hiding up to his neck. Why does she just have a hairspray can? Oh, is that how she gets her braids to stay up there? She just douses it with hairspray? Taru seemed to think it was a gun, so he stuck his hands up. Threats like this worked. They worked because she told him she'd survived World War III and the wars and chaos of 2036, and she was ready to draw a gun and pull the trigger whenever she needed.
Suzuha,
if you don't stop, Daddy's gonna get mad. Suzuha's much hotter in this game, let's be real. I like this world line Suzuha much better. I mean, what? God, what a loser Daru is, am I right, boys? I'm getting mad at you right now. You're right, sorry. But you know about my job, right? I'm pretty busy. When you're as good a hacker as I am, there's always a ton of offers. I mean, yeah, Magnet, I've said before, I like a girl that would just fucking kill me. I don't have time to eat real food, you know? Yeah, see, I actually make my food. I have a Blue Apron subscription, and I eat real food. I'm totally different. There's the time difference with overseas clients, so sometimes I'm up all night. In the future, you'd say that all the time and Mom gets mad at you. Even for the sake of argument, you can't do anything about your sleep schedule. I can't let you keep eating all this unhealthy food. You'll stop. Got it? It works hard, and so's the time machine research. I need to relax. You just use that as an excuse to slack off. You're being a spoiled brat, Dad. Suzuha was always amazed her dad managed to survive the future's wars. But since the time machine research would affect the future, and eventually Suzuha's very present, she couldn't tell him to stop. Even after Okabe stopped coming to the Future Gadget Lab, Daru had kept working on the time machine by himself. But he has most of the ideas around the time machine. It's all by accident, really, that he discovers it, but still. Suzuha never said a word about it. If she did, it might create a time paradox. Just remember, you can't examine the time machine that came from the future to build your own. Why? She decided to warn him again. I know, but sometimes I lose confidence. Can I really make a time machine?
当然だよ。
Of course you can. Hang in there. Okay. Suzuha took the hairspray can off his neck. Hey, I was sure that was a gun and it wasn't. How can you trick your own dad? Is hot honey sauce pizza any good? No, it's fucking awful. Not even spicy. Just actual garbage.
次は本物使うからね。
Yeah, I'll use a real one next time, okay? Please don't. Suzuha put the can of hairspray back on the shelf. It was something Okabe had left here when he lived in the lab. It was still here, since the owner never came back for it. Oh, Okabe used hairspray? His head is so wide. Yeah, the proportions are certainly weird on this sprite. You know, in manga, it's always really cute when a girl scolds her dad. Suzuha, can you say, "Aw, geez, don't do that, Papa," in a really sweet voice if you can? Never mind. Her dad shrank from Suzuha's glare. Suzuha sighed loudly and dropped herself on the sofa. She leaned back against the headrest and stared at the ceiling, then closed her eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. You can't hide it from me. When you say it's nothing, that means I want you to listen to me, right? Come on, tell me. Naru sounded serious. Her eyes went wide for a moment, but then she realized.
そのセリフ
That line, that's from the girl game you were playing earlier, wasn't it?
それでフラグが成立
That's
す
the
るんだ
phrase that triggers the flag, right? Metafiction term. Death flags and romance flags are the most frequent. Hey, I mean, if you learned some lessons from games, I guess that's not the worst. Don't judge, Suzuha. She'd been living here for 3 months. She was starting to learn a little about Akihabara's culture circa 2010.
父さん
Dad, you better not be thinking about trying to take my route, okay?
思わないでよね
I wouldn't do that to my own daughter.
本当かな
Really? I always wonder about you in the
ちょっ
future.
と怪しかった
What?
私が思春期になって
Even
から
after I hit puberty, you always kept asking me
一
to
緒に
take
お風呂
baths with
入ろ
you.
うって誘われたな
Oh god. That's scary.
私は軍属だったし
I was in the military and you were always working on the time machine, so we couldn't be together.
いつも一緒
But
に
you
いら
always
れ
got
るわけ
huggy
じゃな
around
かっ
me.
たけど
It's kind of obnoxious.
とにかくベタベタしてきたよ鬱陶しい
Her dad looked depressed, and she realized she'd gone too far.
父さんはさ
You know,
いつ
you
も
always said
私
to
に
me,
ここは最低最悪の
this
世
is
界
the
線だ
worst
けど
world line possible,
私が
but your
誕生
birth
した
was
こ
the
とだ
best
けは
thing that
最
could
高
have
だっ
happened.
て私
I don't want to
未来の
disappoint
父
the
さんを
future
失
you,
望させ
Dad,
たく
so
な
I
いん
need
だ
to convince Uncle Okarin no
だ
matter
から
what.
絶対にオカリン王子
It's okay. I'll never be disappointed.
そうかな
Really? Yeah,
けどねおじさ
but
んは
Uncle won't listen to me.
どうしても話を聞いこのままじゃ
He's not gonna go back to the past like this, and he won't rescue
マキセ・ク
Makise,
リスを救
and
出
he
し
won't
ない
reach Steins Gate.
シュタインズゲートにも到達しない
That was the name of the mysterious world line her dad had told her about in 2036, where World War III might not occur. Leading Okabe to that world line was her mission, but right now it wasn't going well. Suzuha had come to 2010, and just like the mission had called for, she succeeded in sending Okabe back to July 28th. But then he failed, and he wasn't going to try again. Every time they met, she tried to convince him, but who knew if her words were having any effect?
結局第
In
三次
the
世
end,
界
this
大
world
戦
line
に
converges
世
to
界
World
線
War
は収
III,
束
and
して
many people will be killed.
大勢の人たちが殺
I
戮さ
came
れ
here
る
to change that, but maybe fate
それ
says
を
I
変えるた
can't.
めに私は来たのに
Suza had something else she had to do in Akihabara in December 2010. Besides convincing Okabe, it meant she was running around every day. The exhaustion was starting to take its toll on her. What's the other thing she has to do? During the war, she'd been able to keep herself sharp at all times, and this level of exhaustion wouldn't have meant anything. The relaxed atmosphere of 2010 was actually making her realize how tired she was. She was feeling very sleepy right now, actually. She was surprised at how willing she was to fall asleep in such an undefended position, but she didn't think she could beat the temptation. And then suddenly she felt something cold on the back of her neck. She snapped awake. Her movements after that were lightning quick. She jumped up and slid behind the massive body in front of her, which obviously belonged to Daru, and grabbed his arm and twisted it as she dropped him to the floor. She went to draw the gun at her hip, and her hand swiped at empty air, and she came back to reality. Her gun was hidden, she wasn't carrying it. This wasn't 2036. Ow! 2 cans of Dr. P clattered to the floor. That must have been what he put on her neck. What are you doing, Dad? Getting you back. I was half asleep. I almost killed you. Told you, that's how I've been trained. That could have turned out really bad. Just let me go, this really hurts. Ish. Suzuha let her father go. Still can't pull up a phone as other characters. Nor do you see the time as other characters either. Itaru rubbed his arm and stood up. Then he grabbed the cans of Dr. P off the floor and he offered one to Suzuha. Anyway, you're giving up too soon. Keep at it a little longer. Interesting to see here. We know from Steins Gate that he actually really doesn't, the OG game, that he actually really doesn't like Dr. Pepper, but now that Okabe isn't around as much, he likes to drink the Dr. Pepper to remember his friend. I was also kind of expecting a more encouraging speech from Daru, I guess, here. For Suzuha. I think Okarin's just tired and sleeping. Put some cold Dr. P up to his neck like I did and he'll wake up. I mean, it's Okarin. Yeah. She realized her dad was trying to cheer her up and nodded. Then she heard footsteps coming up the stairs and some slightly off-key humming. Their eyes met. Just the sound was enough to tell them who it was. Hide! Suzuha moved. Maybe even faster than she knocked her father to the ground. She quickly and silently jumped behind the curtain that separated the lab's development room from the rest of it. Just as she hid, there was a knock at the door. Suzuha knew that voice, of course. It was her mom. Oh. She could tell from the noises he was making that her dad was panicking. There was another knock.
Hey,
I'm coming. Itaru went to open the door. Suzuha took a deep breath and concentrated her mind. She remembered the time she spent 3 days and nights on a battlefield with no food and nothing to drink, constantly aiming her rifle at a target. She erased any trace of her presence that could give her away. Her breathing became shallow. Dad, don't screw this up, okay? Amane, you're meeting Mayushi today? Daru came back to the room with a girl. Yeah, we're supposed to practice cooking together. Sonic Suzuha, right? More like war-traumatized Suzuha. She could hear plastic bags rustling. She must have brought ingredients. Maybe she's still not here yet.
そうですか。
Well, maybe I'm
ち
too
ょっと
early.
来るの早かったかな。
Amane. Just as the name Amane suggested, she was Suzuha's mother in the future. In other words, the two of them in the other room were supposed to get married. Well, more importantly, they don't have to get married, they're supposed to fuck. Because remember, kids, you can have children outside of marriage. The more you know. If the two of you are supposed to meet, I'm sure she'll get here eventually.
待っていてもいいですか。
Can I wait?
もちろん
Of course.
ここで
You're
料理も
cooking,
する
right?
んでしょ。
はい。橋田
I
さん
hope
も
you'll do
ぜ
some
ひ
taste
味見し
testing
て
for
くだ
us,
さいね。
Daru.
まゆしのは
I don't know if I want to eat Mayuri's
あんまり食べたくないよ
cooking.
大丈夫ですよ。
Don't worry, she's
まゆ
gotten
みちゃん
better.
すごく上
へへ
Daru's clearly nervous. As far as Suzuha knew, the only girl he acted that way around was Amane. Suzuha and Mayuri were practically family, and he got along fine with big sis Rumi, Ferris, who worked at the maid cafe. Suzuha calls Ferris big sis? That's funny. So it wasn't that he didn't know how to act around girls, but for some reason he always acted different when she was around. She told him that Yuki would be his wife someday. It was too late to do anything about it now, but maybe that was a mistake.
今
Is
日
your sister not here
は
today?
妹さんはお留守ですか。
え
Huh? Yeah.
そうですか。
I see. Daru's sister was none other than Suzuha herself. Around the same time Suzuha had started spending all her time at the lab, Yuki had become friends with Mayuri and Daru, and began visiting more frequently, which meant that avoiding her was almost impossible. And so she was forced to tell Yuki that she was Daru's little sister. But still, she wanted to keep contact to a minimum in order to keep Yuki from finding out. That's why she was hiding. I mean, if she finds out, then she has the kid out of obligation to keep Suzuha alive, right? I mean, that could work in a desperate attempt.
そうそう。どうです。
That's kind of a moral conundrum,
この
right?
前買ったんですけど
Your child comes to the past from the future. You become friends, and they're like, "Hey, if you don't, hook up with this person, I'm gonna fade away from existence." Then what? Then what do you do? You know what I mean? Jesus. Oh, what do you think of this outfit? I just bought it. That was a cute little 360 spin we just got. Might as well have 3D models at this point. Yuki showed no signs of noticing Suzuha. She was twirling around at the center of the room as if she was at a fashion show. Because she likes Daru. That's cute. So Yuki suspects Daru and his sister have a thing? That is correct, yes. Watching someone fade away would be cool looking, but wouldn't, according to the rules of the Steins Gate universe, if someone disappeared in front of you, you'd forget them, right? You'd be like, what was I talking to? What was I doing? Yuki was a cosplayer and wanted as many people as possible to see her dressed up. Mayuri had told Suzuha that before. In fact, Yuki and Mayuri spent a lot of time complimenting each other's outfits.
うんいいよ
Yeah, it's
すごく
great.
いい
Really great.
本当ですか。
Really?
うわ天使来
It's
た
like, whoa, an angel, FTW.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
橋田さんも
You should
お
dress
しゃ
up
れし
too,
ましょうよ
Hashida. Just lose a tiny bit of weight and I think you look
結構素
wonderful.
敵だと思うな。
Oh god. That's so rude. I mean, he needs to, but you usually just don't say that unless you're super close to somebody. I don't know if I would be close enough friends with anybody to be like, hey, you should lose some weight. That's crazy.
私
I'm
本気で
serious,
す
you
よ
know. His future wife is allowed to say that? Yeah, but Yuki doesn't know that yet. It's different, I guess. She means it innocently? You can't mean it innocently. There's no way to say that innocently to somebody. Hey, lose some weight.
おおう
Uh-oh. Even Suzuha's cringing in the background, like, oh god, this isn't going well. As she listened to their awkward conversation, Suzuha remembered the last time she said goodbye to her dad. Lose weight now. I actually do need to lose weight, though. I've gained a little bit of weight recently. It's starting to get hard to put my suit on. Lately, since I left my job, I'm not as active as I used to be, so I'm like gaining a little bit of weight here. But, you know, whatever. I'll start working out eventually once I can no longer fit in the suits. Water fast? Never.
父さん治安部隊が万世橋まで来てる
Oh, are we in the World War III now? Stop ordering DoorDash. I have a little bit, but mostly it's the fact that I still drink like coffee and energy drinks. That's probably what's gaining me the most weight. Also that I've stopped being physically active. For my job, I was walking like several miles a day. Well, and I was doing more than walking too. I was also lifting a lot because I managed a warehouse, so I was pretty physically active. Because even though I was the manager, I'd still have to, like, one, walk to the other sides of the warehouse, which was, like, a mile long, and then two, I'd still have to, like, lift boxes and stuff, because you can't just, like, even if you're the manager, you still gotta do stuff and, like, help out. You know, just, like, fucking sit around and tell people what to do all the time, unless you're an asshole. So I was pretty physically active, but I am not anymore. Dad, the peacekeeping squads have reached Mansai-bashi.
ということはここが発見されるのも
Kit
時間
pedals
の問
attached
題
to
か
your
な
seat? I've considered
あら
that,
かじめ
actually.
流しておいた偽の情報も効果なかったか
Which means it's only a matter of time until they find this place. I guess the false information we didn't do us good.
急ごう
Let's hurry.
おう
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
opening it
so-
up.
すごい
I had no idea there was a door here. Nobody will ever find this, huh?
これなら誰にも見つからないね
さあ中へ
Come inside. I have a stationary bike, but I don't really know how to like set it up like where my desk would work. I'd have to buy a new desk, I think, because my desk's pretty short, honestly. One of my buddies that I play games with, he has like a bike in front of his desk, but he has like a full desk setup. He's got one of those like keyboards that's broken into two pieces, and it's on like each side of the bike handlebars and stuff. So he's like biking while he's on his desk, and he's like using the two different keyboard halves. He's actually got like a really cool setup, and then he's got like an attachment to the thing, so his like mouse is to the like right. I've actually thought about emulating something similar, but it probably wouldn't be my stream setup. What is this place? Daru still looks pretty big in the future, so much for losing weight. But military Amane is pretty cute. I'm surprised that Mayuri can still have like a cute cosplay outfit in this like war-torn future. You could buy pedal gear that fits under a desk. Yeah, but wouldn't it be kind of loud if during stream I'm just like pedaling away? You know, and I'm like moving back and forth. like while I'm streaming. Wouldn't that be weird? And I'm like getting out of breath because I'm pedaling.
Alright, guys. I can't believe.
You know, like, it would be weird, right? Demon child? What's up with what's wrong with the child? Why is he sweating so much? Yeah. Especially because like my forehead like often like looks shiny on stream sometimes because the way I have the light set up to work with the green screen. So like the light would like reflect off the you know, my sweat and everything. It would look super weird if I did that on stream. This room was almost totally empty, covered from top to bottom in soundproofing material. Not only were there no windows, there wasn't even a door. The building they were in was once a symbol of old Akihabara, before it was almost entirely destroyed by an air raid during the last days of World War III. Only a few people knew about this secret room inside it. The biggest was his secret. The silhouette of what looked like a satellite sitting in the corner. This is the time machine, isn't it? Is this the time machine? Kagari, it's dangerous, so don't get close. Suzuha spoke to the little girl clutching Mayuri's hand. Most of the children in this era had skin inflammations somewhere on their body, all from the radioactive rain. But she didn't. What? Why does nobody else? Why do only the children? Shouldn't the adults as well? Her name was Shina Kagari. Oh, Mayuri's kid? Her registration form said she was 10 years old, but no one knew if that was true. She was an orphan who'd lost her parents in the Tokyo air raids when she was a baby, and nobody knew her birthday. The name Kagari had been given to her by Mayuri, who was working at the child welfare center that had taken her in. She took it from the word Kagari, meaning bonfire, and hoped that she could be a light even in these darkest days. It's been 4 years since Mayuri had adopted her, and her name on the registration form had become Shina Kagari. It's pretty, Mom. Oh. Yeah. Where is Okabe? Oh yeah, he's dead at this point, isn't he? But she seems so close to Uncle Ocarine. Is he dead in this future timeline? I actually don't remember which one we're on. Suzuha motioned for the Shinas to step back and put her right hand and right eye up to the time machine sensor. The biometrics check cleared and the hatch slid open. She went inside and fastened herself into the seat. We've never done a man jump of this length before. The technology is fine. Just do it like the test jumps. You think Okabe is dead in this timeline? At this point? He might be. Because I know the one timeline he dies in 2025, but is that this one? I think this is 2036. Yeah, but he doesn't always die in 2025. If he died in 2025, they wouldn't have gotten close enough for her to say Uncle Ocarine, right? Suzuha begins to flip switches, working her way through the startup procedure. She'd practiced it hundreds of times in preparation for this day. The faint rumble from the machine began to get louder. According to the data, the spot we're in now is on the roof of the old Radicon. There's a gap of about a meter, so when you land, there's going to be an impact. Roger. The time machine couldn't move through time, but not space. To arrive at the radio building more than 60 years in the past, she needed a launch from right here. 60?
トラブルが起きても冷静にな。トレーニングを思い出せばいい。
Oh, she's going to 75 to get the IBM? Even if something happens, stay calm and remember your training.
大丈夫だよ。
I'll be fine.
私は
I
父
believe
さん
in
の
your
マシン
machine,
を
Dad.
信じてるから。
Her words must have meant a lot to him, because he stuck out his lips towards her. She squished them back with her hand.
気持ち悪い。
That's creepy.
悲しいな。
That makes me
鈴葉
sad.
は父さんが
Do
嫌
you
い
not like your daddy, Suzanne?
父さんがやると
When you do
な
it,
ん
it
か
seems
下
like you
心
mean
がある
something
みたい
else.
だから。
いくらなんでも
I wouldn't
娘
think of
相
my
手
own
に
daughter
下
that
心
way. Come
なん
on.
てねえよ。
最近母さんに似てきたハスハス。
So,
Look, I
who
did
was
a
it?
look
Who,
on that,
who
eh?
was it who was saying you're starting to remind me of your mother, Pant Pant?
Daru, I was trying to vouch for you.
Her mother wasn't here. She'd become a victim of war, brutally killed by peacekeeping squads. Oh, yikes.
冗談を真に受けない
Don't
で
take my joke seriously, please.
なんだ冗
It
談
was
だ
a
った
joke?
の
Susaha sounded kind of disappointed. She set the destination for August 13th, 1975. Her first mission was there.
これでよし。それ
That
じゃあ
does it.
父さん。
Okay, Dad.
Mayonnaise.
My ear. She was about to say goodbyes, but then.
屋上からだ。突入してくる
There's
ぞ
the。roof. They're coming
思ったより
faster than
早
I
い。
thought. Susaha drew her gun. She's about to get out of the machine, but her dad stopped her.
ダメだ。
Just
さっさ
go.
と飛べ。
But you'll.
俺たちのことはいい。
We'll be fine.
早
Just
く
go,
行け。
Susaha.
鈴葉。
I can't.
マヤシ、かがりちゃんを。
Mayushi, Kagari, get in there.
このマシンにはもう一人
There's
乗れ
room
る。
for another person in here. Talk about bathroom sounds. Mayuri and Suzaha picked up the stunned Kagari and stuffed her into the time machine.
すずちゃん。かがり
Take care of Kagari.
わかった。
If Suzaha's mission succeeded, the world line would be rebuilt. It was likely that the present Kagari would cease to exist. It might have been pointless to send her. But even so, a mother wants her child to live. That's how Suzaha's mom was too. Mommy? Kagari finally seemed to understand what was going on, and she called out to her mom. I don't wanna.
やだよ。大丈夫だよ。
It's okay.
かがりちゃん。
Suzaha's with you, okay?
すずちゃんが一緒。ダメ。
I wanna go with you.
過去へ行けば昔のママがいるよ。
If you go to the past, you'll see old
今よ
me.
りずーっ
I'll be a lot younger than I am now. I bet you'll be
と
surprised.
かがりちゃんびっくりするだろうな。
Mayuri handed Kagari a tiny keychain. It looked old. It might have been a brightly colored green one. But now it was completely faded.
ママがずっと大切にしてきたウーパのキーホルダーだよ。
Hey, Matt.
かがりちゃんにあげる。
This is Mommy's Upa keychain.
大事にして
I'm
ね。
giving it to you. Take good care of it, okay? This is sad. It's a huge keychain. Well, she is a toddler. Once it was pressed firmly into Kagari's hand, she stepped back. Mayuri was smiling but weeping at the same time.
いや、行きた
I
く
don't
ない。
want to go. I want to stay with
ママと
Mommy.
一緒にいる。ママ、ダメ。
No.
かがり、おとなしくしてなさ
Kagari,
い。
be quiet. Kagari fell silent. Even Suzaha had never heard Mayuri use that tone of voice. That's how harshly she scolded her daughter.
ママ、
Kagari was quietly weeping and unmoving.
閉めるぞ。
I'm closing the hatch. This time, the hatch really did begin to close. The inside of the machine and outside of it. Two worlds were about to be completely cut off from one another. Whether Suzuha's mission was successful or not, she would probably never see them again. Make sure you take care of Kagari. And tell Okabe that Steins Gate really exists.
絶対に諦めるな。
Tell him to don't give up no matter what, you moron.
Okie dokie.
Aw. I got a little misty-eyed for that one, too. Then the door was sealed, and Mayuri and Daru's voices disappeared along with the chaos.
父さん大好き
Dad, I love you. She whispered towards the door, now sealed.
行くよKagari.
Let's go, Kagari. To the past.
かっこいい
She booted up the time machine.
橋田さん掃除機はどこ
Where's the vacuum? Suzuha snapped back to reality. She just had like a PTSD style flashback. Yuki was getting closer to the development room she was hiding in. Okie dokie is not a good catchphrase now.
そのカーテンの
Right behind the curtain. Oh crap!
この奥
Behind the curtain?
ああ
I'll get
僕が
it.
持ってくるよ。
Taru motioned for her to stop and then quickly slid into the room. As he reached down to pick the vacuum off the floor, his gaze locked with Suzuha's as she hid under the desk.
バレないようにしてよ
Make sure she doesn't find out, Dad.
オーキードキー。
ありましたか
Did you find the
掃除機
vacuum?
あ、うん。
Yeah. Evidently, Yuki was trying to be nice and clean up. The place was messy. Knowing Yuki's personality, Suzuha could imagine she'd want to clean it. Taru grabbed what looked like a vacuum cleaner off the floor and left the room.
何ですか
Here's my vacuum. Please clean my room for me. Jesus. What is that?
未来ガジェット5号機。
Future gadget number 5.
分解すれば普通の掃除機とし
You
て
take
使
it
えるは
apart, you
ず。
can use it as a normal vacuum.
お掃除するための掃
The
除機
vacuum's
なの
supposed to
に
clean. If you take it apart, won't that just make more of a
散らかす
mess?
ことになりません
あ
Ew. You're smart,
橋
but
田さんって
sometimes you can be so silly.
頭がいいのに時々うっかりなことしますよ
Keywords
ね
if a girl likes you. If she's like, you're so silly.
そうかな。
You think so?
でも
I
そう
like
いう
people
人の
like
方
that, you
が
know?
私
Yeah,
好きだ
see,
な
this is another one of those moments. She's being too subtle about liking Daru. You're gonna have to fucking just straight up hit Daru with that. Like a fucking brick to the face. I like you! And then like shake his head. He's not gonna fucking pick up on that. You're silly. Do you know that I like silly girls? Or silly boys? And then Daru's like... What?
なん
What'd you say? Daru started to panic again at Suzuha's side.
ただ生活については
I
見
think you really
直
do
した
need to
方がいいと
reconsider the
思
way you
うんで
live.
すお部屋の掃除は
You
で
should
きれ
clean
ば
every day
毎
if you
日した
can.
方
This
がい
place
いで
gets
すよ
dusty.
こことそれだけじゃありません
That's not all.
食事
There's
のこ
also
とも
what you
そうで
eat.
す
You had instant
今日も
ramen
カッ
again
プ
today,
麺だった
didn't
ん
you?
でしょ
Wow, Suzuha really was sounding like her mother.
なんで知ってる
How'd you know?
お台所に食べ残した
There's a
まま
half-eaten
放置さ
cup
れ
in
て
the
ます
kitchen.
なるほど。
I see.
それにお菓子もこんなに
Look
た
at
く
these
さん
snacks. I tell you all the
食べ過
time
ぎ
you
だって
eat
いつ
too
も
much.
言ってるのに
一応気をつけて
I try to watch it.
ぜ。
一応じゃダメです
Trying isn't good enough.
あんまり
If
カ
you
ップ
keep
麺や
eating
お菓
nothing
子ば
but
か
cup
り食べて
noodles
る
and
と
snacks, you're
病
gonna
気
get
になっ
sick.
ちゃいますよ
Also, you need to exercise.
少しは運動
Amane Yuki was saying the exact same thing that Suzuha had just said. Perhaps they really were mother and child. Suzuha was just beginning to feel a little homesick when she sensed another visitor. The door to the lab opened, and a greeting she'd heard many times before sounded through the room. Sorry, Yuki, I'm a little late. No hat, Mayuri. But why does she, she keeps the scarf, though? Well, that's weird. There was another presence. Hi, Mayuri. I see Okabe's with you.
Ooh, Okarin.
Okarin, it's been forever, man. Oh yeah, it has. It's actually kind of cool to see Okabe, like, from another perspective like this. When she heard his voice, Suzuha ground her teeth a little. You look like you just killed someone. I feel it's kind of sad that instead of being like, Daru, my right-hand man, or whatever, in response to that, he's just like, hey, yeah, it's been a while. Interesting. What'd you say? Didn't you hear me? I said it was interesting. You're not going to tell me you want to go, are you? I'd love to. I should have told you. Hey, Kyler. What's going on? You fell asleep about an hour ago? I think you fell asleep longer than, more than an hour ago. But, we've been switching perspectives. Kyler moment. Now that she's portable, we can start solving crimes. She's about to be our Aiba now. I'm a huge fan of this. As I talked about earlier in the stream, this is my favorite character archetype. I love the, like, AI companion thing. That's so cool. But yeah, we started to experience other characters' like perspectives. I was standing in the middle of Ikebukuro with a smartphone in one hand staring up at the sky. I've been trying to talk to Kurusu as much as possible lately. Sometimes I'd contact her, and sometimes she'd contact me. It didn't feel any different than having a friend who lived in the real world. Talking on a smartphone in a crowded place like this was a little embarrassing, but I told myself that compared to the things I used to do, it was nothing. Is that weird to talk on the phone in public? I feel like it's a normal thing to do. That's the point of the phone. I'd chosen harmless topics for our discussion, but it still reminded me so much of talking to the old Kurusu that sometimes I forget myself. I'd done that just now, when I accidentally told her about the lab she seized on. This lab you were talking about, did the original me ever go there?
Yeah.
No. That tells me nothing. What is it? Never. Kurusu had never been part of the lab, or Kurusu had been part of the lab in the Alpha World Line. In this world line, she died before becoming a member. So of course, she'd never even known what it was. You have the wrong idea, so let me straighten you out. We call it a lab, but it's not. It's just a group of people messing around. And Suzuha was living there now, and Daru spent a lot of time there. If they found out about Kurusu, things could get complicated. I'd prefer if you finished your sentences. It's nothing. Either way, I want to see more of the outside world. All the times I've talked to Senpai and the professor, it's been inside the lab. That's why I'm out here early on a Sunday morning, taking you around Ikebukuro. 10 a.m. Even at this hour, the area in front of Ikebukuro was crowded. It's gonna get even more crowded as it got closer to noon. I mean, wouldn't she have memories of being outside? So I feel like she should still know what these places are like, right? I was willing to take you to Maiden's Road if I had to. What's that? There's a whole world there you know nothing about. Wait, I just looked it up. Are you interested? Of course not. They switched to redhead Kurisu for Amadeus. They've kind of made her redhead even in like her IRL sprites as well. When like for flashbacks, they've kind of committed to her being a redhead now. Instead of the like chestnut hair. Anyway, take me to this lab of yours. Now that you've told me about it, you need to take responsibility. Got it. I'm surprised there isn't a Kurisu app IRL. Yeah, like a Siri kind of Kurisu. Then she hung up. It was like I was her own taxi service. Kurisu couldn't move around on her own, so there was no getting around that, but... Ugh, so selfish. She didn't seem to think very highly of me. At this rate, she might start treating me worse than a servant. The real Kurisu was one thing, or maybe it wasn't. But being treated that way by the artificial Kurisu was incredibly humiliating. Wouldn't it be a humiliation for all of humanity? Maybe I should do something about this. As I mumbled to myself. Mary called out to me and she was carrying a lot of bags. There's probably materials for her costumes. Hey, were you talking to someone? A friend from my class at college. I see. Are you gonna meet them today? I don't have any plans today. Are you going to work? Nope, I'm meeting Yuki at the lab. The lab. Was this good timing or bad timing? Why don't you come with me? It's been so long, you'll get to eat Yuki's home cooking. And I'm gonna try hard to make something too. God, even mentioning the food again. My stomach's rumbling, dude. I'm so hungry. God, I'm quick. How much is left of the chapter? How about it? In the end, I went with her. You look happy. Yep, I am. Mary had been smiling the whole time. But I was the opposite. The minute I got here, I was nervous. I felt like I was about to throw up. I didn't really want to see Suzaha.
Huh? Whoa!
You okay, Okabe? Yeah. The door to the Brawn 2 workshop on the first floor opened, and out came the building's owner.
Oh.
Hey there. Aren't you cold in just a t-shirt? No, the artists didn't need to make me more than one character sprite, because I'm not that relevant. I'm tough. When I'd been living at the lab, I'd given him the nickname Mr. Brawn. It's been a long time since I'd seen him.
Okabe.
From the look of it, you're actually making something of yourself. Thanks. Come to think of it, how are we handling the rent? I asked Mary instead of him. I used to give it directly to Tennoji, but... Hashida deposits the money when it's due, don't worry. I see.
Oh?
Yeah. Was this man a rounder of this world line too? Oh yeah, that's right. Traumatized Okabe is paranoid. There's no way I could just ask him. How did things go with Kurisu after that? I want to talk to Maho too, no problems. Can we do something about her mouth? We'll bond with Maho if we say this. Yeah, she can be really nasty. She's what you call a tsundere. Tsundere? I don't know what that is, but are you sure you didn't just tick her off? Kurisu does not suffer fools gladly. Heh. First of all, but yeah, I was kind of thinking that too. Now we've kind of got this as well. I couldn't help but be wary of him. That's why I started to put distance between us. If nothing else, I'd avoided trying to interact with him. See ya. Don't cause too much trouble. He saw that I'd gone silent and went back inside. Mayuri looked at me with a worried expression. Yeah, even though he saved Mayuri, the cost is pretty great. Okabe's like barely present in this timeline. He's like barely able to interact with anybody. You okay? Sure you don't want to go home? Let's go. Tennoji didn't matter. What mattered was, why was I here? Did I feel like something needed to change? Did I really want to show Kurisu the lab? I went up the stairs, still unsure. Mary went first. Sorry, I'm late. I peeked inside. Daru and Yuki were there. Their eyes went wide when they saw me.
Okarin, 久しぶり。
I quickly scanned the room. There's no sign of Suzaha. Part of me was relieved. Can I come in? It's your lab, dude. Don't ask that. It's true, I guess. I don't think I can call Kurisu right now. Nonsense. Oh, she doesn't have an actual number. No, it won't let you anyway. It'd be funny if there was little pranks like that, like if you called Suzaha, because you know she's in the other room and her like ringtone went off. All Mayuri ever eats is chicken, which is ironically what I had for lunch today, but it's been like almost 12 hours since I've eaten now. I followed Mayuri to the lab and tried to relax my legs by sitting on the couch, but I didn't feel relaxed at all. It felt like my skin was crawling. I glanced over at Yuki. Hey, there's no scarf, Mayuri. I like her new outfit in this game much better. Your outfit's so cute, Yuki. I wore it because I wanted to hear you say that. But this is the same outfit she wore last time we saw her. That's nice. Mayuri wants to wear it too. Want to switch outfits later? Would I be the right size? I heard about Yuki's future from Suzaha too. I still couldn't believe someone this pretty was going to marry Daru. I want to talk to Kurisu. What the? I figured you would have reached the lab by now. I ran into the development room in the back, clutching my smartphone. You got a lot of free time, don't you? Why are you lowering your voice? Do you not want your friends to know about me? Well, yeah, because I fucking killed you, sorry. Yeah, you guys are killing me with the food talk in the chat. Of course not. I hadn't even checked with Maho and the doctor to see if it was okay to tell other people about Amadeus.
まあいいわ。
Well, that's fine. I can figure out what's going on. Kurisu lowered her voice as well.
少しでいいから部屋の中を見せて。
Just give me a look around the room. All you have to do is hold the camera up.
まったく。
Yeesh. I sighed and held the smartphone to my chest and spun around once, like I was taking a video.
汚すぎ。
Filthy.
最初の感
That's
想
your
が
first
それか。
impression?
ごめん。言い直す。
Sorry, I'll try that again. It's full of
ガ
junk.
ラクタだらけね。
You could have cooked a quiche and strained at the same time? Well, my kitchen's in another room. Well, that's true.
研究室というのはどこの雑
I know labs are never clean, but this is especially bad.
そうマホ先輩の下宿先といい勝負ね。
It's about as bad as Maho Senpai's hotel.
そういう個人のプライバシ
Okay
ー
to
を
share
暴
her
露しても
private
いい
info like that?
あんたからも先輩に言ってお
You
いて。
should tell her to clean her room
部
too.
屋はちゃん
She'd bite my head
そ
off.
んなこと言ったら噛みつかれそう。
Yeah, still. She paused and smiled.
こういうルームシェアみたいなの少し憧れてた。
I kind of always wanted to have a shared room like this. We know your kitchen's behind you? Well, yeah, but that's still another room. Kurisu admitting that she kind of always wanted to be part of the lab. And I don't have frozen food in my apartment anymore, actually, because I've been trying to have healthier diet choices now that I'm in my late 20s.
人が集まってるところを見ると
Must be pretty nice if all these people are here.
クリス。
Kurisu, in the Alpha World line, you said the same thing.
お前は
You really...
おじさん
Uncle, who are you talking to? I suddenly hear a girl's voice from under the desk. I was so surprised I screamed.
誰だ
Who's there?
黙っ
Be
て
quiet.
お
Is that you, Suzuha? Was she hiding? But why? Daru, Mayuri, and Yuki heard me scream and ran over to see what the problem was.
オカリどうしたの
Uh-oh. Yuki's gonna absolutely think that, Suzuha's like the hidden girlfriend. Oh no. Okarin, what's wrong?
あれそこに
Is
いるの
that Suzuha?
鈴葉さんあっちゃ
Uh-oh. She looked upset. It was only then I realized who she was hiding from.
次のニュースです。
Uh-oh.
明和党の駒沢
The My Darling's Embrace storyline is becoming more and more real as we go.
問題で駒沢議員は
And for our
今
next
日10時から
story,
記者会見し
Komazawa
する意向を表明しました。
Yasukazu, a member of the Maiwa Party, held a conference today at 10 a.m. to announce his resignation after accepting illegal donations. This fucking news guy looks broken inside. Someone left the TV on and was playing the news. Suzuha knew no one was watching it, but she used the remote to turn up the volume. She wanted to keep the girls in the shower from hearing us. I could hear Mayuri and Yuki laughing in the shower. What? Things had gotten awkward when Yuki had found Suzuha, but Mayuri came up with a plan. At first, her plan was for the three of them, including Suzuha, to shower naked together and hopefully get Yuki and Suzuha more comfortable. But Suzuha said that the shower was too small for three people and refused.
参ったな
This is a problem. Suzuha was staring at the ceiling.
鈴葉のせいじゃないよ。
It's not your
オ
fault,
カリン
it's
が悪いん
Okarin's.
だ。
誰が事前に教え
It's
てく
your
れなか
fault
っ
for
た
not telling me about it earlier.
教えるタイミン
There
グな
wasn't
んてな
time.
かったじゃん。 つうかオカリンさ、
Anyway,
ス
you
マ
were
ホ
mumbling
片
into your
手に
smartphone.
ブ
What
ツ
were
ブ
you
ツ
doing?
喋ってたけど、何してたん？
それは
I was, well, is it that weird that Okabe would have other friends and that he was talking to them on the phone? I find this actually kind of hard to believe that everyone's like, who you talking to? Whoa, that's so suspicious. Like, he's off to college, that he doesn't go to school with all these other people. Wouldn't that be normal that he made other friends? None of them go to the same school as him.
誰かと話してたよね。
You were talking to somebody, weren't you?
そういうアプリがあって
I got this new app I was
試しに
trying
使っ
out.
てみたんだ。
おお、ギャルゲー
A girl game one? So you got into
そう
those,
いうの
huh?
やるようになったのか。そういうことなら
I can give you my list of
後で僕
recommended
のお
apps
すす
after
めア
that.
プリを
Thanks. I guess I managed to fool them.
何にせよ、私がうかつだった
In any
よ。
event, it's my screw up. Sorry for scaring you.
さっき
They
は驚かせたよ
also
ね
gave Suzuha quite the upgrade as well for this sprite. Right? It's just quite the upgrade that this character sprite got. Anyway,
そもそも彼女から隠れる必
especially
要があ
this
るのか
pose. Why do you need to hide from her anyway?
すでに
I already
彼の
told her
妹
you're
で
daughter's
通っている
sister.
んだから
Hiding just makes you look
コ
more
ソコソする
suspicious.
方が逆に怪しまれるだろう。
Suzuha tried to avoid Yuki to begin with. Just meeting her father was enough to potentially cause a time paradox. She said, and that chance went up if she met her mother. But Yuki had found out long before. And Suzuha had been forced to say she was Daru's sister. Yuki believed it, so why make things more complicated? She also totally looks like the chick from Terminator. But whatever.
そうなんだけど、
Sure, but Mom wants to be friends with me more than I thought she would.
私と仲良くな
If I
りたが
talk to
る
her
んだ
too much, I might slip.
あまり
自分とよく似てる人間
You
が
see
現
someone
れ
who's
た
just like you, you either hate them or take an interest in them, I bet.
興味を示すかのどちらかだろうな。
Wada Yuki was the latter.
嫌われた方がず
It'd
っ
be
と
much
楽だ
easier
よ
if she hated me.
いっそ事実を打ち明
You
け
could
る
just tell her.
わけ
Or
に
maybe
もいか
not.
ないか。
Right now, only a few people know that Suzuha was a time traveler. Daru, Mayuri, Ferris, and I. That's all. It's been 3 months. If there was gonna be a paradox, it would have happened. Well, the paradox would have been specifically Yuki learning about it. But what if that's how she ends up getting with Daru, you know? What if the only reason she gets with Daru is to save Suzuha's life because she becomes such good friends with Suzuha's future self? The chicken and the egg scenario, you know what I mean?
つうか、このまま何も
Wait, do we have to
説明しな
explain
くていい
anything?
んじゃね？アマネ氏はなんつうか、秘密とか無
Amane
理に
isn't really the type to
聞きたがるよう
pry.
な
You
人
should
じゃ
know
ない
that,
と
right?
思うんだよね。
確かに未来の母さん
You're right, she wasn't like that in the future. But her concern is that if she gets careless around her mom, she'll like slip up and call her mom.
じゃあ大丈
What's
夫
the
だ。
problem? When the
いずれ
time
時
comes,
が
I'll
来たら
explain it to her.
僕からちゃんと説明しとくよ。
本当？
Really?
ああ、
Yeah.
分かった。父さんに
Fine,
任せる。
I'll leave it to you. Suzuha nodded.
で今後はアマネ氏
So
を
from now on,
露
you
骨
can
に
stop
避
trying
け
to
るのを
avoid
やめる
Amane.
っつうことで。
うまくやれるかどうか。
I don't know if I can do that without screwing up.
大丈夫だ。
It'll be fine.
お前が言うなって話
I don't know if you're one to talk.
うん
さっきだって
Look at how awkward
相
you
変わ
are
ら
with
ず
her.
苦手意識出しまっ
僕のことは
I'm
今
not the
どうで
problem.
も一緒。
I do feel like the sprites are more like expressive and responsive in this game than Steins Gate as well. Like the emotions are like people seem to like change their expressions and stuff, but more frequently. If a time paradox does happen, would the world line get split or something? No, I think the game's explanation was like if a paradox happened, like shit would just explode or something, right? I'm not sure. But hang on, I need to use the restroom. I shall be right back. You guys can explain what the game warned about time paradoxes, because I do not remember. Ugh. So, is this game a lot longer than Steins Gate? Because I feel like we should kind of already be done with the first chapter, but we're not. Not a lot. Whatever. I mean, I'm fine to keep going. Well, yeah, we'll keep the stream going until the chapter is over. I just kind of expected the chapter to be over an hour ago. Chapter 1 was definitely way shorter, because I remember I basically did, like, a stream per chapter of Steins Gate. And I think I only did 7 streams of the first Steins Gate, right? So I was able to condense a couple some streams to 2 chapters. That's obviously not happening here. We're definitely not doing chapter 2 tonight, I'll tell you that right now. The conversation came to a halt, which meant we started thinking about the voices coming from the shower room. And so... Oh no, are we about to get another shower scene? It's way too early for the fan service scene. I mean, I guess it's the sequel, so you can do it earlier. Daru opened his mouth. Perhaps he couldn't take it anymore. Can I go watch Nico live streaming? There's a Blood2 stream on right now. You're gonna do it even if I tell you no, right? Yep. Then go. Suzuha sighed, and Daru sat in front of the PC, put his headphones on. There's like... his potential future girlfriend / wife is in the room. And he's like, yeah, I gotta go watch live streams. I mean, it's like a true man of culture. Just like you would be if you were watching my stream, obviously. I don't have time for these hoes. Watch YouTubers play through visual novels. What is it, Uncle?
いや
I was just thinking about how well you get
仲の
along
い
with
い
your
親だ
dad.
と思ってさ
そうかな。
Really?
あ
Yeah.
未
I
来
was
でも
like
な
this
る
in the
は
future, isn't he?
こんな感じだと
もっと痩せててかっこ
He's
よかったけ
thinner
ど
and
ね。
cooler. He was not thinner in that screenshot we saw. He's thinner and cooler.
想像もつか
I
ない
can't imagine.
うん。
And the conversation died again. There were a ton of things I needed to talk to her about. That was why I couldn't say a word. Sorry, babe, Cube-Eye's got a stream. Exactly. What screenshot? We got to travel to the future to see when Suzuha leapt back in time. And future Daru still looked pretty obese. Maybe it was the same for her. Since there was nothing else to do, Suzuha and I turned back to the TV. Truly they're family members. Awkward silence and just watch the TV. The opening event for the French fashion Le Paradis was held in Ginza this morning. As the newscaster spoke, I could see 100 women line up in front of the store.
平和だね。
It's peaceful, isn't it?
私が物心ついた頃には
By the time I was
すでに
old
こん
enough to
な
remember
光景は
anything,
存
this
在
was
し
all
なかっ
gone.
た。
On the TV, a girl in a pretty outfit was talking to an interviewer.
羨ましいな。
I'm jealous.
彼女たちは誰
They
も
don't have
殺
to
さな
kill
くていい
anyone,
し
and nobody's going to kill them.
誰にも私が育った時代は
In
さ
the world I grew up in, you had to
相
kill
手が
without
男
mercy,
だろうと女だ
no
ろ
matter
う
if they were man or woman.
と容赦なく殺さなきゃいけない次の瞬間には
Your life could end
自
at
分
any
の命が終
moment.
わるか
That
もしれ
terror
な
is
い
with you every second of the day.
そんな恐怖が恐怖を忘れるために
Only
は
way to forget the terror was to
狂気に
give
身を
yourself
任
over
せ
to
て
the madness and become
自
one of
分
the
が殺す
killers.
側に回るしかなかったよ
That was war. Suzuha's life. I've been in many nightmarish world lines, but none of them that bad.
父さんたちはタイム
My
マシン
dad's
のこと
work
で
on the time machine got
反
him
政
branded
府
as
組
a
織と
rebel.
みなされてね
Daru had made the time machine that brought Suzuha back here. It was far more powerful than the one that existed in the Alpha world line.
私も軍から離脱して
I left the
父さんたち
military to
に加
join
わ
him
っ
in
た
his
から
group, and the
警
police
察や
and
治安部
peacekeeping
隊に
squads
追わ
came
れるこ
after
とに
me.
なったそれからはもっ
The
とも
battles
っと
after
ひ
that
ど
were
い戦
worse.
闘が
There
何
were a
度も
lot
あ
of
ったよ
them. Damn, she's just casually like opening up to us about her like war stories, and Okabe is like, "Damn, that's crazy." Anyway, I'm not helping you. Bye.
正義のための戦い
I don't want to use the phrase "fighting the
綺麗
good
な
fight."
言葉は使いたくないたくさん殺した
I
し
killed a lot of people.
友
lost
達
many
や
of
仲
my
間も
friends.
大勢殺されたその中には
One of them was my mother.
私の母さんもいた
Daru is still staring at the computer screen, but I could see him twitch. He must have been listening to Suzuha while he pretended to look at the screen.
軍の無人機から私を守ろうと
She
した
tried to protect me from one of the army's drones and was
機
gunned
銃
down.
操車で死んだよ
This is the first time I heard about how Amada Yuki had died. She was in the next room right now, having fun in the shower. That's how she was gonna die?
この目でズタズタにされて
I
い
saw her
く
ripped
母さ
apart
んを
with
見
my
た
own eyes. Her warm blood splattered all over me.
母さんの生温かい血を浴びた
Maybe the reason Suzuha didn't want to talk to her mother was that she didn't want her asking about the future. There's no way Suzuha could tell her.
ね
Listen, Uncle.
えおかりおじさん
At some point, Suzuha's eyes had started to overflow with tears.
この世界線の行き着く先
This
は
world can only go to one place.
地獄しかないんだ
Hell.
今すぐ
It doesn't have to be right now. There's still a little
時間
time.
切れにはだから
So just think about it,
もう一度だけ
please.
その 願いだよ。
俺は
I knew it. In my mind, I knew it. The right thing to do was as she asked. But
死にたくないよ。
the sensation I felt when the knife slipped into her flesh and I took the life of the girl I loved. It went from my hand to my arm and the rest of my body, and I started shaking. My vision blurred and went black. My hands went to my mouth. There was a wave of pain, like my stomach was turning inside out.
おじさん。
大丈夫か、オカリン。
Are you okay? Sorry.
Ugh.
Suzuha poured me a cup of water and I gulped it down.
ごめん。こんなことまだ
Sorry,
話
it's
す
too
ん
early
じゃ
to
なか
talk
った。
about this. It's nothing.
いや、大したことない。大丈夫だ。
I sank into the sofa and tried to calm down.
鈴葉の言いたいことも。
I know what you want to say and how you feel. But I've gone through so many world lines.
こことは違う世界
I've seen
線で
people in other world lines have their fates toyed
タ
with
イ
by
ム
the
マシ
time
ンに運
machine.
命を翻弄される人たちを見てきた。
I looked straight into her eyes.
お前の非業の結末
I've
さ
seen
え
your own tragic end.
見てきた。
Oh, yeah. No, he does.
俺自身もそれに巻き込ま
And
れて
I've realized I'm powerless.
何もかも無力だってこと
Took me a second to remember how we saw Suzuha die. Humanity was powerless before the laws of the world.
タイムマシンを使って世
But
界
he
線を
must-
改変するのは
And surely a part of him realizes, I understand that he's traumatized and scared, but surely a part of him remembers that, I mean, there's the whole difference between the Alpha and the Beta world line with someone who, like, specifically dying. So, like, he's got to figure that there's another world line, right? But yeah, I mean, I guess he's too traumatized to really think about it. Using the time machine to change world lines means breaking the rules of the universe.
俺たち人間が手を出していい
It's
領
not
域
the
じゃない。
province of humanity.
いわば
You could say it's the province
神
of
の領
God.
土なんだ。それに触れれば
If we try, we'll suffer an even more horrible
俺たちは
punishment.
もっと俺は
That's what I think.
それが
Is that your answer, Uncle?
オカリンおじさんの。
少なくとも
For now, if nothing else.
今はな
そう。
ただの逃げだとなじってくれて
Feel
もい
free
い
to tell me I'm just running away.
うん。そ
I
ん
won't
な
do
こと
that.
しないよ。
She looked up at the ceiling and sighed. That must have been a habit she picked up lately.
続いてのニュースです。
Our next top story.
厚生労働省は
The Ministry of
アメ
Health
リカで
announced that
猛
there
威を
has
振
been
る
no
ってい
reported
る新
cases
型
in
の脳
Japan
炎
of
ウ
the
イ
new
ルスに
form
つい
of
て今のところ日本国内
encephalitis
での
that's
発症例は
ravaging
報告
America.
されていない。ただこの
But this
新
new
型脳炎
virus has a long
は潜伏
incubation
期間が
period,
長いことか
and they
ら
cannot deny the
すでに
possibility
国
that
内
it's
に
already
上陸してい
arrived in
る可能性
Japan.
も否定できないとして
That's
感
crazy,
染症
though.
法に基づき
The minister has ordered all medical organizations in the country to draw up treatment plans and investigate the
感
new
染症
virus's
発生
spread.
動向の速やかな調査を指示
I'm
し
sure
ま
it's
す。
just like the cold, and it will blow over. Nothing crazy will happen.
ここからはお茶の水医科大学の春山倉庫教授にお話を
We're
伺い
here
ま
with
す。
Hariyama Soko of Ochianamuzi Medical University.
春山さん、この新型
So,
の
what
脳
sort
炎
of
というの
symptoms
は
does this new disease cause?
新型脳炎は感染力は
The
弱い
new
のです
virus
が
does not spread
潜伏
easily.
期間が長く
No, well,
突
then
然
that's
発
not
症
a
し
good
ま
thing.
す。
But it has a
症
long
状として
incubation
は
period and
幻
appears
覚や
without
記
warning.
憶障害が主
Main
ですね。
symptoms are hallucinations and memory problems.
例えば、
For
そう
example,
ですね。
you think you were at work, and suddenly you find yourself at home,
気がつくと
or you
家
have
に
memories
い
of
たり
meeting
ですと
someone
か
you've never met.
会ったこともない人
There
に
have
会
been
った記
reports of
憶が
that.
あるというような症例が報告されています。
Ooh. This sounds like someone who's traveled world lines.
あとは実際には発生していない事件が起こった覚えがあ
Also,
る
memories can be
などといった
confused. You might have
記憶の混
memories
乱
that
も
have
現
never
れているよう
occurred.
です。
So this sounds like they're using this virus to explain to other people with a more powerful reading Steiner, which I think is actually something I talked about during my... That will be hilarious if that's what this ends up being. Is I talked about it in the, yeah, Chie's thing. But I talked about it in the Steins Gate OG game streams. That I was like, what happens if you're just some random dude who also has, like, the reading Steiner that's at the same level as Okabe's, but you have nothing to do with Okabe. And so just all of a sudden you're like, ah! Like, in the new fucking world line, right? This must be that, right? Because Okabe was messing with time so much. I think I brought that up. I thought I did. I remember talking about that. But yeah, you're just some dude in America that's like, fuck! What just happened? But yeah, Chie has this as well, right? I thought I did. Bruh. You guys are gonna call her Chie now? Yeah. Memories can be confused. You might have memories of events that didn't occur. You lose the ability to tell the difference between dreams and reality, or perhaps your sense of the passage of time. In some cases, your memories will no longer match those of people around you. You could describe it as similar to deja vu, or even the feeling you get when you're only half awake, but the symptoms are far more pronounced than that. This is the same description they gave, yeah. Deja vu, the other game. What about treatment methods? Unlike the other forms, what is this disease normally? If I just Google this. Encephalitis is inflammation of tissues in the brain caused by infection or autoimmune response. Mild cases cause no symptoms or mild flu-like symptoms. Severe cases are life-threatening. Immediate medical attention is needed for symptoms including confusion, hallucinations, seizures, weakness, and loss of sensation. So even if we do see some cases in Japan, it's not a matter for serious concern. I like that the log is much easier to access in this game as well. You can just flip it on and then flip it off. The reporter was talking, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. The information I just heard was shocking. A new kind of encephalitis? I knew the symptoms she was describing. Losing the ability to discriminate between dreams and reality. Losing your sense of the passage of time. Your memories no longer match those of the people around you. That was exactly the same as reading Steiner. Oh. $75. Uh-oh. I feel like the farther we go back in the past, the sadder it gets. The interior of the time machine smelled like metal and was covered in instruments of different sizes. The girl was sobbing. It had been almost an hour since Suzuha had left to go look around. She'd assumed that Kagari would have stopped crying by then, but she'd had no such luck. How long are you going to keep crying? What does H do? H does nothing. You need to get it together. Think about how Big Sis Mayu felt. Shina Kagari looked up at Suzuha, her face wet with tears. Why would people be getting reading Steiner now? There's no world line change? But there were world line changes, because remember the tip we read at the beginning of the game explained that only one world line is active at any point in time. So even though he's been to other world lines, and they technically don't exist, they're not happening in parallel. So when Okabe forces the reality to go to another world line, that other world line is erased, basically. Erased. Obviously you can get back to it, but like, from reality it's erased. Like, it's not in parallel and tandem. So when he's jumping between these world lines, these other people with reading Steiner are like also having to jump between these world lines and are like freaking the fuck out, right? But since the average person doesn't really have like a powerful reading Steiner, when he's time leaping and going through these other world lines, no one else really understands what's going on. Like, it seems like nothing is different. So, like, even though he's on the timeline where he hasn't changed time, world lines, it's still been shifted. Because you gotta remember, like, even though we're talking about the alpha and the beta world line in this game, only one can ever exist at a time. So, like, if now that we're in beta, alpha doesn't exist. It didn't happen. But some people would still have those memories of what actually happened, quotation marks. If that explanation makes sense. Everyone has experienced the same shift Okabe has. Right, but that's what I'm saying. It's literally what I just said. Everyone's experienced the shifts, but most people don't have reading Steiner at a powerful enough level to recognize the changes. But anyone who did have a powerful enough reading Steiner, the people with this virus, would be freaking out. So don't cry. It's annoying. As we just cut from a scene where Suzuha was crying. But Suzuha walked over to Kagari and knelt down so they'd be at eye level. She had no intention of spoiling her. Her goal was to save billions of lives, and this was her first mission. Listen, from now on, I'm treating you as a member of Valkyrie. You work for me, and you're not a civilian. She's like 5. This is the year 1975. Nobody we know here is alive. Dad and Mayuri haven't been born yet. In other words, there's no one to protect us. The only one who can protect you is yourself. Got it? That is specifically not what Mayuri told you to do, Suzuha. She said protector. Yeah. Kagari was a brave girl, and she finally realized now wasn't the time for tears. She tried to stop crying, but it wasn't working. But it was a lot better for her emotions than sobbing. She was smart. Suzuha knew that. There's not a lot of time. If someone from this era finds the time machine, it's going to cause a big commotion. The machine had landed on the roof of the Radicon, which wasn't a spot that people visited often. The chances of anyone finding it were slim. But in this era, they had no one to help them conceal it. That meant they couldn't stay long. She needed to finish her mission quickly and move to the next time period. If something goes wrong, can't we just use the time machine to come back? Not enough fuel. We can't jump an infinite number of times. If it won't work when it really counts, then this is all for nothing. What's the fuel for this thing? Is it not just like fucking gasoline? Like what's powering this fucking thing? I see. Can you stand? Suzuha stepped out of the machine and beckoned Kagari. Kagari looked surprised. Her eyes were narrowed at the bright sunlight. The sky above Tokyo in this time period was too dirty to be called blue. Smoke and dust clouds filled with Smoke and dust clouds filled with who knew what were rising from the rows of smokestacks. It all combined with the black exhaust from the cars that scurried along the ground to create a smog so thick you could see it. The sky above the city was covered by a veil of death. But still, it was the first clear sky Kagari had ever seen. She'd only ever known from books and videos that the sky could be bright. The nuclear weapons used during World War III had changed the weather over Tokyo. The sky was constantly covered in gray clouds. The sun's light was always weak when it shone through, and it was never bright.
私が子供の頃はまだこんな感じの空だった。
When I was a kid, the sky was still
少
like
しだけ
this.
ど覚えてる。
I don't remember much, but I remember a little. Suzuha looked up at the sky.
空気が
The air is so clean, as it has like all the smog in it. And just to show you how bad the future is, they're like, look it, we go back before proper environmental regulations and shit's fucked. This is like a very similar screenshot to the one Okabe normally sees while looking up, except for this like dirt filter over it. In 2036, you need a filter and a mask to go outside for any length of time. Compared to that, 1975 was cleaner. But no one had a mask on the images we saw of 2036. Suzuha was definitely not wearing one.
わかるだろ、かがり。
Now you understand why everyone's willing to risk it all to change the world line,
どうし
right?
て世界線の改変、世界線がどう
The
とか、
world lines, history.
歴史がどうとか
You。can worry about that stuff
そんな
later.
理屈
For
は
now,
後で
let's
いい。
just focus on protecting this sky.
今は
She slipped her hand into her pocket and took out the faded green Upa. She stared at it with a sad look. Where is this girl? She was probably thinking about Mayuri. Was probably trying to understand what it meant that her mother had put her inside the time machine. Suzuha decided that Kagari was alright now and closed the hatch on the time machine from the outside. The lock flipped. The only person who could open it now was Suzuha, whose biometrics had been loaded into the system ahead of time. Even if someone did find the machine, it'd be a while before they found out what it was.
かがり、これを見ろ。
Kagari, look at this. Suzuha handed her a printout of a photo.
これ何？
What is this?
IBN 5100っていう。
It's a retro PC called the IBN 5100.
私たちの時代に存在していたも
None
の
of the
は
ones in our time worked, but here we should be able to find a working one.
けど、これを手分けして
Our
探す
first
のが
mission is to split up and
私
find
とお
it.
前の最
Split
初のミッ
up?
ションだ。
Split up? Okay,
連絡はこれで。
we can communicate with this. She handed Kagari a small transceiver.
通信できる距離はかな
Why
り
does she
短い
even
らしい
have
から
this transceiver?
気休め程度だと思え。
What? She was expecting to go alone.
オーキードーキー。90分ごとにこのビル
We'll
の
be
前
in
に
front of this
集合。
building every 90 minutes for a report.
そ
Got
れを
it?
繰り返す。オーキードーキ
Bruh?
ー。いい返事だ。
Good answer. Suzuha nodded and patted Kagari on the head.
よし。
Okay,
Mission
let's
開始。
get started. I mean, people would still, like, raise an alarm if they saw just a kid wandering around alone, right? Who doesn't love splitting up? Indeed. I wonder why Kagari is lost and not in current timeline. Whoops. Suzuha was on top of the Radicon in 2010 looking down. I see there's also damage on the time machine now, too.
35年。
35 years, huh? That's how long it had been in real time since she'd spoken to Kagari here. From her perspective, it had only been a few months. The view from up here had changed a lot since then, and in the next 26 years it would change more. She'd seen for herself how this building changed over the span of 61 years. The thought didn't make her feel sentimental. Instead, she felt the loneliness and fear that comes from having a past not shared with anyone. Using the time machine to change world lines means breaking the rules of the universe. Okabe Rintaro's words flashed through her mind. Lately, she'd been thinking more about Kagari. She'd been searching the city at regular intervals. She was looking for Shina Kagari. She didn't even know she was in Tokyo. Oh, that's her other job. She had no clues, and she didn't even know what Kagari looked like now. So maybe it was a waste of time. Even so, she had to find Kagari herself. But she hadn't had any better luck today. She turned around and looked toward the machine. She would come here every day. Her primary reason for coming was to see if her father, Daru, had been here. Anytime she let her guard down, he would come to try and examine it. She told him it would cause a time paradox, but he didn't listen. She needed to keep constant watch. To be honest, she had a lot of things she had to do. And she heard the metal door to the roof open. Was it her dad? She squinted to the darkness, but the person she saw was much smaller than in Daru, and had cat ears coming out of their head. Yeah, there you are. Suzunya, good evening. Oh, it's you, Rumi. Ferris Nyanya had a spring in her step as she approached Suzuha. Who's Rumi? I'm Ferris Nya. Your big sis Rumi. Ferris's real name was Akiha Rumio. Ferris with the drip. Ferris full furry in this game. She was Daru's friend and had helped them in many different ways in 2036. How? Suzuha had known her ever since she was young, and always called her Big Sis Rumi. For whatever reason, in this era, she always wanted to be called Ferris. When Suzuha asked why, she simply responded with Ferris is Ferris, nya, an answer which meant nothing to her. Nobody was at the lab, so I thought you might be here. Guess I was right. Here, I brought you a snack. It's leftovers, though. Ferris showed her a cake box with the logo from the maid cafe where she worked. The Maid Queen. I'm glad Dad wasn't at the lab. If he ate something like that at this hour, he'd get fatter. It's not for Daru, it's for you. For me? Why?
Gotta sleep, a lot to do tomorrow? Hopefully my stream tomorrow is on your list of things to do tomorrow, Magneta. Lamau. XD.
But have a good night, man. Does eating before you go to bed actually make you gain more weight? Because I kind of do that all the time. Ferris remains a cat, loyal and cheerful. Take notes, Okabe.
You know you love it.
Ferris grinned and nudged Suzuha on the side. I don't. There's an apple tart, a Mont Blanc, Nyan, and a piece of strawberry shortcake, too. See? Doesn't it look good, yeah? Apparently they can cause nightmares. I never have nightmares. Ferris opened up the box and showed her what was inside. Suzuha could smell the sweet cream in the fruit. Come on, eat up. Don't worry about a thing, yeah? You are now thinking about a Suzuha in the Steins Gate timeline who got to eat whatever sweets she wanted with Daru as her dad, and she is not fit. Open wide. I'll feed it right into your cute little meow. I'll put it in the fridge for tomorrow. I eat before I go to bed all the time, and I don't have nightmares. You're such a stoic, Susan, yeah. Ferris laughed and handed over the box. They expire tomorrow, so make sure you eat them before they do, yeah. Thanks. You are welcome. They definitely upped her cat dialogue in this game. Ferris gave a mischievous wink and looked up at the time machine beside them. How's Daru's time machine research going? Working hard, I guess. Big sis Rumi, is it okay to leave this machine here? Suzuha looked around the roof as she asked. It was solely thanks to Ferris that no one had really noticed this massive object on the roof. She was the heir to a rich family that had a lot of influence in this area and had contributed a lot to the development of Akihabara. She was helping hide the time machine. Yep. I rented out this whole floor, or the roof, I guess. So it's fine, yeah. I told the owners we're developing a VR game. It's not the best excuse, but it works. It's a huge help. Don't worry about it. I'm always ready to help, to save you from the world's elementals, from the Bayaki. Right. Since many years ago, well, I guess many years in the future, I've been wondering. But sometimes what you say is hard to understand. What language is that? What? I heard her say Doki Doki in her actual dialogue, the fuck? Don't think, yeah. Feel. Come on. It's cold. I'm going home, yeah. In the end, she never got an answer. To Suzuha, Ferris was always a great mystery. I'll walk you home. Let's go together. Then you can have dinner at my place too. That wasn't what I meant. You never eat any real food, do you? Whenever I see how stoic you are, I always feel like I have to do something, yeah. Like a protective or motherly feeling. It stirs something like that within me. I'm just fine. Before she finished her sentence, she felt someone looking at her. She glanced around. What is it? She listened carefully. She definitely heard a very faint sound from the direction of the door that led to the stairs. It was small enough Suzuha was only able to notice it because of her training. Someone's there. They heard us. Most of the discussion was worthless, but they talked about the time machine a little. If someone heard that. Suzuha yanked the gun out of her jacket, and in an instant ran toward the stairs. She heard someone running down the stairs as she did. The sound, heavy military boots, and a wide stride got farther and farther away. They're fast. She opened the door and jumped onto the landing. She raced down the steps, skipping 3 steps with every stride. Fuck, skipping steps downstairs is quite the maneuver. But it wasn't fast enough. Suzuha was born fast, and she'd been trained to be faster, but it wasn't enough. When she finally made it to the 2nd floor, she could hear the loud revving of a motorcycle. No! She panicked and slipped on an object that had been left halfway up the stairs, then rolled her way to the bottom. She managed to get to the right position to protect her head, so it was her hips that struck the ground. She forced herself to stand and run. She could see the taillights of a motorcycle speeding away. The driver was wearing a black helmet and riding suit, and already a good distance away, so she couldn't even tell if they were man or woman. Suzuha got banana peeled. They revved their engine loudly as if to mock her, then spun a corner and disappeared into Chuodori. A little later, Ferris caught up. Are you okay, Nya? I got away. You should put that away, Nya. Oh. She put the gun in her hands back into her jacket holster and brushed away hair that sweat had stuck to her brow. Who was that, Nya? I don't know. They weren't a civilian. They'd been trained. Trained? Was there anything on the stairs? A bag, yeah. It was right where I couldn't see it. They probably dropped it deliberately, and they revved their engine right when I was coming by it. I fell for it. You mean it was a trap, yeah? Only someone with special training can do that on a moment's notice. Suzuha glared in the direction the bike disappeared and started to think. Who was it? CERN? There was an unofficial CERN group, the Rounders, that were searching for the IBNs. Okabe Ritaro had told her that. I'm guessing that it's the Kagari girl that we just suddenly randomly lost track of and suddenly got a backstory explained right before this scene. But he'd only encountered them in another world line. I don't know who it was, but it's clear that someone other than us knows about the time machine. Was it that they knew about it, but weren't going to do anything more? Or did they intend to steal the time machine? Since she didn't know, she had to assume the worst, or she wouldn't be prepared to deal with it. She looked up at the sky and sighed. It was becoming a bad habit. Hey, Rumi. Don't tell Okarin and the others, okay? Perhaps the person spying on them was Moeka? I don't think so, because they mentioned that the person has to have specific training, and Moeka doesn't really have training. But since we abandoned Kagari in the 1975 world line, timeline, it's seeming like she could have been kidnapped by CERN for being a time traveler and has been conditioned and trained to be a good rounder or something. Why? If Uncle Okarin knew about it, he might say it's too dangerous and that we have to destroy the time machine, you know? Yeah, it's true, but I'm going to protect the time machine no matter what. I need to take Uncle Okarin to the entrance to Steins Gate. That was the promise I made to Dad and to all the people who sent me here. Alright. In exchange, just make sure you tell Daru. The last part was almost a whisper as her words melted into the Akihabara sky. Oh man, this is quite the long chapter. I'm so fucking hungry. That's alright. Maho was fidgeting. She knew exactly why, but she still didn't want to admit it.
Maho, 準備はできたかい?
Are you ready? Yeah. Could quit here? Nonsense. I'm no quitter. She awkwardly stood up from the chair as the doctor spoke to her. What? I thought you put some more effort into it, but I guess not.
The doctor stared at her for a moment and spoke. It was obvious he was referring to her outfit.
この前みたいに
Not going to a party like last time.
ないんですから。
あの時だって
You wore your lab
白
coat
衣
to
のまま
that
買ったじゃないか。
あれは服を忘れたんです。
This chapter started like 4 different storylines. Yeah, we got quite a few going on here. Imagine if it had no chapters. Yeah, no thanks. I wore the lab coat to the party because I forgot my clothes.
そうだったね。
That's right. The doctor was wearing his translator all the time these days. In fact, he actually told Maho to talk to him in Japanese.
さて、
Now,
クリスとリンタ
I
ロ
can't
は
wait to see what kind of
どういう
relationship
関係を築いている
Lintharo and
会うの
Kurusu
が
have
楽しみ
established.
だよ。
Maho and the doctor were about to head to Tokyo proper. There, they would meet with Okabe. It had been 2 weeks since they first asked him to test Amadeus. It was time for the first report. Of course, that was the reason Maho was fidgeting. She was nervous to meet Okabe. No, to see Kurusu for the first time in a while. Hasn't she been talking to Kurusu quite frequently? So it's definitely Okabe then. That's a lie. Of course, Maho was able to talk to Kurusu anytime she wanted. But since she had asked Okabe to be a tester, she tried to avoid doing so as much as possible. She didn't want her conversations to add extra noise. Oh.
教授、
Professor,
出
before we
発する
leave,
前に
can I ask
一
something?
つ聞いても、
なんなるいと。
Whatever you like.
なぜ
Why
岡部さんなんですか？
Maho had wanted to ask the doctor that for a long time. If she was gonna ask, now was the time. He thought for a moment.
嫉妬しているの
Are you
か
jealous?
魔法。
それは
She felt heat flush her face. In other words, he was right. Yeah, she was jealous of Okabe, not that she wanted to admit it.
正
To
直
be honest, it bothers me.
納得はしていません。クリスの話し相手なら他にも
There
適任が
are
いた
other
はず
people
です
who。could be her conversation partners.
例えば
You, for
君
instance.
とか。
そうは言いません。
I'm
私
not
は
saying that. I'm too close to
Kurusu
Kurusu and
アマ
Amadeus.
デウスとも近す。
リンタロウはいい青年だよ。
Lintaro is a good guy.
本気でそう信じている
If
な
you
ら、
believe that, you're
教授
naive.
はお人よしです。人の本質を一度会っ
It's
ただけで
impossible
理
to
解する
understand
ことなん
someone
て
after
不
meeting
可
them
能ですよ
once.。
もし彼が私たちに隠れて
What if he
他の
secretly
研究
sells
者に
Amadeus to
アマ
another
デウスを
lab?
売り渡してしまったら、最初はそのつもりはなかった
Even
と
if he
して
doesn't
も、
plan to at
お金
first,
を前
he
に
might
したら
change his
気
mind
持
if
ち
I
が
showed
揺ら
him
ぐことだ
money.
ってあ
That's
りま
human
す。
nature.
それが
仮にリンタロウがアマデウスを
Let's say
売ったとし
Lintalo did send
それで
Amadeus. What would
どう
happen
なる
then?
かな。アクセス権を手に
Would
入れた
whoever got
何
her
者
access
かは
rights be able to
クリス
become
と
friends
仲
with
良く
Kurusu
なっ
and
て
take over
アマデ
Amadeus?
ウスそのものを乗っ取ったりできるかな。
それは
Well... Maho asked herself the question and then realized the chance was almost zero.
ありえません。
That would be impossible.
そうありえない。
Indeed.
なぜならそんな
Because
機
if that
会
ever
になれ
happened,
ば
Kurusu would
クリス
just
の
refuse
方
to
が
talk to them.
対話を拒否する。アマデウス
In
は
that
そういう意
sense,
味で
Amadeus is a difficult
とて
system.
も面
It
倒く
doesn't
さ
do
い
what
シ
you
ステ
want
ム
it
だ
to.
よ。なかなかもちろんアマデウス
Of
が
course, it is
説得
possible
され
that
る可能
Amadeus could
性
be
もあ
persuaded.
るだろうけれど、そのために
But you could say
私
that's
は
why I chose you
モデ
and
ルな
Kurusu as its
人
models.
格にクリスと魔法を選んだとも言
He
える
gave her a mischievous wink, because I know you guys are stubborn tsunderes, and you would never just be friends with anybody.
私もクリスも気難しいですからね。
Both Kurusu and I have
So
difficult
yes, yes,
personalities.
to
It'd be hard to persuade us to do anything. She knew he was teasing her, so she decided to say it.
いかにも
You
君たちは
you
本
two
当に
are
容
truly
赦ない
merciless.
これぞ最強の
That's the best
セキュリ
security
ティ
I
だ
could
よ
get.
けなされているように
That
聞こえ
sounds
る
like
ん
an
ですか？
insult.
君たちは我が研究室が
You
誇
two
る
are the
最
finest
強の
ladies our
レディー
institution
さ。
has to offer. He laughed. He always had a childlike innocence about him. This seems to be a dark twist incoming. Either way, the Amadeus AI is a tricky thing. You could say that's what makes it interesting. Keeping them to ourselves won't bring us any progress, will it? I've been thinking about how I wanted to find a catalyst that could prompt Amadeus to evolve. And I wanted it to be someone who didn't have anything to do with the research. Rintaro is smart, and I think he's a good choice. He's also a friend of Kurasu's. Anyway, why not see what he says today before you decide? First, let's see how Kurisu has changed since she started spending time with him. We may see a side of her we've never seen. I feel like actually not that much will have changed because he's been pretty cautious around her, at least from when we've been in the Okabe perspective anyway. He's been kind of like, ooh, about it. That's what was making her nervous. If Kurisu changed into someone she didn't know, that'd make her sad. It's time. Let's go. She nodded. And we're back. I walked to the grounds of the shrine and quietly looked around. Several cats were sunbathing beneath the cold winter sky, but there was no sign of anyone else. Luca wasn't back from school. Okay. I could talk to Kurisu without anyone staring at me here. I was supposed to meet with the doctor and Maho after this. Before that happened, I wanted to confirm something with Kurisu. I decided to start the app. Why does it quick save? Uh-oh. Whenever I talked to her, I need to pay attention to where I was. People would stare if I did it in a crowded place. Put a save here? Okay. Is that why I quick saved? This is the only part you should worry about on your first playthrough? Uh-oh. Your choice doesn't matter. Oh. Then why should I worry about it? I couldn't do it around my family or anyone I know. In that sense, with the exception of the fact that Luca and Mayuri might show up, the shrine wasn't a bad wasn't a bad spot. Hello. We need to talk. You're meeting with the professor and senpai after this, right? Is that what this is about? Yeah. Is there any reason to be nervous? Basically, you're turning over the logs, and then they'll ask you some quick questions about your impression of them. That's it, the logs. That's what I want to ask about. Have all our questions been, have all our conversations been recorded? I told you that when we started, right? I keep logs in a place where nobody but me can access them. Were you not listening? Oh. That means CERN might have access to them, right? Is the professor with CERN? And you're going to submit them to the professor? In Senpai? Probably. Which means if I say anything personal to you, the doctor and Maho will hear it? You're just realizing this now? Yeah, I was a little late. We've been talking for 2 weeks. I should have asked this when I got the access key. I just realized today. Have I told you anything I shouldn't have so far? Like the fact that you're barely able to talk to any girls at a matchmaking party? Or the fact that your family sells vegetables, but you hate eggplants?
ナスは嫌いなんじゃない。
I don't
苦手な
hate
だけだ。
eggplants. I'm just not very good at eating them. If that was all, I don't really care.
あんたが最初に私と話した時に
Or the fact that the first time we talked, you called me
って呼んだ
Christina.
こととか。
それについては忘
Forget
れ
about
てくれ。
that.
人の記憶は曖昧
Human
で
memories are ambiguous, and as time passes, they become more subjective and tend to be compressed into a single narrative.
その内容が
Regardless of whether the memory is good or bad, it's common to only be able to remember words that left an impression. That impression will often alter your memories of the surrounding conversation. Okay. The main way to change routes is by ignoring calls. Yeah. We kind of do that the first one, right? Huh? What's she talking about?
それが悪いことだと言って
We're
る
not saying that's a bad thing. It's just how human memories
記憶
work.
というのはそういうものなんだから。でも
But Amadeus isn't
は
human.
人じゃない。
It's an AI,
まだ
still in the
研究
research
段階の
stage.
不完全なこれは教授たちにとって
This is a big problem for Maho and the professor. But actually, Amadeus still can't perfectly replicate the ambiguity of human
アマデ
memories.
ウスはまだ完全には再現できていない。
Ah, that's what I was thinking.
つまりね、忘れるという脳の
In other words, I can't completely replicate the high-level brain function that is forgetting. Which means he lied about that in the presentation?
でも ATF でのレス
But
ケ
at
ネ
the
教授の講
seminar,
演だ
the
と
doctor said that Amadeus would forget
Amadeus は
unneeded info.
不必要なことは忘れてしまうって。
ええ、確かに忘れるわ。
I do forget things, but remember what I said?
私たち
I
は
record things in a
まるで
log like
秘
my
密の
secret
日記のよう
diary.
にログを取ってる。結局、その
So
中
in
に
the
は
end,
全て
all
の
the
情報が
information
残
still
って
kept
しまってるわけ
there. If I load it,
そして
all the data I
そ
should
れ
have
をロー
forgotten
ド
will
して
come
くれ
flooding
ば
back to
忘
me.
却したはずのデータは私
In other words, asking her to forget's a waste of time.
代替案はログを消す
Another
ことだ
plan would be to delete my
私
logs,
にとってログは
but those are my
バックアップ
backups,
だ
so
から
that's not
絶対無理
happening.
仮に一箇所だけ消去しても同
Even
じ
if I delete one area, the result would be the same. I'd analyze the
その不自
surrounding
然に消去され
conversation
た
and
箇所を
automatically
自動的に
reconstruct
修
the
復
data.
してしまうそれでもなんとか
If you try to alter my
改ざんしたい
memories,
と
you'd
いう
have to
のなら
mess with my primary
大
program.
元のプログラムそのものをいじるしかない
Definitely suspicious that she's explaining all this. I don't have that level of access, and I don't understand how the program works. So basically, until I told Kurisu why I called her Christina, she's gonna keep asking. What a pain.
で
So,
どうして
why Christina?
クリスティーナ
本当
You
に
don't
引き
give
下
up,
が
do
らない
you?
な。
I'll hang up right now if I
今
have
すぐ
to.
通話を。
そうやって逃げたって今
Even if you
説明し
run,
た通り
even if you run,
私は忘
I
れない
won't forget.
はぐらかされるとかえって
The more you try to
気に
change
な
the
ってしょうがなくな
subject,
る
the
の
more
よ
interested I get, you know?
それともあえてそうすること
Or
で
is that a ploy to get me
私
to
に
pay
構
more
って
attention
ほ
to
しい
you?
っていう合図を送ってる
かまってちゃんはお前
You're the
だ
one who
ろ。
wants attention. You call me in the
こっ
middle
ち
of
が
my
大学の
lectures.
講義を受けてる最中でも、それだけじゃなく、
And not only that, you message me all the time on Ryan. That's not true. I haven't seen a single text from her. Either.
好奇心旺盛す
You
ぎる
got。too much curiosity.
そんな調
You
子
keep
で
poking your head
無
into
邪気に
things.
首
One
を
of
突
these
っ込む
days
と
you're gonna
は
regret it.
いつか痛い目。
研究者はそれぐらい
A,
じゃ
a
なくてやって
scientist
いけ
can't
ない
function
の
if they're not curious. She got mad at me.
そんなにクリスティーナの
If you're that interested in why I call you Christina, why not come up with a theory yourself?
一応いくつ
I
か
have
の
a
可
few,
能性を
actually.
考えては
Listen.
みた聞いて
She's really into this.
可能性その1
Theory 1. You've got a crush on a
あなたは
Hollywood actress
ク
named
リスティ
Christina.
ーナなんちゃらという名前のハリウッド女優が好きである
自分がハリウッド
You
女優
think
並
you've
みの
got the
美貌の
looks
持
of a
ち
Hollywood
主だと
actress?
見た目は関係
Looks
ない
don't matter.
同じ
It's
名
how
前
you
の人に親
feel
近
a
感を持つ
closeness
の
to
と似た
someone
よう
with
な
the
意
same
味
name.
つまりこう言いたいわけか。
So that's what you're saying.
私は
Okay.
岡部倫太郎から
Okabe
親近
feels
感を
close
持
to
た
me.
れ。
単なる例え
It's just
話
an
でしょ
example. Don't try to read
言
too
葉通
deep
り
into
受
it.
け止めないで
冗談だよ。
Whenever I talk to Kurisu, I always want to tease her. I need to watch out.
可能性その2
You once dated a foreign girl named Christina. Given your terrible English ability, this one's out of the question, huh? It's possible I dated a blonde babe who was fluent Japanese, isn't it? Did you? Silence is an admission of defeat. Sorry. You knew the original me and called her that directly or indirectly. This is unlikely. If you called me that, I know what I'd say. Stop adding Tina. Almost. That's exactly right. That's exactly what she said. I don't think so. But I didn't stop because I was embarrassed. The genius named Mahise Kurisu was the person I always wanted to be. What do you mean? I couldn't bring myself to say her name, so I came up with a nickname to hide my embarrassment. We don't say that, AK. We don't say that here. Embarrassment? Yeah. Not just with the original either. It happens when I'm talking to you, too. Me? Well, I've never talked to a girl inside a monitor before. What? Well, thank you. Huh? Why are you blushing? I'm not. I just didn't expect you to treat me like a girl. It surprised me. Even that reaction was just like Kurisu. That part of you, I really... I shuddered. What was I about to say? This was a 3D model on a screen, a tiny collection of ones and zeros in the shape of a human. What was I about to say? Hey, can I ask you something? We knew each other, didn't we? I mean, you and the original me. Does Amadeus Kurisu know she's dead yet? If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. But what was our relationship? I'm curious. Did I not get mad when you called me Christina? Or did I get mad and then laugh and forgive you? I was hit with a violent urge to throw up. I could see Kurisu in front of me, covered in blood. She's looking at me with her eyes cold. You killed me. Oh god. We're going to that kind of thing for the game, huh? What's wrong? Hey, you gone pale. I touched the smartphone and ended the call. Then I became too dizzy to stand. I tried to throw up, but nothing came out. My hands shaking. That's right. I can't change reality. But there I was, trying to talk to Kurisu like nothing happened. I was treating her like the real Kurisu, and trying to avert my eyes from what I had done. I was just clinging to her. This was wrong. I shouldn't talk to her anymore. The call was from Kurisu. I hung up in the middle of our conversation, so she was probably mad. Sorry, I had to have a panic attack real quick. What is it? You know exactly what it is. It's rude to just hang up. Is something wrong? Nothing. But you look so pale. It's nothing, really.
Leave me alone. It'd help a lot if you wouldn't talk to me for a while.
あまり無理せずに誰か知り合いに
Don't push
連絡しな
yourself
さい
too
よ
hard. Contact someone you know, okay?
それじゃ
Bye. She gave up easier than I expected. Maybe she realized as an AI there was nothing she could do. Realized? I was making her sound like a real person. The second that thought crossed my mind, I almost saw an image of my bloody hand. I gritted my teeth and waited for it to pass. I should really turn my smartphone off until I calmed down. I was fine just a moment ago. But now even hearing her voice was enough to send me into panic. I'd gone back to how I was half a year ago. Oh, you can't even, like, open up anything else on the phone. Back then, even hearing Kurisu's name was enough to make me dizzy. I shouldn't have messed with this. I shouldn't have tried to chase Kurisu's shadow. For now, I should just turn off the phone. But in the end, I couldn't make that decision. I want him to stick with Kurisu. I don't want him to shut the phone off. I gulped down a bottle of mineral water and caught my breath. There was still a little time before the meeting. I wanted to get some air and recover. I looked down over the scenery below. The city was in the Christmas spirit. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. The exact opposite of me. I took more deep breaths. I still felt like I wanted to throw up. I was getting a headache, too. If I went to the doctor like this, I'm sure I'd worry him. Then I realized the two girls coming up the stairs were looking at me. I peered into the late afternoon darkness to try and make out their faces. One of them, the girl with the short haircut, waved. I knew it! It's Okabe! Hi there. Oh, you're Mayuri's friends. Man is getting even more attached to the fictional version of a character. I mean, to be fair, he's now getting attached to her because this is like a different one, but also he's been inflicted with trauma around her. They were Mayuri's friends and fellow cosplayers. I think their cosplay names are Kaede and Fubuki. I don't know their real names. Which one was which? Are you okay? You don't look so good. I'm fine. If I made them worry, they'd talk to Mayuri. It'd cause a big fuss. I didn't want her to worry more about me. I shouldn't have come back to Akihabara anyway. I'd run into people I knew just walking through town. I should have gone towards Kondo when I left the shrine. You always look like you're hurting somehow, Okarin. Do I? You do. Fubuki. And when Mayuri looks at you, she looks like she's in pain too. When I see her looking at you, I feel like I'm gonna cry. What am I saying? This Fubuki girl must really care about Mayuri. I felt a little better after hearing that. Who's the girl you like? Eh? The girl I like? They're really trying to hit it with the jump scares now, huh? Really giving us those trauma flashbacks. Flex that budget, baby. That's the kind of stuff I was asking for in the OG game. An image of Kurisu appeared in the corner of my eye. The feeling in my hands when I took her life came back.
Calm down.
オカリンさん、ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. That was rude to ask.
私、 オカリンさん、本当に大丈夫
Are
です
you
か？
really okay? Yeah, I'm fine. They were looking at me worried. I got away from them as fast as I could. Protocol of the Two-Sided Gospel. X-Day Protocol.
テスターをやめたいです。
Alright. Did we do a route split there? Or no? Yeah? There's a route split that early? That's kind of crazy. Huh. Interesting. Well, hopefully this path still gives us more Kurisu. I didn't shut off the phone because I was hoping that would lead to the path with more Kurisu. You chose to answer the call on 12:15. This game is actually more confusing than the first one? Oh, Lord. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's probably always best to just assume I always answer the calls from Kurisu. But alright. I think now that we've completed the first chapter, true ending's less confusing. Yeah. Well, it's probably because there's not as many random texts in this game. Looks like just decisions on answering phone calls from Amadeus or not. But yeah, I think ending at the end of chapter 1. Yeah, X-Day Protocol. But maybe that's the name of a different route chapter. We'll find out next stream, because I think that's a good spot to end for today. I'll be back with more Steins Gate Zero tomorrow. You can edit out the OP if it screws you. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess I can with the, now that I've got the save, I can just skip the OP now, right? Good feel stream, long stream. Well, we've done longer ones before. We did some Steins Gate streams that were 10 hours. I got some lag too. But yeah, that's the end for today. Like I said, we'll be back with some more Steins Gate Zero tomorrow. Maybe Sunday too. But we'll see. It depends on how it goes. Like how I'm feeling, how the views are doing, all that good stuff. Didn't pop off as much as as the original Steins Gate streams, but that's alright. Maybe it's a slow burn. It's a slow burn indeed. So subscribe for more of that Saturday. Maybe Sunday we'll do that. But I also kind of want to finish up Devil May Cry 3 at some point. So, and still play some more Pokemon Violet on stream. So we'll see whatever I'm doing for the rest of this week. But, yeah. How many was Steins Gate? A little bit more. Like, the first Steins Gate stream got like 300, 400-ish views. This one only got 100. But maybe it's a bit more niche, right? That's okay. We'll get there. Because I have plenty of memes to back this up. Right, yeah, where was it? That first one got like 300. But that's alright. This is the sequel. It's a bit more niche. I was anticipating that. What do you think of Zero so far? I like it. I like it a lot, to be honest. So far, it's hooked me faster than Steins Gate. Of course, it happens to be that I already know these characters, so I'm a little bit more drawn in. But I like how serious it is. I like that it's not, like, glossing over Okabe's trauma in this timeline. I like the darker perspective. You got 13 viewers at one point. The Steins Gate 1 streams got up to like over 20. or like at 20 at some points. But yeah, I like how it's a little bit more serious, and it doesn't take as long to get rolling. But most importantly, I like that it is really like Okabe went through some shit, and this kind of is like him going through it. Whereas like in the true ending, it almost seems like he's just kind of like no trauma. I mean, he's got a bit, but like not to this extent. Like he's not in therapy and on anxiety meds and stuff. But I think that's cool. I think it's interesting to see a character that's like just having to go through those kinds of struggles. That's like not something that's really a protagonist of a story is usually not portrayed as the guy that's like, yeah, hey, I've got to take like anxiety meds or else I'm going to have a panic attack and I can't respond to some certain scenarios and things like that. So it's really cool that we've got this kind of story that's focusing more on some of those like real emotions that don't really get highlighted much in media. Because I mean, nobody really wants to be going through that story of like, you know, their trauma and things like that. But so far, yeah, I'm really liking it. I'm hooked. So we'll be back tomorrow for sure with more. But now I gotta fucking eat, dude. I'm hungry as shit. Yeah. That's it. Also seeing him give up the mad scientist persona. Yeah, I also think that's cool too. That transition about how he kind of rejects his past self and things like that. But yeah, altogether, liking it so far for sure. So be back here tomorrow. If you subscribe and hit the bell button, you'll get notifications for that stream tomorrow, so you won't miss it. But even if you aren't able to see the streams, of course, maybe I'm streaming too late. I know there was somebody, What's Up Flash, for 8, he joined the stream like 8 hours ago when I first started streaming. Said he would watch the VOD later, so the VODs are still up if you want to watch them even after you miss the stream. If you, if you fall asleep during my long-ass streams, or if it's just a wrong time zone for you, you can always watch the VODs. Be sure to comment on the VODs, because I read all of my comments. Let me know what you're thinking. Or if you also want to let me know what you're thinking, of course, you can join my Discord server. Link to that in the description below. I'm always talking to people there. And, yeah. That's it. Just talk to me wherever you feel like it. That's why we're here, to chat and talk about some cool stories and see some cool reactions, huh? Have a good night, everyone.